pretty eye me take though. I can't deny her though. She's my bestie. She's my bestie. That's my bestie. Your pair of eyes had me paralyzed. Toxic nigga, but you made me to a better guy. Smoke, but with you on forever, ever. I could watch you all day, girl, like you're televised. Think like this nigga, they ain't never lied. I left the bitches alone, I had to pick a side. Look in your eyes, girl, you were hypnotized. Of course, it was your breasts, hips, and them damn thighs. Close my eyes, I'm still mesmerized. Get mad at my bestie, I tried. That's my bestie, my pretty.
I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. She don't take no mess. My bestie is the best. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby.
What's up, everybody? So they're supposed to be starting soon. And I came on a little bit late, but alrighty then. I hope everybody's having a happy heart on day. But yeah. Happy heart on day for all the lovers. Hope you have lots of hearts on. Because that's what you're supposed to have today, is heart-ons. And get your mind out of the gutter. I said heart-on. But anyways. Well, Taco Pino's gonna finish today. I wonder if I can customize the layout. Put my coffee down here. I don't really want to add two people. No. Can I just do one person? One person. One. Uno. Let me move this down. I just want it a little bit bigger. Okay, let me see. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, that's perfect.
Baby.
What?
Are you on live?
Yeah, I am. What do you want?
I was gonna ask if you're gonna hurt.
No, I'm not gonna try my cookie.
Oh, you don't hurt them?
I guess you give me a little bite, but
You guess what?
I guess you can give me a little bite.
Ooh, fatty.
Can I feel?
I took off the tip
That works.
because I know you like tips.
Okay, save.
You see what I was talking about? I can have it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's a hard cookie. Will you come bring Taz on? And you need to watch for the order. Go. And there should be 2 orders. Okay, let me play some fucking music or something. Oh, wait. No, I want banners. Can you come let Tazzy up? I don't know how this all got messed up. Are you looking for the order?
What?
Are you watching for the order? It's supposed to be here between 10 and 12. Stop it, Kitty. Kitty, stop. I don't know why you guys want to be pains in my butts today. What?
I'm really scared.
Okay, hold on. Let me mute. Why are you scared? Told you to pay attention. I don't know where to put it. You really need to start going through all that stuff underneath your thing so you have places to put stuff. Underneath your yeah. We have it. We need to get rid of your slime too. Your slime case that we never used.
I don't know what you use for.
Give it to your.
No. I don't mean to.
Put your jewelry in it.
Good point, actually.
Because your one that you already have is too fucking full, isn't it?
It's just like,
The one Uncle gave you. Is it purple? I thought it was red. The one made a newspaper. Yeah, it is. No, not that one. No, not the glass. Don't you have it? Or did he just make that for Saray? I thought he made you one too. Oh, well, now you got one. Well, no, I'm talking about the jewelry that's all over the place, not in there. Where's all your earrings and stuff? I have your other earrings somewhere else. What? I need to get my tongue ring. So, and we're just waiting on these guys to get started. Oh, check outside. Look outside. It's cute. It's way cute. I thought it had like little danglies from it, like little charms that you could put on it. I almost washed that fucker. Well, that's your own fault. Yeah, it's here. Shush! Hold on, let me mute. Take a look at my girlfriend. She's the only one I got. Not much of a girlfriend. She last spoke like a bad joke, and I fell in love again. It's a new best friend.
Oh, my favorite.
What? What was that? Oh, the ice thing. Make them little pancakes. Those little tummy aches. That ain't love, and I don't know what love is. La da da da. Handshake. The music makes, or the music my band makes. It's in the sun. I'm a nocturnal son of a gun. Only one I got. La da da da. Not much of a girlfriend. I'm gonna give her that. My girlfriend. He just came out with another song. I don't know. He just looks so different. Yeah, Travis McCoy. He looks so different. Drugs really warped him. Yeah, it's just sad. I think he's sober now. Oh, it came? That is not the one I got you.
Yeah, I would assume so.
I got you the pink one.
Hooray! Oh, it is a female. That's a little hard. Jeez. It's a fella.
It's a chicken nugget.
Okay. I still like this one.
Okay. Because you can decide if you
I was
don't
like,
want.
it doesn't really matter
if
if
you-
it's red.
If you don't want this one, then you can have this one. And you decide. But it was supposed to be the pink one that said "Love you to the moon and back." And it was way cute. I'm gonna have to fucking complain. Can I have my phone? Maybe they'll give me a refund. Because I didn't say you could you could change it. And the only
what?
see, I wanted to do this one,
Well, I can't see.
but we didn't know what type would come in it. Okay, let's try. It kind of makes me mad.
She got the cute. Ew! Don't lick.
It did give me that one. I didn't order that one though. Hold on. Hey, Casey. Thank you. Appreciate it. I hope you're doing better since our loss. And I'm still repping the colors.
All right, we're back to the records of Jurors Council. Jurors Council parties are present. Peter.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Let me mute it so I can hear that.
Which was talk about the showcase and action that showing you strategies. Clear or transparent. So that was not high. That new level photo described. So in the end, the prosecution on this issue, all she really wanted really beyond the reasonable doubt and over here. For his testimony, I would submit to you that perhaps the most unbelievable witness in the history of American jurisprudence. You guys have front row seat to a perjury machine. Again, they could have corroborated a lot of his testimony. Truthful. William Parker. I mean, they sat in their hands for years. They tested, see if early shell casings came from that magazine, Women's magazine. They didn't connect Rocky Lely's shell casings with Ingrid's DNA. As a quick aside, if you accept that theory, I think I heard this on the opening summation, is that maybe Rocky forgot about the magazine. Why would he truly be having it? And he was trying to get rid of the evidence of shooting from November 6th. Why would he got rid of the magazine also? Why keep it for 5 months in plain sight? I mean, that's what it was, right? It's not like it was hidden somewhere in the house they had 5. It was in a box in his bedroom with all the other ammunition, legally registered guns. They didn't show you, by the way, but he showcased things that really claims to recover that scene don't match the 6 showcases found in Rocky's house. That walked Miss Levin. We had to show that. We showed that. They produced, as we talked about, no GPS data to prove where Ruggie got showcases from. There's no sort of easy. Really claims see. First he said it was in Los Angeles weeks before. So I'm shooting next week. We'll go through that again. But he claims he left Los Angeles after he had shooting into those 9 showcases. And then he came back to Los Angeles 2 weeks later. They could prove that. I mean, you just have his word, right? That would have been easy enough to prove. I mean, how about an airplane ticket or anything else that he ever left Los Angeles and flew back ever? After having 9mm shell casings left, who faced the shooting range before. Those are the shell casings. I mean, that would have been an easy one to prove. Previous travel. I've never heard an airplane ticket from Delta or wherever. It's a school commercial. How about on his phone? Anything that was showing actually left Los Angeles. Nothing. Nothing. On the record, no evidence that he actually left Los Angeles at that shooting range on October 19th. So where did he get a shell casing from? 11:45 p.m. that night. An hour and a half after the incident. Law enforcement didn't was the means to answer that question. They never got those GPS data. They could have been an advantage to you. And that's on him. That is not on him because they give you the evidence you could be comfortable to rely on, as opposed to just taking relatives' word, which is not a work that you think of anything from importance anyway. But we had some apartment in Los Angeles or at some friend's car or some place who knows. We'll never know. We could have known. We could have known. But we don't. I mean, that's what because the prosecution gave you no one in this world. The ability to track where really went in the hour and a half that thing is only illustrated as I look at it. Shows they can get it, they just do it is. They just want us to take his word on that. Word pathological line. Look at all the things they failed to corroborate that they could have. To corroborate Efron's account, they could have done any of the problem. And we give you a sense of comfort, a sense that, hey, you know what? He did tell the truth about this. Anyway, because Paul Efron's girlfriend, Libby Parker, was allegedly with them. Efron claims to retrieve shell casings. They could have collected GPS data from that night from Efron's phone to prove he returned to the scene. And they did use it for Hill's phone, which chose not for Efron. To look at the metadata on the photographs that Efron took of these shell casings, which were shown exactly where he was when he took those photos. These are things they could have done. They could have produced a plane ticket overseas to show that Efron actually left Los Angeles. After went to the shooting range 2 weeks before the incident, they didn't do that. They could have called ASAP Ari to corroborate the conversation that he allegedly had, that allegedly happened on November 5th, the day before the incident, with Barry and Rocky, which really claims Rocky's bad mouth. No phone records, that nothing. Then, of course, they could have tested Efron's casings to see if they came from the magazine found at Rocky's house prior to the trial. They could have tested Rocky's DNA against those casings or the magazine. They did. Those are just some of the things, and those are deficiencies in the evidence. And they create reasonable doubts. Reasonable doubts. And especially when you consider what Willie did with the photos of those shell casings. People were running to the police saying, hey, help the victim of crime. He tried to extort money out of Rocky, like on Rocky and his managers. And I want to remind you that there are two hurdles of prosecution has overcome state conviction in this case. First, proving that Rocky did not carry the problem. And then, of course, they can't do that beyond reasonable doubt. I think close. And then, of course, the judge instructions told you should stop right there and find out. And find not guilty. But also, the judge instructed you that regardless of whether you possess a prop or not, you must find not guilty for the prosecution and not disprove that he acted self-defense or defense. Another beyond reasonable doubt. In this case, there's clear evidence of self-defense on another. And by the way, I heard Mr. Holmes say in his summation, that's a new defense. It's not a new defense. We talked about our summation in our opening statement a month ago. The judge gave the instruction on it, not because he was doing me a favor. The judge gave the instruction on it because there's a view of the evidence that supports it. Right there, company shouldn't even get to self-defense. But it's there. It's another layer that they have to overcome beyond the reasonable doubt. And Rocky was the aggressor. There's no question. In their opening statement, they said Rocky was the aggressor. Rocky was the one who saw confrontation and made everything possible.
Self-defense all day. Self-defense all day.
Right from the beginning,
If they find the gun was real, it's self-defense all day.
Actually, there's something happening. Well, they claimed that Raleigh used ills as a human shield. What they did not want you to see was after it was all done, and Rocky's out of the picture, Chloe's already going out. They cut Billy running back towards Hills and attacking Hills again. So the human shield thing is still over there. I looked out of the picture. And Melvin goes back and takes one more parting shot at Hills to the left before he goes off to the right. They got that out of it. Of course, they don't want you to see that. That's very damning to their case. Actually cut it out of there. They're going to show that. What else is there? You see it here. The first shot actually occurred on the 1616 piece of Delmar video, which is why Nick Flora's testimony established that they mistimed the first shot. Remember that Flores talked about this. As opposed to our video, which you know is accurate timing based on two things: your eyes and shoulder. It's not a game. There's way too much at stake. It's like this. It's not a game. Flores gave us uncomfortable testimony in that regard. It was a rough estimate. He said they tried. That's not good enough. They give an example how their timing was off by a full second. I showed you the video where only said 8 seconds, yet it was 9 seconds. And of course, yeah, it was. But I didn't make it. I didn't make it. So if you look at evidence, it shows that really not rocket physics. So look, you look at 3 things to show that: communications, intent, and actions. So I want to just quickly get through that and then move on. But communications, intent, and actions. Let's start with communications. The prosecution wants you to believe that the events on November 6, 2021 started the day before when Roly Tank was in the car with ASAP Bobby and supposedly heard Rocky say at that end, Relly, I'll beat him up. First of all, and Rocky is going to say he's going to beat Relly up in any lifetime. He's not, I mean, I think Relly will make fun of him, in front of his manhood, hold him to the right word name. He's not a gangster, he's not. Certainly, he's not. He's beating Relly up. What's the proof of that? What's the proof of that conversation? That started it all. I showed Rocky the aggressor. No text messages, no phone records, no recorded statements, no other witnesses. And of course, the one guy who heard it, it's that Bob who runs his still aggressor. Yeah, we're in here.
He deletes his
Say, yeah.
texts.
That's what he said. So we just have to think Relly's word. Just his word. There's so many reasons you can't just take your word on anything. You saw him lie over and over to you. Over and over. You can't joke.
If Relly had nothing to hide, he wouldn't deleted his text messages. That's that in a nutshell. Whether it makes him look bad or not, he wouldn't have deleted them. That's my opinion.
They embrace his position on that. They embrace it. Remember what I showed you?
He grabbed Rocky first.
Text messages from Rocky to Relly on the way to the Playboy Party concert on November 6th, 2021, 9:34.
Playboy Cardi concert.
So why eggs where you're at, Let's get to the top of my calls. It shows this. That's the, I can speak. 613. I have that right. I showed you that. They want you to believe that these were sinister messages, and that Rocky therefore was the aggressor. First of all, we heard from 12-year-old Buffaloes who said that there was nothing aggressive about the messages. He heard the calls. They were late for this Playboy Cardi concert, that is, and they were trying to connect with Relly. But what else did you want? When the prosecution showed you those texts, they want you to believe that those are the first messages of November 6, 2021. What you learned was that Relly deleted the messages before that. the early message that showed Willie's true character, his true animosity, his true aggression towards Rocky, his true intentions of meeting Rocky that night. He deleted messages before giving his phone to the police. On November 6, 2021, at 10:30 a.m., Relly texts Rocky first, saying this. Said it, Pete. You got all this fake animosity towards me. LOL, beat me up, and I wish you would. Give me a reason. And you've been up.
That he deleted.
Clear, he wanted a reason to fight Rocky. He clear that. In fact, he said something clear. He said, on the start this morning, what do you say? What do you say under that color? Give me a reason, he answers. And then I say, a reason to what? Fight you, or whatever, at this point. So he says, give me a reason. He's explaining that meant to fight. Fight Rocky. Those were the first messages of the evening. You didn't see that. They presented the other message from Rocky as the only message of that day. That one was a bit more. Because they were lied to them, lied to the police, and deleted messages. Destroyed evidence in this case. Which is fine to do. Really, if he deleted those messages before turning his phone over to law enforcement, he lied to it first. There's a big shock to me. First, he said, I don't recall. Then I showed him the messages. What did he say next? His go-to line. See the messages? It's fake. It's fake. Anything that crushed it was fake. It's fake. You heard that a lot from him at this trial when confronted with his own words, whether text or recorded conversations, it's fake. But he ultimately admitted he sent those texts to Rocky that day. But obviously, he didn't like the way he would look to the police. He chose to be the aggressor. So, he didn't fit his narrative. So, what did he do? Believe it. What other communications, while they were on communication still, leading up to the November 6th altercation, you saw text messages from Relly, who was friend Hi Y on October 16th. 2021. Well, was in LA. And he said, if Rocky don't, this is considered, if Rocky don't do shit for this boy at funeral, I'm gonna beat that end up. So he's now ready to beat Rocky up because he didn't think you heard about this. ASAP member, ASAP Josh, has to work. Rocky stepped up and basically why did we come back to New York at the funeral festival? For some reason, Belly, someone just thought Rocky didn't take care of that. So he went back again. He learned. So Belly sent that message on October 16th, ready to beat Rocky. Of course, when I first showed him that message, they objected. Not sure why that's his message. Because they didn't want you to see that. Ready to beat Rocky up. Why? Why did that not be well confused? It's offensive. That is offensive. That we had to bring that to you. Relly's willingness to lie over and over again without regard for his own tell the truth is offensive. When I asked Relly if he sent that message to, he sent the message about being a Rocky, he lied again. Pulling back to his usual answer. I don't recall what I said. So I showed him in his response. What am I looking at? His text messages. He said, sorry to read that for you guys. Sorry for me. But what he says, what am I looking at? That text. I don't recall that. I don't remember that. I wouldn't even write that, he said. That's the bottom of that. didn't write that. When I explained to him that the text was given to us from his phone, from the district attorney's office, he changed his answer. Dude, this means nothing. Even if it was okay. Yes. I mean, just like that. Just like that. I don't write that. I don't write like that, dude. Sir, this was given to us from your cell phone. Are you saying that's not yours? This means nothing, even if it was okay. Yes. So in a matter of 5 seconds, you went from that's not me. I write like that. Oh, they gave it to you from my house. Okay. Yes, it is. That's perjury. Ladies and gentlemen, that's perjury. Again. That's crime, by the way, perjury. So I then asked Relly in that message that he said, if the N-word in this message, I'm going to beat that N up for Rocky. And you know what his answer was? They don't recall. Seriously. The message said, if Rocky don't do shit for this boy funeral, I'm going to beat that N up. So why did he say I don't recall? Because he knew that message showed his animosity towards Rocky. It showed his aggression and it showed his intent. That's why we can't bring that message up to you. We had to show you that. That didn't come undirected. His intent. Number 2. Brother, his message made clear he was the aggressor. They gave a window into his intent. So was his testimony. When I asked him if he was upset in his belief that Rocky didn't follow his promise, they accept justice. Well, suddenly didn't know what the word upset meant. Literally what he said. I don't know what the word upset means. So I showed him his prior sworn testimony at the preliminary hearing, which was also on oath. Yeah. That's good for him. Question. You were upset, right? Answer yes. So what do you do? Again, you just changed sworn testimony in this courtroom in front of you. I said, well, no big deal. Yeah, I would be upset, he said. So, or he didn't even know what it meant a minute ago. He said, yeah, I was upset. His oath means nothing to that man. Absolutely nothing. You know what I told you I could say whatever I want. And so at that time again, when I asked if he was pissed on November 6, 2021, and he was going to meet Rocky, he once again said, I don't recall. I don't recall answers. I once wanted to confront him with his prior statement again. The truth out of him this time, a recorded statement through the district attorney, Mr. Siegel. Brett Engel from the district attorney's office back in 2022. And he said, oh yeah, I was missed. Again, why did he first say I don't recall? That he was missed. When he had said it in so many places over the years, but he didn't want this. He knows that makes not be the November 6, 2021. We were talking specifically about November 6, 2021, when he was pissed. You know he was angry on November 6, 2021. You know he was pissed and upset. Rocky. You know Willie was jealous of him. He was very clear to her. Tell that person was Jenny. We'll get to that. He said, I made that. He was the enemy. I made that. You heard really criticize Rocky saying it's been open-ended promises forever with him. Trouble told he wasn't true. He was very generous. And he got his first record deal. He moved everyone, 20 guys from East Avenue to his apartment in New York. You heard Billy complain that he couldn't be involved with Rocky in the music industry and that he wasn't even trying to be a host in 2021. But despite that, he saw messages in the group chat with Rocky, Relly, and Relly's business partner, this is Justin Benet, August 6, 2021. You saw the point that exchange Relly trying to get Rocky to help him professionally and interested, but asked me to jump on a call, which Rocky was happy to do. But apparently not fast enough. Relly doesn't respond fast enough. Relly sent a message back to channel August 5th, 2021 saying, exactly, here it is, exactly my point. LOL. July 24th, FU and ASAP, fake ass N, FU goofy. Make no mistake about this. Really was jealous of Rocky and his success. He wanted the world to think he was successful. And that's why we went with these Instagram posts of his, with his lavish lifestyle and his lot of cash and private planes and stuff he posted. However, the truth was anything but what he tried to make the world believe. So his bank accounts, and he was meant to be multi-millionaire with $700,000 back. That was important. And that has to do with his jealousy and his greed. And there's no question he was jealous and angry about success. Being as aggressive as he is, really, he didn't do much to hide his true feelings except for one. At least he tried first. He tried. Remember what he said about whether he would say, "F you, Rocky"? He asked by the prosecution on that one. Would you ever say "F you, Rocky"? And you know, if you did, would you mean it? And he said, "Well, if I said F you, it was sort of wishy-washy with love." So he said, "So first, he yelled, well, that's disrespecting him, asking questions. He was like, he was ready to jump off that stand. And that was in front of you, people. And just imagine what he's like in the street. It doesn't take too much imagination when his actions were caught on video. I'm sure that he claimed coming back to the scene, by the way, to take photographs of cameras there after the incident. He said, "I'm back. Take photographs of cameras." Well, you know if that was true, you would have seen those photographs. They didn't show you those photographs because they don't exist. They don't exist. Apart from his word, there's absolutely no evidence that really had photographed a single camera at the scene. And that's because the last thing he wanted was for the police to see what's actually happening with these locations. Let's hope they have to say this to you. I just hope I had actual patience by my persistence and my zeal. Yeah, I've never learned how to talk about human liberty or human faith concisely or complacently. I just don't have the ability. I just don't have that happen. And I know I'm covering a lot of material, but I don't know like what we need here, what we don't need here. I don't know, you know, from both or something like that. You know that already. I know you can't say anything, but I just can't sit down with all that's online and thinking I didn't cover something. So please bear with me. It's the long process, but it's my last chance to speak to you. And again, there's so much writing on this that I just can't be brief. I can't cut corners here. So please accept my apology that I'm going on and on. It's important, and I just don't know what's important for you guys. So please. So, the one on Argyle Avenue, each of those two instances, the one on Argyle Avenue, the other one on 1 of East Lamar, Rowan was expressing both his anger, jealousy, and hate. And followed through on his direct just a few weeks before. Now, I'm going to read that up. During his testimony back, his expectations on the way to meet Rocky was clear, and he was looking for a plan. And to use all his words, he thought, if there was going to be no patient, quote, there would be a bit of rough. In fact, although he again first tried to hide another one of his I calls, he then admitted under oath that when men are angry, they fight. That's what people do. When they're angry, they fight. And despite his initial effort to make it legal otherwise, on November 6, 2021, he was angry. He showed that anger on display. During the opening statement, the prosecution said that you see on video Mr. Mayor is immediately is aggressive towards Mr. Efron. They told you that Rocky is pushing Efron backwards as he pushes the ball down out of view. Well, let's see if that plays out. I'm going to show you this video. You can see for yourself. The first one reaching out is Efron. He was the first one to make physical contact with Rocky with his left hand. And you also heard that from Joel. He was there. Cool. Rocky's right hand's not even up yet. He then puts it up. And as Colby told you, consistent with that video, it was relatively red at first. In fact, Ruddy realized his actions in this video were wrong for him. So, although he first testified that he was a lefty while watching himself in this video, he dropped his left hand, he suddenly switched to being right. Remember that, that's what I said. I'm a lefty. I'm not right. There's always that to read that. He switched to being a lefty to a right. He said, I can see I was stopping a little. Like I said, I'm left. I'm not right. But your left hand or right hand is not one of those things you get. It's not one of those things you mix up. Why lie about that? Why try to minimize? Because the video showed him doing that. When you just saw being the first aggressor, the one make contact first, and type the prosecution's wrong about that video. It does not show Rocky as the one who is the aggressor immediately for that trouble. It doesn't. And what else does it show you? It does not show you the prosecution promised it would show you, which is Rocky pushing Willie ball off the screen. It shows the opposite, and I'm going to show you what happened. You've all seen and heard about how much bigger control the rally is enough. Not a fact in the street. Consistent with that, 12, we told you that Willie was pulling Rocky off the screen. But you know who else told you that? Willie told you that. He told you I was pulling. That's his testimony. For a standard operating procedure, when I first asked Willie if he was pulling Rocky back, he said he didn't recall, he didn't know. Then, after the impeachment was right, that's when we heard his answer. He was walking in, I tried pulling him back. That's really, I'm not hearing, he tried pulling him back. And that's what he's doing on the video. He's pulling Rocky back. During that opening statement, with respect to the first incident, the prosecution also took that Rocky produced a similar amount of pistols and pointed at Relly. And pointed at Relly, it's how many to let's break that down. Yeah, it really shows. First of all, the object was not the same. This was a gun. That's pretty clear from the evidence. Not only with testimony, the fact that there's no evidence of shooting. But beyond that, Rocky certainly did not point at it. The video shows that, and probably told you that. In fact, based on Relly's own testimony, the object was put away when two people walked down the street, and as a result of that, whatever Relly claims Rocky did with it, while they all counted to the right, meaning inside that parking garage. That's a problem for them because they were off camera in the parking garage for only seconds. Only seconds. Not long enough for Relly to just happen to what he described after. What's the evidence show about this? He again lied, didn't change the story about what happened in that he circled the parking garage. It's not on camera. He testified here. He said, Relly said that Rocky just pointed the object at his head, nothing more. He denied here that there was any physical contact with his body and the object. He denied that. But when he spoke to the district attorney about this in that prior recorded statement in 2022, he completely diversion. He said that Rocky actually pressed the barrel of the gun against his stomach and pushed. Why the different version? Because we talk about this. Real time. Sometimes you just can't get it straight. The truth never changes. In that regard, remember what Willie first said to the best boss that Kirk Anderson had, one of the last witnesses for the prosecution maybe last week. When he reported this incident on November 8th, 2 days later, Officer Anderson told you that Willie said Rocky pulled out the gun from 5 to 10 feet away as he was approaching. You know that's 2 days later. The video doesn't show that happening, but of course, Riley first reported this incident. He didn't know that it was video. In other words, Riley could not say whatever he wanted to say. But he stopped from trying. Then he said that Rocky said, incident, I'm going to kill you right now. That was his for fuel. I'm going to kill you right now. Now, folks, if someone says that to you, you're not likely to forget those words. That's going to be in your mind's eye for a long time. I'm going to kill you right now. As a pointing gun. You're not going to forget them if they're truthful. If they're truthful. So why confronted him with his prior statement to the district attorney recorded so it can be taken. Only a year after the incident, in 2022, 3.5 years later, like trial testimony, only a year after, what did he say then about this? He told the district attorney, I'll record it 1 year later. And Rocky's like, he's saying something I don't remember because it was like a long time ago. I don't remember what he was saying. First of all, it was a year later. That was a long time ago. 3 years later, he remembers doing the next thing. A year later, he doesn't remember what he was saying. It was a long time ago. Again, the truth is not easy. Sorry, the truth is easy to keep straight. That's the truth. Underlying the reading of stories, you can't remember the lie all the time. And that's when these things happen.
I'm going to refresh really quick. So give me a moment.
These things happen. So what's his explanation for? What do you different answers on that? What's the explanation? His explanation is, we told you all. When I asked him, I'm getting tired of talking to everyone, bro. That was serious. I'm getting tired of talking. He said, Rocky said, kill you.
Let's see if this works now.
A year after this incident, you said, it was too long ago, we don't remember what he said. What's the story, Mr. I'm getting tired of talking to everyone, bro. That's it. This is my 30 million. My 30 M's. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna talk. This is the man they want you to believe beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think we know from using our God-given common sense, the truth doesn't keep changing. It doesn't keep changing. You don't get inconsistent version of the truth. You don't need to memorize the truth. One last thing on this point. That first incident. You heard Trolley explain how he believed was his observations. How he believed the prop gun came into Rocky's hand during that first location. Anyway, probably what it looked like was that Rocky sweat hands were falling down. You actually do see that in the video. And then Rocky was lifting off the ground. You see that? And that Rocky grabbed prop gun could just like a little clip. That shows belief on what he saw in that chaotic moment. You have the video, watch it yourself. Along with that video, that Trolley's testimony. And that makes this clear. Rocky was being strong armed by Rutherford. No question about that. You see, he choked at one point. By Rutherford, Trolley pointed out. He was grabbed, and he was pulled, he was jostled. And under those circumstances, Rocky's action, that big power will always be justified. His honor will be the law on self. He has some sheets there. Jury instructions with you, take back. They have disproved beyond the reasonable doubt. They can't do that. That's a very heavy burden to carry. They won't be able to carry it. No, that's your problem. And you know who tells you that? Not just the video. Not just 12. Not just the video that you saw. Not just 12. You know who else tells you? Your self-defense. Really? When Riley was talking to Wallace and Jenny, at a time he didn't think he was being recorded. The report is called fake. Here's what he said. You tried to test me and pull on a gun for self-defense. Well, so the guy wanting 30 million, the quote-unquote complaining witness in this case, $3 million. He's saying that he pulled out a gun for self-defense. But somehow you are supposed to believe he wasn't in self-defense. That's his words. That's Kobe's words, and the video shows that. That's it. That's it. Their own so-called victim saying Rocky had in self-defense. How they prove otherwise? Beyond a reasonable doubt. They cannot. One last thing on this one. Watch the video. Rocky told him the prophet is non-dominant left. But he followed them. He told you that he did it. His answer was negative. Negative. So I tried to impeach him with his prior testimony. Asking him whether he just said it was incorrect that he followed. And what brother did, he became belligerent with me. Asking me, what was that? What are you talking about? Because you tripped. Like, I don't understand. He really understood full well what was happening. They understood full well what was happening. Because when I tried to question really about this, there was an objection saying that the word following was made. Following was made. anyone in this courtroom not understand the word following? Don't shield witness like that. But we said that previously on growth. They knew that. And despite efforts, not you hear that. Well, you heard it yourself. Well, he testified previously after the location of the parking garage that he followed Rocky 12 emails. Followed. So why did Relly and the prosecution fight so hard? Record of hearing that. Because they knew that's not the act of a victim. And certainly not the one who thinks just because knowing this with a real gun. That's not the act of a victim. That alone, folks, is another reason that puts the nail in the coffin in this case. That is not the action. Following someone who just put a gun on you. What it is, you know it's a real gun, you're following. Not only follow them, verbally assaulting them. We'll talk about that again soon, right? Now remember what Relly did as he followed Rocky 12 emails. Relly was living the entire time. He told you that. He was ready to hit 12. He said, ready to hit 12. But only after answering, it's not here. Honestly. Were you ready to hit 12? Right. Court said, yes, no, I remember, I don't know. Court was getting options. The witness. His answer was, are you ready to hit 12? Was yes, no. No, I don't recall. I don't know. Yes, no, I don't recall. So, this is a game. Again, I remind everyone. This is their only complaining witness. Their only witness to the events of that night, taking the witness stand, making serious accusations against somebody that have serious ramifications. You need to, when you get to assess regularly. This man can't give you a straight answer, not having pulled from him, not having court non-shaming. You remember this one? He's telling me what to do. Literally, he's telling me what to do by the trying question. That's why he was on witness stand 5 days. The court won't say, no, don't tell Mr. Pack what to do. His job is to ask questions. Your job is to answer questions. That was instructing me how I should ask what I should do about the question. I see on witness stand. In any event, Relly openly admitted that he was ready to go. And after initially denying it, Relly also admitted he told the district attorney on 2022 and 2020 that he hated bills. Here we all love bills, told you. He told the DA 1 year later after he with that hatred festering and he followed Rocky 12 bills and he screamed at all. And why do you do that? Why do you follow him? He said about that. Because Trump put a knife away. That's why. First of all, that doesn't make sense in any world. According to Relly, he decided to follow someone who claimed had a gun and ready to kill him because he saw a knife being put away. That's why he said he followed. That defies common sense. Second, you heard from Officer Anderson. He testified in the trial at the end of his guy who was lucky enough to receive her letter on November 8th, 2021, and heard him say, well, he never mentioned anything about a knife when he first reported this case. Back to the officer. Anderson Relly told him that 12B actually tried to de-escalate the situation. That's what Officer Anderson said. Well, 2 days later. And third, now that you heard from Trump himself, and he told you it wasn't true, he didn't carry a knife. And we don't believe, is there any real question about which of them is more legal, Relly or 12B? You didn't assess the credibility there. Credibility is based on everything. The way they answer questions. Did they get caught? Were they impeached? Were they inconsistent? How was their demeanor? Relly didn't follow Rocky 12 because he saw He did it because he was angry and jealous. He did it because he wanted revenge. You heard when he was yelling at his father. Well, Ilse was cracking. You heard that Ilse had some serious problems with that. You heard it. He said 12 years you live in the projects. Mocking that whole thing. Like, how horrible. You're not as successful. You live in the projects. Now, Rocky had failed us all. Rocky failed us all. Like, he was his ward. That last line shows you there's no question it was anger. And the second multiplication, and those dangerous feelings came to a point when really everyone else reached that corner piece of the wall. Point to them. When they reached the corner piece of the wall, Rocky just turned around and started fighting. For no reason. You start fighting. And then really used Ilse as a human shield, he said. The end shows you that's absolutely not what happened. The entire time, the entire time that Billy was all right, he was trying to get away from it. He was verbally assaulting Rocky. That's a word. It's not a word. You heard that. Billy didn't told you that. Billy told you that. He was the first one walking away. It was Relly who was acting crazy and screaming for Chloe. So why did Rocky suddenly go from 0 to 100 for no reason at all to shoot him? What he did, and it doesn't make sense. But what does make sense is what you saw for yourself on the video that I'm going to show you again. And what do you see for yourself on the video? What Chloe explained. That Relly was looking for a fight, as he already said. That he attacked Ilse. And that Rocky fired one shot with a prop gun in self-defense and defense of another. And the prosecution played you a video called the sequence surveillance video. I'm going to show you that video again. Which plays the first shot from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video over the 1660 East Del Mar video. Before Relly Red Hills. That video plays the first shot before Relly Red Hills. That was meant to be stitched. Because that did not happen. That's not what happened. You heard from Detective Flores on this. That sequence surveillance video, that's what it's called. Sequence surveillance video was made by hand. So the cursor bouncing around there. And it was a rough approximation. Rough approximation. What happened? Rough. Where every second here counts. That's a rough approximation. So we tried to put the sound into the video. It was a rough approximation. No. Rough approximation is not truly a reasonable character. He also told you the first shot it did would have actually occurred at a later point if the 6200 Hollywood video was fast. And what did we see the other day when he was testifying? We looked at that video in real time. It was really fast. It was fast. And of course, oh yeah, one thing says 9 seconds, one says 8 right. So we know the sequence surveillance video was wrong. In fact, the Detective Flores went distance himself on it. He said, I was okay. Who did? Just believe the Detective Flores. I know he didn't make it, but who did? Where did it come from? We never told that. We told you how they made it. That rough approximation that turned out to be wrong. We just threw it together, hoping that would be sufficient. Never will accept that as the video. With the sound, and that's the time. Hoping no one would notice passion. We did. That's what they're trying to pass off as evidence in a crucial issue in this case. Did Rocky fight before or after Relly runs it? Because that changes Rocky's mindset at that point. Prosecution wants to believe Rocky shot first. No reason. And that Relly then dove for Ilse's situation. That's not what happened. You heard from 12 who looked at the enlarged video that we introduced. We want the first shot happening after Relly lunged for Ilse. After Relly hit Ilse multiple times. And 12 told you, he narrated that video would actually come in. Whether or not you see him. His arm go out with that first shot. And that's when the first shot is. It's well after Relly's in full-blown attack mode on it. And Roman culture back when the prosecution cross-examined him, they did everything possible. Everything possible. Not letting it say what happened. Yelled at him. And yes, no answers. They rated him. Anything but let him explain. They did that with 12 compliant witness, respectful witness. Over and over. But when I asked questions, brother, I got speeches, insults, not answers. I didn't come on. I didn't just know. If you want to type the news on his own network, let him fill in. But they kept cutting both off because they want to see what really happened.
No, that's improper argument. Here's another. Yeah.
I'm gonna wait. See. That's why the prosecution in their case detectives didn't even try to speak 12 for 3.5 years. They knew who it was. They knew where he lived. 3.5 years they didn't try to speak to 12. Yeah, to trial. Or no, sorry. Not even. As a trial started. They asked him what with the judge. You want to speak to us? So they did a trial. Very similar. Was a witness. 3.5 years, I didn't think. Good job. But to try to make things otherwise, they asked Detective Flores on the rack whether 12 would agree to an interview. Detective Flores said no. That was it. No. Which would leave you with an impression I would understand that 12 was not cooperating. What you learned on the cross-examination that Detective Flores only first started speaking to 12 a couple weeks ago in 2025. Come on. I asked Detective Flores, is January 2025 the first time you tried to control me? About what happened on November 6, 2021? His answer was correct. Me personally, yes. So I had to follow up that one with you personally. You say you personally. How about anyone else from the police department? His answer was no, that would be the first time. Detective Flores seriously think I was just asking about me personally? Of course not. That would be devastating. So I had to go through 3 layers of that. Oh, here it would be. We put it on. Move on. What's up? Sorry. Nice beach. The beach anyway, ladies and gentlemen. That doesn't prove it. That's the so new one thing. Some said, yeah. Exactly what he said. 12 would we be interviewed by you? You said no, he wouldn't. Remember? Yes. Are you referring to 2 weeks ago? In court here? Yes. Is that the first time you tried to you? Yes. So in January 2025, the first time you tried to control the documents that occurred on November 6, 2021? Correct. Me personally, yes. How about anyone else from your police department? Yes. No. That would be the first time, correct. Why did I bring that out on cross? Come on. Search for the truth. Why is that all coming out on the record? As opposed to leaving with the impression of blindsided, not to get up and cross-examine. Well, I was asleep. You left the impression fairly. That 12 was not blind, wasn't Walker didn't want to speak, but he refused to be accused. That's not the case. And they've been told 12. We told you what happened. His testimony is consistent with what's in on that video. Look. That's the defense exhibit he I would say this. Thank God. Thank God. Before you play the one. When I was listening to this almost summation, the first summation that they get, it was as if he never saw this video. This is the exact right time of what happened. Based on the video, based on 12 testimony, based on the detectives were saying their video was a second too fast. You see really wrong neighbors. He made this expression. In his opening statement, in my opening. Now, I promised you I was going to bring pictures of ills to show you. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't make promises. I promise you, I never said it. As a matter of fact, they get to go again. I will not object if they go by opening statement.
No, that's improper.
Show me anywhere where I promised pictures of ills. I never did. But that was argued to yesterday. Why?
Okay, I'm gonna try this other browser. Hey, Hood. Sorry, I've been working on this stupid thing, but I'm gonna try this other browser because Hood, is it still crackly or has it stopped? Maybe not here. Give me 5 seconds. I mean, well, more than 5 seconds, but yeah. Give me a moment. I'll be right back.
Rocky's gone. Schroeder's about to go. Bills is stuck in the upper left-hand corner there. Watch Charlie go back after him one more time left before he goes right. Bill's running away, he falls. And then Charlie goes off to the right. Now, we have to break that down a little slower, just very fast what happens. Again, guys, when you're deliberating, you get to see this. Right? Back in the room? Yeah. Do they, does this get to go back in the room with them? Video? Yeah. Oh, good. So, you can see as much as you want, as long as you want, as slow as you want, as fast as you want. But look, that didn't stop early. I'm not going to that in the end. What you see is him repeatedly hitting hills, move towards Schroeder, and try to hit it. And look, you see Relly literally cocking his arm back and slugging Hills. I'm going to try and show it to you here. I'm going to get that pointer.
I don't know if this is better or not. Hopefully it is, now that I lost everybody.
You all in the back. Can everyone back there see? Yep. Big head. Okay. Wow. Be gentle on the screen. There's Rocky. There's 12 feet. There's Ills. And there's Relly. And boom, he's going after him. He's tussling. And there's the first shot. There's the second. And look at his arm going back and forth here. Can you go back for a second, guys? Look, you see the arm going back and
Hey,
forth.
Nikki.
Go back one more time, guys. A little further. Please, thank you. Watch his arm. Boom, and you see the head of Ills there, going back and forth. And why does 12 tell you he ran? One more time, guys, please.
It's self-defense all day.
Relly coming at him. And
It's
he has that
self-defense all day.
hernia, renal hernia, whatever that is, and he couldn't fight. Watch. He's right there. Then he sees him coming, and he runs because he can't fight.
And he's shooting it like up in the air. He's shooting it like up in the air. It's not even.
It's over. Why is he still fighting? And he just knocks those down.
I don't even really pay attention to ASAP Rocky, but for some reason I hate
He
this.
cuts off this part.
Right. I don't either. Like,
Boom.
I'm not a
One more.
fan. I'm
He
not,
erases
but I
and
hate
goes
this for him. This
to
is
the right
this.
knees.
It sucks.
Well, the good news is you get to take that back.
But I think it's self-defense all day. Whether people want to believe it's a real gun, fake gun, I don't care. It's still self-defense.
Stop wherever you want.
So,
I encourage you
we'll
to
see.
get best defenses at the EE. That's the right time.
but the rate they're going, shit, they ain't gonna do jury. I mean, they ain't gonna do deliberations until Monday.
Rocky's arm goes like that. That's where the shot is. I really described that. That's what he's doing. He's shooting down himself. It's after Relly attacks him. Boom. He's hitting Hills. Boom. You hear the shot.
I don't hear the babies in the courtroom today, though. Yesterday, Rihanna brought the babies.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no real question that Relly was the aggressor here. The video from 16 Visa Del Mar makes that perfectly clear. Perfectly clear. The real video, not the rough one. That was
Whether
all
you
biased.
believe it's real or
Makes
fake,
you all
it's still self-defense all day.
I mean, their video, you hear a shot, and then Rocky shoots. That's the video that captures. what
He
happened.
didn't go
So,
forward.
narrated for you.
He didn't lunge forward. Come on,
He
Takapino.
wasn't using Hills as you.
That
He
doesn't-
wasn't underneath
that
or
doesn't
behind
help
Hills. He
him.
was on top of Hills. That's not how you use the human shield. And 12, he told you that he told Rocky to leave because of the noise, because of the status of the high-profile person. Rocky ultimately left, but still, after that, Relly continued to attack Hills. They, as mentioned, they cut off their video, so you didn't see that anymore. I'm hoping, oh no, so let's play their video real quick. Can we play theirs? This is their video. Watch what's cut off at the end. Rocky's going.
He was shooting up in the air and down in the ground. He is not fucking aiming it at anybody.
He runs.
I've seen that video so many fucking times.
16 Visa Del Mar. 16 Visa Del Mar is cut off. Go back one more time, just where it gets cut off. Combined surveillance video. That's the one. What you know happens next is Relly, they're out of the picture now. Relly goes back and hits Hills again. 12 will describe it for you. Why did that not make it into this video? Go ahead. Boom. And I think this chair is a little, the nail sticking out, by the way. Just so you know.
That wasn't me.
I know that wasn't you. Is there a bill like sent for the suit that you sent?
Oh no!
Anyway, don't worry about it. Don't be silly.
Send a bill for a suit.
Okay.
Wonder if he
Anyway,
ripped a hole
the
in
video,
his
folks, the
pants
video
and then he's
itself.
showing ass
The
everywhere.
video itself
Oh, that would be
by
horrible.
itself is reasonable doubt. It's a reasonable doubt in this case.
No wonder Relly was uncomfortable on that thing. Besides, he was
Just
lying,
makes
but
clear
that's
that their
besides the
case
point.
does not hold water, that Relly was the aggressor, that Rocky acted
He
as
sure
a
was the
and so
aggressor.
that's
He's seen a payday.
kind of propped up.
That's what he did.
Girls
He's
will
seen
be
a
dead.
fucking payday.
That was a real gun on that second shot. And again, the judge, they didn't trust no self-defense. I have to discuss it with you. What matters is the defendant's perspective is what matters. And what he thought was right at the time. Judge gave instruction on that, reasonableness and all that stuff. You have to listen to that.
Hey, Smoke.
The prosecution must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not act reasonably, Rocky. It has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not act in self-defense of another. If you have any questions in your mind as to whether he acted in self-defense or defense of another, if you have some doubt or some concern that
Shush.
just may have acted in defense of himself or another, you have to stop. Not guilty.
He's already stated in the law. It's true.
Does it stay in the law?
Yes,
I'm sorry?
what you said, it's not true. Here's a jury instruction that's already been given to you. This applies to everybody. You must follow the law as I explained it to you, even if you disagree with it. If you believe that the attorney's comments on the law conflict with my instructions, you must follow my instructions.
But I think I understand what Mr. Lewis' objection was. Actually, it was right. I said some doubt. It's not some doubt. It's a reasonable doubt.
That is right.
It's a reasonable. Okay. So, no swap. So if you have a reasonable doubt that he may have acted in self-defense of another, you have to stop.
Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Heart On Day, Smoke.
Even if you get that far, because you should.
That's what I call Valentine's Day. You're supposed to have your heart on.
What? There's a
Heart.
possibility he acted in
Heart.
self-defense.
Heart on. Not heart on. Heart on.
Rocky, now we
Get
gotta
your mind
address
out
this.
together,
Rocky didn't testify
child.
in this case. And you heard the judge's instructions about that the defendant has a constitutional right not to testify.
That's what it's
From
meant for, is
selection
for
about that.
people to be. Where is.
And that decision
Keeping-
is not considered during your deliberations.
Well,
With that said, during your deliberations, keep in mind. that there
dump
was
a
nothing
thingy
more
down it.
said than what was already explained.
What?
by both our witnesses.
I can't hear you.
It's like making a. Know that for a long time.
What do you mean making a weird noise?
Heard from Chloe, who explained what happened that night. And Rocky.
Can you help me find the end to this?
How Rocky got possession of the prop gun, why he carried it, and where it went. There's really nothing
You're
more,
searching.
aside from the video, 12 and Lily, for Rocky to have added to the truth about what
That's an
happened.
improper on you.
Oh, shut up. You know, I don't know how many times. And quit looking at him like that, Lewin. God, I can't stand that dude.
You heard the people say, and I expect them to say it again, the first time that we mentioned the prop gun was during this trial. This Detective Flores' testimony when they tried to ask him
What?
to suggest that this had just come up. Question to Detective Flores. We're doing deposition in criminal cases, correct? Okay. Question.
Okay,
So
good.
basically, what you were being asked are questions related to discovery disclosure in a criminal case. And you said, yes. Okay. So these discovery related matters, and because he didn't receive a discovery notice, is not the same as it just surfaced at trial. Like it was just invented. That's not true. Lou and 12 they told us about this last year. And
Quit crying, Lewin. You crybaby bitch.
of course, Detective Flores,
You know you
law
wanna.
enforcement didn't have a chance to speak to Rocky
Rocky not guilty all day long. I don't care.
after he was arrested. And of
Killing
course,
me.
there's no
I'm gonna
idea.
go out and smoke.
No, who didn't say they never-
Hopefully he won't finish, so I don't have to rush in.
As I said yesterday, I don't know what the evidence is. I don't think anybody remembers every word of every witness. If this is something significant, as I mentioned yesterday, you can ask the court reporter to read it back. The court reporter will have every word that has been spoken. Go ahead.
And of course, had no idea what was said by Rocky to his attorneys back in 2022 when he was arrested. And ever since,
That's also improper argument to rule aside the evidence.
in any event, there's absolutely nothing new, as they're trying to suggest. And look, they also brought up something that I now have to address, that Rocky had an outburst, so to speak, in trial. Okay? Knowing that he's innocent, he had to sit here and listen for more than 3 weeks. Listen to relevant.
This is improper argument.
No, it's addressing what Mr. Krislovic had brought up in his argument. Overruled.
He had to sit here for more than 3 weeks, listening to Relly say the most horrific, most offensive things about him in messages, calling him horrific names. He didn't say a word. He sat in silence. Always composed and respectful to this court and to you all. At some point during a minor, unrelated question, unrelated to November 6, 2021, Ms. Loon was asking 12 the meaning of an acronym in Rocky's bedroom. Rocky did something was a crime. He said, don't say. What does that do with his kids? It was personal to his children. And he asked not to say, okay. He regrets doing that?
Your Honor, there's no evidence in this.
Can you read that back?
Mr. Malone was asking for the meaning of the acronym. And Rocky did something that it was private. He said, don't say it, it had to do with his kid. It was personal to his children. He asked him not to say it.
The jury heard what the question was. The jury heard what Mr. Mayers said. Who did that?
That had absolutely nothing to do with the facts of this case. The truth, what happened on November 6, 2021, whether he carried a prop gun, he didn't commit a crime. The fact that they actually argued that to you in their summation is indicative of just how desperate they are. That was something worth mentioning to you in their summation. Let's talk about the crime of extortion by Relly. That was actually proven in this trial.
Your Honor, that's improper argument.
Overruled.
For legal conclusion, crime of
Overruled.
That's why Rocky told Relly in a text message that night, go to the police. Go to the police. But Relly didn't, not until he got civil lawyers 2 days later, because it was never his intention to go to the police. You heard that loud and clear. And said his end game was always to take Rocky's money based on false accusations. That was always his intention. And that's why that night, instead of getting the police involved, Relly, according to him, with his shell casing that he claims he found, texted the photos of his shell casings and knuckle scrapes to Rocky's manager, John Heyman, saying he was going to be rich. And that following message was sent to his own business partner, Justin Benea, saying, I want to get this end's money within minutes. That was in his mind. And you heard Relly complain in bitterness how Rocky didn't give him opportunities. So when the opportunity presented himself on November 6th, 2021, Relly jumped all over. Right from the beginning, Relly tried to get Rocky's money. Right from the beginning, without going to the police, without even going to a civil lawyer. So you heard from his own mouth what he knew that to be. Words so catastrophic to his claims in this case that his immediate reaction was to lie and say the tapes were fake. Fake. Get those away from me. You have to tell me Nora. Fake. Look.
So you called him because we were presenting fake evidence to you? Yes or no? I don't know how you know. Is this a, 112? The sad part is you guys just keep playing fake. What are you doing? Like fake stuff. I never said none of that. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't fit in with this case. You're trying to slip it in. Okay, stop. All right, let's answer the question.
Fake audio tapes. The fake audio tapes that the district attorney played yesterday with the Terrell Farm name, that's all his quotes. I mean, Terrell Farm was sitting here yesterday, he'd be screaming, "Those are fake!" during Mr. Brzomic's summation. I heard Mr. Brzomic say in his summation, who cares what he said to Wally? Who cares? He did forget the import of that conversation, that he committed perjury to you and said that they were fake when they were real. And, you know, during the cross-examination of Wally, the guy flew from Paris, by the way, honestly, you know, because he had to be here. Okay, literally a 13-hour flight to testify and then take another 13-hour flight back. And the question was, you flew business class, didn't you? Like, as if that were the reason he took 26 hours of plane to get here to testify. I had him on direct examination for 10 minutes because he was here for two things. Do you know anything about this case? I know nothing about this case. Good. Is this tape real? Is that, did you make it? And is that your voice? And is that really voice? Yes, it is. Bye-bye. Have a good flight back. Nope. 2.5 hours on cross-examination. But you know what was never asked on cross-examination? Not even once. Is the tape fake? Is the tape fake? Did you doctor the tape? Not even once. By the way, the tape is spent, I don't know, the portion of the summation playing for you yesterday. We provided to them. We provided them that tape. That they think it's so helpful for them. They know those tapes are death. Death to that case. First of all, the main witness once again committed perjury on a most important issue in this case. Those are fake. He said fake. Get those away. He is a clown. Those tapes are death to Relly's claim and his credibility in their case. As Wallace and Jimmy made clear, they're anything but fake. You heard Relly tell him that you ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion.
You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. Feel me?
But that's exactly what
You're
they
gonna do everything accordingly.
That's exactly what Relly did. Because he didn't have a lawyer until November 8th, 2021. After he already tried to ask for money from Rocky and his manager. And after Relly lied about what he just told Wallace and Jimmy, we called Mrs. Jimmy just to establish the authenticity of those recordings. Nothing more. He knew nothing about this case. And because of the evidentiary rules, we were only allowed to ask Mrs. Jimmy about statements that Relly denied making.
No, that is untrue.
So we had those 5 questions that we asked him. Did he say this? Did he say this? Did he say this? That's the prosecution played other parts of the recordings afterwards. And it was not a gotcha moment. So we gave him those statements. At the time of their discussions, remember this, the Wallace and Jimmy discussions, that was in 2022, after Rocky's arrest already, after he filed his civil suit. They were about the events of November 6, 2021. They were of no significance at all what Relly said to him at that point regarding November 6th, at all. Because he had already been arrested, Rocky. Relly had already been telling his story for months. His fabricated story for months. So that he said it to Wally on a tape makes it more true. If you tell a lie 100 times, it doesn't make it more true. So in an effort to give weight to that story about the incident, those recordings, they played. Rocky was already arrested and he already had a civil suit, and permanent disabilities from a bullet wound, and he needs $30 million. That was his story by then. Big deal, he said to Wally, in part. He still had no qualms lying to Wally at all on those recordings. When it suited him, of course, telling Wally that he was a millionaire and that he made Rocky's career. That was on those recordings too. That wasn't true, either of those things. But when Rowley didn't lie about, however, what he didn't lie was about his intention to pay Rocky's money, which is why he falsely said the recordings were fake. He knew what was coming. And he just said, if I say they're fake, they can't play it. They're fake, get those away from me. Other words, get away from me. So Wallace Jimmy was an IT guy who came in for one reason, authenticate tape, period, end of story. First question I asked him, do you know anything about the facts of this case? No, I don't. He was not brought in here to talk about the facts of this case. But the prosecution, in 2.5 hours of cross-examination, asked him about his motives for making the tape. Is he better friends with Rocky? That's not being a very good friend to Relly. It doesn't matter why he made the tape. Who cares? He could have, whatever his motives were, who cares? He made the tape. It was real. Those were really Relly's words that he said were fake. Whatever his motive was is irrelevant. Even if he wanted to help Rocky, he told you that's how it was that the brother was trying to get involved and he was calling whatever. But whatever his motives were, does it make the tape less real? Or Relly's statements less real? He was never asked one thing about those recordings being real on cross, which means they accept the fact that their witness committed perjury to you when he said they're fake.
That's improper argument.
Fair comment on your.
That should be offensive. And especially to you, the jury, trying to make a decision of such importance in this case. It's a lot on your shoulders. That should be, you should be offended by that, I would say. So what did Relly tell us on those messages? His earlier text messages to Rocky when his manager, when they were trying to get money before his lawsuit, that he never cared about the police. He still doesn't care about the police. Quote, the end game, I'm suing the shit out of him. That's my end game regardless. I don't give a F about no police end. Those are his words on the tape. In fact, Relly only went to the police after his effort to extort Rocky failed. And Relly's civil lawyer said, unless you go to the police, I'm not taking your case. That's why Relly showed up at the police station in Hollywood with a civil lawyer standing next to him 2 days later. What victim of a crime goes to the police station to report a crime with an attorney next to him? Judge, want to do it now? Rick?
If you have 2 more minutes, use
Go
that,
ahead.
otherwise you
Sure,
should break.
sure.
Say again?
I'll do 2 more minutes, just tell me when to stop.
Then we're gonna take a
Yeah.
break.
As quick aside, you heard, by the way, the prosecution questioned Relly about telling the police he heard 3 to 4 shots, but only giving them 2 shell casings before having seen the videos, as if somehow that makes him more credible. That makes no sense. He was there, of course. He knew it was 2 shots. By this time, he already saw the video. He knows it's 2 shots. And in fact, he would exaggerate when speaking to the police. Does not make him more credible. By the way, when we spoke to Wally, he had up to 5 shots. He had up to 5 shots when we spoke to Wally. So before Relly went to the police, even before he went to a civil lawyer, you saw the messages he sent trying to get Rocky's money. Part of his plan to extort Rocky, Relly sent text message to him, falsely accusing Rocky of trying to kill him. Obviously, Rocky knew that was false and was shocked that Relly would even make a claim, so which is why Rocky wrote him back, I tried to lie. Stop making shit up, he wrote him back. And now the prosecution has alluded to the fact that during this trial,
They said that it was sinister messages, like he wasn't admitting to it, but
the one thing though about that, they don't consider one thing.
he told him to go to the police.
Unlike Relly, Rocky didn't have a reason at the time he sent that message about stop making shit up. He didn't have a reason at the time, or think he needed a reason to create a record of events for some later date. At the time he sent those messages, Rocky thought they were between the two of them. And he knew why Relly understood this thing wasn't true, because it wasn't true. Rocky didn't shoot him and was aware that Relly knew he didn't shoot him because a shotgun doesn't shoot bullets. A Star pistol doesn't shoot bullets. Yes, sir.
It's time. You want to finish the thought?
If I could, just a thought.
Finish the thought, and then we'll take it.
And then perfect place to bring it. And that's why after learning soon thereafter that Relly was contacting his manager trying to extort money from him, Rocky was done communicating with Relly. He stopped answering completely and said, go to the police. And what kind of person tells someone to go to the police if they know they've been in front of them? Werner, I could resume from here and come back.
All right, we'll take a break until 11 o'clock, folks. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else. And we'll see you in 15 minutes.
All righty, so he's taking a break. I wasn't expecting him to take this long on closing, but you know, he had a rough start yesterday. That's just my opinion. Now he's tying it all in and bringing it home. Like I said, I don't care if the gun's real, fake, whatever. It was self-defense. At the end of the day, it's self-defense. If they believe the gun's real, it was self-defense. If they believe it was a prop gun, no fucking things were committed.
Do not mention the prosecution's verdict. Here's a quote. On an objection, you overrule it. The prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. It's improper. It's unethical. You said you're not going to tolerate it, and I object. And you make it clear to the
You
jury,
impeached your own
my
witness.
objection
That is perjury.
very clear that the tone that we get when we make an objection that should be sustained.
Oh,
is, what are you doing?
stop.
That's what was said.
You're such a
Lower your voice and
crybaby.
don't yell at me. I told you before, I'll listen to what you say, speak in a normal tone of voice.
Judge, we're doing the best we can to make sure that this trial is ethically conducted.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You shouldn't have brought it.
You overruled repeated objections where they are saying improper things. You just said a moment ago, this is a direct quote. The prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I object. You respond, that's appropriate comment on the evidence. It is not appropriate comment on the evidence, Your Honor. I don't know if you didn't hear it.
I didn't hear that.
So, Judge,
What I heard, I could have been wrong, what I heard was that Mr. Tacopina was describing Relly as committing perjury.
Judge, that's a direct quote. The direct quote was, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. Here's another one. Relly committed extortion. There is no legal.
Do you think the jury's going to ask for what the legal description of extortion is?
Your Honor.
Forcing someone to pay money, that is, quote, extortion.
Yes. Yes.
Forget-
Yes, whether you like it or not. Yes.
Make no record. I mean, you're gonna do what you're gonna do, but I have a right to make no record.
Shut up.
No lawyer can get up here, no lawyer can get up here and tell the jury that a crime has been committed.
He's
when
always
there is no
crying.
instruction on
He's
that.
always
Well,
crying.
Your Honor, that's not the legal definition of extortion. We've objected, and the court again is basically telling me, don't worry about it, it doesn't matter. Your Honor, it does matter. After a while, when there are so many of these things, they add up. And when the court is saying, well, what they don't care about it.
No, I didn't say they don't care about it.
It's in, Your Honor, it's improper argument. And the problem is.
I don't agree with you. I think using the word, quote, extortion to describe the conduct is not improper. I think it's fair comment on the evidence. You, in your rebuttal argument, you can say it wasn't extortion.
Your
You
Honor,
can address it.
Your Honor, the bigger issue, as I said, is the court was repeatedly told.
Uh-oh,
do not
Tacopina's
connect the
getting hot.
prosecution.
So's Rocky.
I'll tell you what,
So's
I didn't
Rocky.
hear that. I'm going to ask Kathy for the exact quote. If that's what was said, I'm going to sustain your objection, and I will apologize for overruling.
Judge, respond, please, on that one issue. Not
Yeah.
everything else. what I said was, and I agree with what I said, but understand the context of it, okay? I didn't say this is more perfect. I didn't say it yesterday, I didn't say it today. The one thing I said, and it was fair comment, was the prosecution accepts their witness committed perjury. And what I mean by that is in regards to one thing, and it's indisputable, Your Honor. It was regarding Relly saying the tape was fake. The tape was fake. They got up, cross-examined Mr. Sajemi, did not ask him if the tape was fake or not, okay? They then put up transcripts of that tape recording with attributions to Mr. Efron. So that means by that, just by that very fact, they accept the fact that he committed perjury. I'm not saying they support it, but they accept that that witness committed perjury. They have to. There's no way, let me finish.
They have
There's
even
no
impeached
other
him.
way for them to move forward.
Rocky
Unless they
looking
say
good.
that wasn't perjury, but it was.
I
because
hate
he
this
said
for him.
that
I
was fake.
fucking hate
You
it.
know that wasn't fake, it was real, that was perjury. So by then moving forward with it, arguing that the tape is.
I really like
important for
his hair.
prosecution,
I really like the
Efron said these
cornrows.
things that when they cross-examined Mr. Jemmy, that wasn't being a good friend to Efron, he made a tape. All that is doing
The
is-
way he's
I said
looking
it's
at
important.
his lawyer.
I didn't say that, I didn't say it yesterday. What it is doing is accepting it, because they didn't say, you know, we have an issue with perjury. It's accept. I said they accepted their witnesses committing perjury. That witness committing perjury on that one issue. That's fair comment, Your Honor. It's not inappropriate. It wasn't disparaging counsel. I didn't say Mr. Lewin. I just said they accepted, and that is true. That there's no other way around it.
It is not fair comment, it is completely unethical.
Oh,
I agree with you.
So, Your Honor.
I agree with you.
What's frightening is Mr. Takina just stood up here and basically defended and said, yeah, I said it, but I can say it. He doesn't know or care about the law. That is clear. And Your Honor, when it's happened 25 times in this trial, with the hiding of evidence, with the late discovery, and with repeated, you told counsel before we started, do not disparage the other side. I said yesterday, you argue what you want about witnesses. You say a witness lied. You do not disparage counsel. You repeated it yesterday. He tried to explain how he didn't make mistakes yesterday, which he did. Now he gets up, he's now admitted, yes, I made that comment, here's why it's appropriate. Your Honor, it's not appropriate. It's completely unethical. It is immoral, and it's not professional. And again, Your Honor, the fact that he is getting up here saying, yeah, I said it, here's why, just demonstrates again, he doesn't know the law or doesn't care.
You're disparaging him, right?
I'm disparaging him because, Your Honor, he's not following the
There
weird.
is not to be any disparaging of either side.
During argument, the jury's not here. I have every right, obligation, and duty to stand up here and point out when he is being unethical. The first time the court catches me being unethical, Your Honor, the court knows, that'll be the first time. Court knows, I don't do that.
Oh,
Court knows,
All
court's
right,
already made.
I've heard enough from both of you. I missed the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I don't think that's fair comment on the evidence. I think that's an improper statement. It infers that the prosecution is allowing perjury to occur. I'm going to sustain your objection, and I'm going to apologize for overruling it, and then move on. If I were the two of you, I would just move on and not make a, bring it to the jury's attention. I would point out, though, I told you at the beginning of arguments that if an objection is made, I'm going to do my best to call it as I see it. You have made 17 objections. I have overruled 12. I have sustained 5. I'm doing the best I can. I will continue to do the best I can, and that's all I can say.
I just want to put on the record that, these remarks about being unethical is not just about had it with him. This from a lawyer who, and I just stated yesterday on it, this from a lawyer who asked in front of a jury for a stipulation that a shooting range was not in California, when either he knew it was in California or had no idea that it was in California. Okay? So he literally asked for a stipulation in front of a jury that he knew was not true or didn't know if it was true. And that's unethical. That's unethical. And this is a guy who, the Ninth Circuit just said lied to a jury in the Branford case.
Your Honor,
So
Your
I
Honor,
want to
Your
hear
Honor.
about him.
One more thing out of him, and we air everything that's happened in this case, which the court's aware of.
Stop.
He might want to stop.
I'm so correct.
You should be, Joe.
Oh,
Let's take a break.
You should be.
The public courts ever told me I was a liar.
Hey, what a crybaby. You
Stop it.
should be, Joe. What a fucking crybaby. My God. Oh my God. You should be. You should be afraid of me. When things aren't going my way, I'm a crybaby, titty mouse. Anyways, that's fucking that was some fireworks. Let me watch that back. Hold on. Let's watch that back. Can I move you? Can I move you? That'd be great. Move you over here or something. I mean, he had Rocky taking off his clothes and everything else. What was it, about 10 minutes?
What I heard was that Mr. Tacopina was describing Relly as committing perjury.
Judge, that's the record. The record was the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. Here's another one. Relly committed extortion. There is no legal.
Do you think the jury's going to ask for what the legal description of extortion is? Forcing someone to pay money, that is, quote, extortion. Go on to something else.
I want to make my record. I mean, you can do what you're going to do, but I have a right to make my record. No lawyer can get up here. No lawyer can get up here and tell the jury that a crime has been committed when there is no instruction on the crime. That's not the legal definition of extortion. We've objected, and the court again is basically telling me, don't worry about it, it doesn't matter. Your Honor, it does matter. After a while, when there are so many of these things, they add up. And when the court is saying, wow, what are they talking about?
No, I didn't say they don't care about it.
It's in Your Honor. It's improper argument. The problem is.
I don't agree with you. I think using the word, quote, extortion to describe the conduct is not improper. I think it's fair comment on the evidence. You, in your rebuttal argument, you can say it wasn't extortion. You can address it.
Your Honor, the bigger issue, as I said, is.
Takes off his shirt because he's hot. It's looking funny as fuck.
I'll tell you what, I didn't hear that. I'm going to ask Kathy for the exact quote. If that's what was said, I'm going to sustain your objection, and I will apologize for overruling.
Judge, can I respond, please, on that one issue? Not
Yeah.
everything else you said. What I said was, and I agree with what I said, but understand the context of it, okay? I didn't say this is more perfect. I didn't say it yesterday, I didn't say it today. But one thing I said, and it was very common, was the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. And what I mean by that is in regards to one thing, and it's indisputable, Your Honor. It was regarding Relly saying the tape was fake. The tape was fake. They got up, cross-examined Mr. Sajemi, did not ask him if the tape was fake or not, okay? They then put up transcripts of that tape recording with attributions to Mr. Efron. So that means just by that very fact, they accept the fact that he committed perjury. I'm not saying they support it, but they accept that witness committed perjury. They have to. Let me finish. There's no other way for them to move forward unless they say that wasn't perjury, but it was because he said that was fake. We know that wasn't fake. It was real. That was perjury. So by then moving forward with it, arguing that the tape is important for the prosecution, that Efron said these things, that when they cross-examined Sajemi, that wasn't being a good friend to Efron because he made a tape. All that is doing is, I didn't say this is warning, it's different. I would never say that. I didn't say it yesterday. What it is doing is accepting it because they didn't say, we have an issue with witness, he's been perjury. It's accept. I said they accepted their witness.
Yep, because they used it. They used it in their closing.
It's not inappropriate. It wasn't disparaging counsel. I said Mr. Lewin. I just said they accepted, and that is true. That there's no other way around it.
It is not fair comment. It is completely unethical.
Oh, shut
I
up.
agree with you.
So, Your Honor.
I agree with you.
What's frightening is,
Shush.
Mr. Takina just stood up here and basically
Shush.
defended and said, yeah, I said it, but I can say it. He doesn't know or care about the law. That is clear.
Oh,
Your Honor,
whatever.
what has happened 25 times in this trial, with the hiding of evidence, with the late discovery, and with repeated, you told counsel before we started, do not disparage the other side. I said yesterday, you argue what you want about witnesses. You say a witness lied. You do not disparage counsel. You repeated it yesterday.
Rocky, it's
He tried
okay,
to
dude.
explain how he didn't make mistakes yesterday, which he did. Now he gets up and he's now admitted, yes, I made that comment, here's why it's appropriate. Your Honor, it's not appropriate. It's completely unethical. It is immoral, and it's not professional. And again, Your Honor, the fact that he is getting up here saying, yeah, I said it, here's why, just demonstrates
Shut up.
he doesn't know the law or doesn't care.
You're disparaging him, right?
I'm disparaging him because, Your Honor, he's not following the
There
weirdness.
is not to be any disparaging of either side.
During argument, the jury's not here. I have every right, obligation, and duty to stand up and point out when he is being unethical. The first time the court catches me being unethical, Your Honor, the court knows. That'll be the first time. Court knows. I don't do that.
Oh,
Court knows.
All
Court's
right,
already made.
I've heard enough from both of you. I missed the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I don't think that's fair comment on the evidence. I think that's an improper statement. It infers that the prosecution is allowing perjury to occur. I'm going to sustain your objection, and I'm going to apologize for overruling it, and then move on. If I were the two of you, I would just move on and not make a, bring it to the jury's attention. I would point out, though, I
Oh,
told
he's,
you at the
look,
beginning-
he's shaking
beginning
his
of
leg and
argument
everything.
that
That's
if an
kind of funny.
Objection is made.
He's all
I'm going to do my
upset.
best to call it as I see it. You have made 17 objections. I have overruled 12. I have sustained 5. I'm doing the best I can. I will continue to do the best I can, and that's all I can say.
I just want to put on the record that, these remarks about being unethical, I've just about had it with him. This from a lawyer who, and I just stated essay on it, this from a lawyer who asked in front of a jury for a stipulation that a shooting range was not in California, when either he knew it was in California or had no idea that it was in California. Okay? So he literally asked for a stipulation in front of a jury that he knew was not true or didn't know if it was true. And that's unethical. That's unethical. And this is a guy who, the Ninth Circuit just said lied to a jury in the Branford case.
Your Honor,
So
Your
I
Honor,
want to
Your
hear
Honor.
about him.
One
Oh
more
my
thing
God,
I
quit
hear,
crying,
and be
bitch.
fair, everything that's happened in this case, which the court's aware of.
Stop.
He might want to stop.
No, you want to stop.
So correct.
You should be, Joe.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take a break.
You should be.
Huh.
Don't-
Nobody's
don't-
threatened
don't-
by
don't-
bitch. Okay.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, I'm so scared of you.
Stop it.
Oh, that shit's funny. The boys are fighting. The boys are fighting. It's an improper argument. Blah blah blah. I mean, you know how many times he's fucking probably objected to you. In fact, I'm gonna say probably like 30 times this whole trial. You fucking dick. You fucking were objecting in openings. Now you're objecting in fucking closings, and now you want to cry and throw a tantrum. This is crazy, and you're a grown ass fucking man. You act like a little boy. But you think it's okay to just, charge people with fucking crimes and shit and listen to a fucking liar. But that's besides the point. I mean, this is coming from a man that he went and vacationed at a person he threw in jail and convicted his wife's house. Yeah. He wants to talk about ethical. Let's talk about ethical. I don't. You don't go to a client, or not a, well, he wasn't a client, but you don't go to somebody that you put in jail. Oh shit. That you put in jail and convicted, and you don't go to his fucking ex-wife's house and vacation there, saying that it was just you and your daughter, but come to find out she said that she was there too. So, that's unethical. It's like, what? Were you just trying to get him out of the way so you could, fuck with his wife? Oh my God, this is funny shit. Absolutely funny. But anyways, I mean, shit, I love some courtroom drama. Yeah, you should be afraid. Rocky's just sitting there going, this can't be good for me. He's too much of a crybaby. I can't do it. And he thinks he can get away with it because I know California law and who gives a fuck? You're objecting because you don't like what's coming out of his mouth. You don't like that the evidence is on his side. You don't like that you're about to lose this case and you can't make a name off fucking Rocky and Rihanna. That's who wants to make a name for themselves, is fucking really wants money, and the prosecution wants to make a name off of fucking Rocky and Rihanna. Let's be honest. Because would they be going this hard? I mean, I don't understand how you cannot investigate a case. I just don't get that. And then you want to act like, oh, wait, they're hiding evidence. They're doing this. Okay, well, let's talk about you all of a sudden have a ballistic expert, that was just sprung on him beginning of the trial. And they didn't have they didn't have an expert. I mean, let's really talk about this. And if you really want to talk about ethics, the judge even said, "Are you sure that you can ethic?" Well, this is rumor, so don't quote me. But people that are close to Joe, and know people that know people, said that even the judge asked if really the state think is really ethical to do this, because they know, he even knows that Raleigh's a liar. He even knows. The judge even knows. Like, I've never seen so much bickering and crybaby ass shit in a trial. Like, I mean, I've seen witnesses fucking lose their what do you call it? Their patience and stuff. But I have never ever in my life seen somebody that's a lawyer cry so much. I mean, other than Love. Okay, Miss Love was a crybaby too. And she argued just like Lewin. Like, they couldn't take no for an answer. They're telling the judge that he's wrong, or, you can't be doing that. Like, they're a judge for a reason. I get you want to be DA and all that stuff, but the way you're acting, I wouldn't want somebody like you to be a DA. Look at how crybaby you are. How am I to know that you're actually, for the citizens and, not just out to get a name for yourself? Because the way you're acting, like, if the evidence was on your side, would you be this much of a crybaby? Would you be this much of a crybaby? That's the way I look at it. And Joe has kept his cool. Trust me, there's times where he wants to just throw a book at you, like you're doing to his client. Anyways. But that was pretty fun. I like the courtroom fireworks. I like a little drama, but I hate this for Indy to defend it. It's not cool. But I get it. I mean, shit, egos and pride gets a little bit hurt. And I've noticed that it's always when it's the evidence isn't on somebody's side, and it has to be the prosecution, like, all the time. Other than, well, yeah, not really. Thank you. I love you. Happy Hard On Day. That's the whole reason why I said it. And you know who used to say that? My mom. I need to quit messing with my hair. But yeah, this is pretty wild. I just find it kind of funny. It is kind of funny. What is this? What is this? Go to channel by Swap Meat Shops. Anyways, let's see what all this is. Let's see. What is this? Live chat overlay. I don't know why that's on there. Atomic video download. I don't know what's going on with my headphones. Hello? Let me see. Like, all of a sudden, I'm hearing weirdness. Weirdness. Let me see. Weirdness. Let me see. Well, I don't hear it on this one. Okay. Maybe it's just my headphones. I don't know how long they're going to be on break for, and I don't know how long Tacopino's got for his closing. I mean, shit, it's been like 5. They're definitely not gonna. They're definitely not gonna be done. I thought they would be done today to deliberate. They're gonna make them come back. That's dumb. I know that the jury wants out. They've been wanting out. All this crybaby shit, like. Hopefully they come back soon. It's 11:20 there. I don't know. This is just a weird day. Oh, shit. Fireworks in the courtroom, baby. Let me mute this. turn this down because, yeah. Or let me mute my mic. I gotta go give likes.
I want to tell you that when I make a mistake, I own it. I have no problem admitting when I made a mistake, and I made a mistake, and I'm going to tell you what the mistake was. Mr. Tacopina mentioned, and I missed this, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I missed that. There was an objection. I overruled it. I didn't hear the whole statement. I'm not accusing anybody of doing it proper, but that statement puts the prosecutors in an unfair light, and that was improper. I overruled the objection. I should have sustained it. I don't want any side being disparaged or being put in a false one. So I made that mistake. I own it. I apologize.
Thank you. Two things. One, by the way, I realized something. I said before that Mr. Efron said he'd seen the video previously when he said there were 2 shots. What I was talking about was when he was speaking to Wally. He had already seen the video. This was obviously after Rocky's arrest and after the civil suit was filed. So I wasn't suggesting he saw the video when he went to the police.
And we're back.
That came out unclear. My co-counsel wasn't here, so anyway, now we're back on the Wally's Jeffrey case. Look, all I'm saying is this: their witness said those were fake. They played it as if they were real. So whatever that means. But here, I'm going to go back to the crux of the Wally's Jeffrey case, what we were allowed to play because they impeached the testimony of Efron. And what I argued to you, and I'll say again, is the only crime that was proven here was Rel's extortion. He heard from his own mouth. And he boasted to Mrs. Jemmy that he was getting $30 million. He said, I already know I'm getting 30 M's. And I told you at the beginning of this case, I said in the opening, that there would be clear evidence of extortion, and here it is.
You know what I'm saying? That's what back when I was lawyer first for extortion. You feel me? He's gonna have to deal with that and his political ties and everything else. Because once I walk away, when I get my cash, the case gets way weaker. It's just like a domestic violence case. If you was to hit your bitch and your bitch was to keep on going through with the situation, you go down. But if you're not there, then you're going against the state and it's way weaker.
Stop for a second, pause for a second. You know.
But you are accepting perjury when the the witness says the tape's fake, but then you use it in your closing. But I thought it was a fake tape. So you admitting that he lied?
That's how his mind thinks. That's his example that he could come up with. But it really just goes to show you who he is, how despicable he is. That was the example he gave. But what he's saying here is, I'm gone. Get them. Play the next one, please.
And I'm not there. He paid me out via through my lawsuit.
Oh.
I'll walk away. Basically, it's gonna be called your case because
Got him.
relax. You get what I'm saying? They're gonna be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state. And yeah, they have
Don't be talking.
evidence and saying that it's not gonna be the same when you present it to a jury and you don't have a complaining witness.
That's it. Game, set, and match. That's extortion. That's him trying to sell a criminal case for $30 million.
Game, set, match. I love it. We're
Relaxing.
playing tennis now.
If he gets his money, too bad for them. They'll have to go look for him. They have to find him. Imagine poor Detective Flores having to go search around, looking for Carol I finance. He's on an island sipping pina coladas somewhere. There's 30 million. That's it. That's evidence of extortion. It's his mindset. He doesn't care about this. He just wants money. And you're his vehicle. The only reason, and by the way, this transcript's a little tough to read, I think, but you'll have to go back with you and you'll have the transcripts. But again, remember, the only reason he's not on some island somewhere relaxing and we're all here in the schoolroom is because Rocky refused to be a victim of his extortion demands. It's that simple. And that's why he's using this trial, really, using these prosecutors. Now he's trying to use you to get him his money. Because he knows that a conviction here will get him what he really wants in the civil case. That's it. This isn't about justice for him. It's about a payout and a payback. My last quote of some of the greats in our history, I just love using some of the words of our founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson, said an ancient friend is the bitterest of foes. We saw that coming here live. Lest there be any questions about his true intentions, consider this. He sent an article, and you heard this testimony, to Wally Sajek on December 24th, 2024, just before this trial started, entitled, Rihanna Fears Heartbreaking Consequence of ASAP Rocky's Trial. And he sent it with a smiley face. A smiley face. This parasite is happy. If he can hurt that family, that woman, and her family, by sending a smiley face, that's funny. That's funny. Because she fears the heartbreaking consequence of this trial. So he doesn't care about this trial, he just wants his money, he wants to be on an island relaxing, and he's laughing and mocking what he can do for Rihanna. And he needs you to get that done. Ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution has not proven this case not by a long shot. It's not even, this literally, I'm not telling you what to do, it's going to be a 5-minute verdict. You take as much time as you need. I'm not trying to impede on your province. The only thing proven beyond a reasonable doubt is that this really is developed on a pathological liar, a perjurer, and extortionist. That's proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And they know that. They know that because they asked Detective Flores the question that I just never heard. I used to be a prosecutor. It was a question that they asked.
That's improper argument.
Withdraw.
They know it's perjury. He used to be a prosecutor, Your Honor. It's not part of the evidence.
What was the statement?
What?
I'm sorry, what was the statement, sir? What was the statement? What part?
If they know it was perjury.
I didn't say they didn't do it. I didn't say they did. I said what was proven beyond a reasonable doubt because he's a pathological liar, a perjurer, and extortionist. can say they knew, I understand the court's rulings.
Yeah, we objected regarding discussing him being
Okay.
prosecuted.
Yeah,
All right. So anyway, what they know, they asked Detective Flores this question. Would you agree, Detective Flores, that you don't need Mr. Efron's truthful testimony to establish a shooting occurred? Well, first of all, if you do need it. You do. Remember, after breaking it down with Detective Flores, he made it clear to you they have nothing without him. We broke it down with him. We'll show you that transcript in a second. So you definitely need him, but he's just not credible. Why the heck do you think they asked that question? I mean, think about what that question screams out to you in the jury. We don't expect you to believe him, ladies and gentlemen, but it's okay. It's still true. No, it's not okay. No, it's not okay. If you had to make a decision, the most important in your life or of that of your family is on his word, would you do it? Terrell Brown's word, would you do it? You all put the answer to that question. What you're being asked to do is make that decision in the most important matter in his life, on his word. Please look at the evidence carefully, please. Evaluate it cautiously, and you'll see that there's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. RAKIMMAYERS is innocent. It's not only not there, he's innocent. An innocent man's on trial with absolutely no concrete evidence against him, no reliable evidence against him at all. Of course, he's innocent. He's not the luckiest man for basically certain, because there's absolutely no evidence of shooting. And that heavy burden should not be yours to have to live with on this evidence. It should not be. It's not right, it's not fair to ask you to do what the evidence won't, condemn an innocent man. And by the way, remember this, it's in your instructions, circumstantial evidence. If the evidence points to both guilt and innocence, you must, there's no option here, you must side with innocence. If there's two interpretations of the evidence, guilt or innocence, you must side with innocence. That's the law, it's the judgment. It's in your little books, jury instructions. You must, it's not an option. Terrell Efron, I mean, what kind of system, seriously, folks, do we have with this kind of witness can convict someone and destroy their life? With all you know about him at this point. I've talked about there not being any forensic evidence in this case, no fingerprints, no DNA, there's none. No independent evidence outside of Terrell Efron. And ladies and gentlemen, the judge told you it only takes one lie under oath to throw this case out of court by you, if you choose, your decision. But just one lie. You could, it's justification for you to say, I disregard all his testimony. You can't even count the number of lies he told under oath in this case. You can't. He lied directly, he lied to your face, he lied under oath over and over, he exaggerated, he gave around answers to try and avoid questions, he verbally assaulted me, he cursed in the courtroom, he threw a water bottle, flexed his muscles, he said he had enough, he was going to leave. How many does it take for you to know that this case is a fraud? To use Relly's own words, Relly's a fake. And he's just trying to profit off extorting ASAP Rocky. He's just waiting for one thing, your verdict. Then he's got it. And if they come up and say, well, Relly is not on trial, that thought crosses your mind. It's true, he's not on trial. He should be. He should be. Perjury, extortion. But he's not on trial. But what is on trial is his credibility. His credibility is on trial. And that you have to assess, and you get to assess, you must assess. The trial rises and falls on his word. With that in mind, again, I ask, what kind of system do we have based on the word of that man? That man. With all you know about him. The issue in this case is the life, future, and liberty of Rocky. And that's what will be placed in your hands very shortly. And the question I have you before you first said, do you believe I wrote that wrong beyond a reasonable doubt? I'm going to keep saying that because it's really what you need to discuss, beyond a reasonable doubt or not. If you don't, Rocky has to go for it. Go home. He has to. Submit upon this testimony you've heard, the perjury you've witnessed, the lies you've seen, the destruction of pieces of evidence you've observed, fabrication of others, Mr. Efron's trustworthiness. There's no way in the world that you can find that he's trustworthy. Beyond the reasonable doubt, there's no way. On the important issues in this case, so once you find out, they lie about everything. They lie about the important issues. And if you can't do that, if anything they said to you, if anything they presented to you caused you to pause or wonder what really happened, if you have a doubt, a reasonable doubt, Rocky must be acquitted. He must be. That's our legal system. You just witnessed extortion demands throughout the trial of Efron, the lies, the hiding of evidence, the lie about being in Los Angeles 2 weeks before this incident, 9 million of the shell casings, on and on and on. And if you think he was lying about these important issues, the prosecution's case fails. So it's very simple, ladies and gentlemen. If you do not believe Terrell Efron beyond reasonable doubt, he must be acquitted. That's the law. A defendant in a criminal case is presumed innocent until the contrary is proved. In this case, it's not been proven. In the case of reasonable doubt, whether guilt is satisfactorily shown, until it is, he's entitled to acquittal. And the presumption placed upon the people that heavy burden of proving guilt beyond reasonable doubt. And why is that standard called beyond reasonable doubt? Why? Look, there are many, I just want to give you some sort of analogies on this, but there are many legal systems around the world who don't have this proof beyond a reasonable doubt standard. They don't use juries, they use judges 1, 2, 3, sometimes 4. But our country has a philosophy, and that is we cannot convict people who are innocent. We cannot ruin their lives because what happens is so harmful, devastating, brutal, based on anything but the strongest evidence. And what is being attempted here? It's so harmful, so brutal, so potentially devastating to him. That's why there's such a high standard. Standard is higher than what you find in civil cases when you have disputes over money or property. If you have a reasonable doubt about this case, about the testimony, about the double talk, about the lies, the perjury, the manipulation of evidence, destruction of evidence, Efron's motives, it's over. It's over. You must acquit Rocky according to the law. It's that strict. Our system isn't perfect. You still have examples of people who are convicted and DNA later exonerates them because well-meaning juries didn't have evidence.
This is improper argument.
So you have those, you've heard of those things, like 250 and less. There's nothing to do with this case, right? But it's by jurors who meant well, and they were subsequently exonerated by DNA evidence. Nonetheless, we have a system, and it's the best system in the world. It's the best system in the world here. It can't be perfect because human beings aren't perfect, but I'm begging you to honor that principle. Honor that principle of proof beyond reasonable doubt. Rocky must be acquitted under that standard with all the problems of falsehoods and the issues we've addressed. They cannot overcome them. They cannot overcome them. They can exaggerate, they can invert, they can mock terminology of our witnesses, they can be sarcastic, repeating their unimpeached testimony. They can do whatever they want. They can't prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. This case never should have been brought to begin with, based on Terrell Efron, what they learned who he was. These are what we call burdens of proof in our legal system. In a civil case, again, which is a dispute over money and property, the one side that proves preponderance of the evidence, that's That's the standard. They get the verdict, okay? And it's often described in very simple terms. If you have a scale, like the scale of justice, if it just goes 51% to 49% in favor of one party, they win. That's a civil case. That's called preponderance of the evidence. That's enough to bankrupt somebody. That's enough to take away their business, leave them penniless. It is not enough to convict missing evidence. And clear and convincing evidence, for example, in custody disputes, for example, where the custody of a child is at stake. Clear and convincing evidence in some custody disputes, you can take a child away from the parent if you prove by clear and convincing evidence that that parent should not have custody.
You're confusing the jury. Like, don't bring up other things, dude. Like, just stick to this case.
Alone is not enough to convict someone of a crime in the legal system. So take a child away, but not enough to convict of a crime. And let me ask you this: do you think you've seen clear and convincing evidence in this case that Arel Efron is truthful, that he's believable, that he's honest, that he's honorable, does not have financial motive in this case, that is to be believed and trusted? They can't even meet the clear and convincing standard, let alone the highest standard in our legal system, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not even close. To further explain beyond a reasonable doubt, the judge gave some great examples in his preliminary instructions and how high that standard is. If you think someone may be guilty, that's not enough. If you think perhaps they're guilty, that's not enough. If you suspect they might be guilty, that's not enough. Possibly guilty, it's not enough. Probably guilty, not enough. Guilty likely, not enough. Guilty highly likely, not enough. It has to be guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, when you get into that jury room, ask yourself, do we have a reasonable doubt about Arel Efron in this case? Any. Because all it takes is one. Just one. Just one. You have hundreds. All it takes is one. Look, my time is almost up. I want to apologize to you again for the length that this journey has taken. But you know, you're seeking justice, there's really are no shortcuts. You betrayed trust with me. You want to fight hard and vigorously, especially if it was for a person who's maintained their innocence from the get-go, from day one. And I hope and I trust that you'll understand that in a journey towards justice, that there are no shortcuts. Let me tell you how this is going to proceed now. After I go after lunch, I think, maybe now, the prosecution will go again for another submission, for rebuttal submission. We have this opportunity to address you because they have this very heavy burden, so they go first and last. They will seek to rebut, which I brought up. Presumably, they won't be back up here talking about all sorts of new things, or they'll face objection. But they have to seek to rebut what is being argued right now. And let me tell you up front, I'm loath to object during someone else's argument. I won't do this. I didn't do it once before. Try not to do it. But if something new is brought up, you know, it may be helpful. Let me tell you also this. If he brings up anything new, we may be precluded from standing up again and saying, wait a minute, here's an answer to that. Wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen, you have an answer. But you can substitute your common sense. You all can substitute your common sense. Your judgment in that place, and that's required towards this journey. In this journey towards justice, you can substitute your common sense. You can respond for us, not out loud, don't do that, but you can respond. I'd like to remind you of something Judge Arnold told you. By the way, before I do that, I just want to also tell you that we're all very fortunate to have him as judge. I've been before many judges.
Oh,
His
don't
patience,
start
us in particular,
this shit.
his humility. He's an inspiring role model for what a judge should be. So you're all very lucky in this world. I feel it. Anyway, His Honor told you in the beginning that Mr. Little will have the opportunity to prosecution for this. Mr. Lewin will have the opportunity to sum up last. It's not because I lost the coin toss. It's not because of that. At the beginning of this thing. It's because that's the rules. They have the very heavy burden, and those rules established by the state. So because they have the heavy burden of proving someone guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, they go last, and that's a burden that never shifts to us. We have no burden. When a prosecutor has a particularly weak case like this, which stands or falls on evidence not worthy of belief, they always make some sort of pitch like, oh, the witnesses aren't on trial.
But
I
actually, they are.
Then to get up
Their
here
credibility is.
and convince you that the evidence shows beyond reasonable doubt that Rocky didn't act in self-defense, or defense of another, or that the pistol was a real gun.
It was self-defense. If you don't believe the gun is a fake, then it's self-defense all day.
Watch for attacks on defense, watch for questions posed by him, knowing we're not allowed to respond. The law says you can respond for me. Another thing I'm going to pose to them right now. Remember yesterday I was telling you about this issue regarding cartridges from a prop gun. Because your prop gun can eject, does eject some sort of casing. And I said to you, there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever regarding what blank casings from a prop gun look like. You heard evidence that from Lou Levin, who's the only one that was asked about it. There's paper and plastic in a prop gun, so to speak. There's no evidence of how far or what direction they would be ejected to from the prop gun, whether they would still be intact or not, be split open. There's no evidence of that in this record at all. And certainly, this is no evidence that they would look anything like something that would be observed by the police, like those silver, shiny, metallic casings from a real firearm. No evidence whatsoever. I was told yesterday there was an objection. I was told I was missing the evidence. I then said, first of all, I don't mistake the evidence, and I challenged the prosecution. Okay, if I'm missing the evidence today, when they get up, show the jury.
Your Honor, this is improper argument.
If I mistake the evidence, show the jury when you stand up. That I mistake the evidence, show them the evidence in this record that cartridges from a prop gun are metal or metallic or anything. Anything. There's no evidence in the record at all. I'm still going to mistake the evidence. They could probably should. Now,
I thought you were ending, dude.
it was time for me now to conclude my remarks, and I may never have another opportunity to speak to you again. Certainly not.
I've just never seen closings take this long. This is crazy.
And you've been told
This is
many,
taking
many
longer than
times
freaking any
that there are
testimony.
very burdens based upon the prosecution of people for good reasons. Prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And as such, it is Lewin's duty to answer for you as best he can any legitimate questions arising from the evidence which we believe is cast out on Rocky's guilt. There may be 1,000 such questions in a case like this, which we could put to them, but we intend no such exercise. We'll be here until summer. I do think after careful deliberation that it might be fair to suggest 10 questions that literally hang in the air in this courtroom at this very moment. And as time approaches for you to decide this case, for us to hand the baton to you as you will, I offer these questions now as the most important challenge to the prosecution. Prosecution claims it's met its burden in this case. They claim that. Well, if the burden has in fact been met, then you'll be given logical, sensible, credible, satisfying answers to each of these 10 questions. On the other hand, the questions are overwhelming or unanswerable. Those questions will be ignored, or you'll be told that the prosecution has no obligation to answer our questions. If you're giving anything less than complete, sensible, satisfactory responses to these 10 questions, beyond the reasonable doubt, you'll quickly realize that the case is transparent and false. We prove real hard things to you, things you can see, things you can take back to the jury room. And the matter is, you have to find Rocky Network. And when I'm concluded, and for Ms. Lewin's convenience, I should decide to deal with these very troublesome questions. I'm going to leave him to it list up here of questions when I conclude. Let's see if he wants to throw them or not, but I'm going to show you those 10 questions. Here they are. Let me go over them with you. Very briefly. Question number 1. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that he photographed shuttle casings at the scene? Okay, there is none. We know that. Because even though they have photographs from his phone, they didn't get the metadata to show where those photos were taken. We also know they didn't get his GPS location at 11:45 that was shown where he was when he took those photos. Number 2, other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that the shell casings even came from the scene? No evidence other than his word. Not here. Just talk about the metadata and the GPS location. Third question I asked him to answer. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that he even went back to the scene? Because now we know he swears that at 11:09, that's not him. That's not him anymore. And there is no video of him going back to the scene.
No geolocation either.
We're left with his word again. Because they got Ill's GPS location, but not Relly's. Number 4. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that he ever left Los Angeles after going to a shooting range, shooting off 9mm, by the way, 2 weeks before the incident? Again, it's just his word that he left Los Angeles 2 weeks before. So he took a flight, and he took a flight back. That would have been a very easy one to prove. But we just have his word. Number 5. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that the scrapes on his knuckles were gunshot wounds? You have to comment on that. Number 6. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that a conversation ever happened on November 5th, to set the tone for November 6th, between ASAP Bari and Rocky? Other than his word, there was no ASAP Bari, there's no phone records, so we just have to take Relly's word that happened. Number 7. In light of Lou Levin's testimony, in light of Lou Levin and 12's unimpeached testimony, other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that Rocky did not carry from them? Other than Relly's word? There's none. No evidence of shooting. Nothing from either video says that's not Rocky. None. Number 8. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that he was shot by an operable semi-automatic firearm? Again, other than his word, no evidence whatsoever. Number 9, this one's my personal favorite. Number 9. How is it that you do not need Relly's truthful testimony, remember that question, to establish a shooting occurred when Detective Flores told you, A, the parking garage video does not show an operable gun. That's his testimony. So let me break it down this way. Video 1 alone, you don't know if the gun's operable, correct? Correct. B, the video from 1616 East Del Mar does not show if there's any gun at all. The answer to that was specifically just looking at that and not looking at anything else, no. That's the video. Just looking at that, no. And C, the sound heard on the video from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard may have come from a replica firearm or 2, Detective Flores. So, no evidence of an operable gun in one video. No evidence of a gun at all or any shooting in the second video. And the pop-pop According to that case, detective could have come from a record though. So, do you need Relly's testimony? Because if you just don't have it, if you take it out, like was suggested in that question, Detective Flores told you there's no evidence. No evidence that there was a shooting or an operable firearm. And number 10, given that Relly told you he can lie whenever he wants, you saw him commit perjury multiple times. Relly told you that he will commit perjury if you trust Relly with a matter of importance in your life, the life of a loved one, or the life you see in the judgment of. I don't know how they answer those questions. They can't. I will leave these 10 questions right here. We'll see if you get answers. I don't think so. You have the capacity to transform his very dark 3.5 years into a bright tomorrow. You have that capacity. You have the power in your hands. It's up to you now. You're going to pass the baton to you now, or very soon anyway. And you will do the right thing, I'm sure. You made that commitment to justice. You'll do the right thing. I will go someday on other cases, no doubt, Mr. Louie, Mr. Seawood, this woman, this happened. We will, Judge Arnold will try another case someday, I hope. But this is Rocky's one day. By your decision, you control his very life in your hands. Treat it carefully. Treat it fairly. Be fair. Do the right thing. Remember the testimony of Terrell Efron and ask yourselves if you would trust him with any matter of importance in your life. And if the answer is no, you can't trust him.
Lewin's gonna take the rest of the day, I guarantee it. This is crazy.
All you can do is try and get Rocky's life back.
And there's no court on Monday.
Under despicable accusation, 3.5 years. Facing what he's facing, knowing he didn't do a thing wrong. It's been my privilege, my absolute privilege, and honor to represent someone that I admire as much as. And I thank his amazing family for putting their trust in me. You would ask questions in jury selection. If you had a doubt, would you have any problem saying not guilty? Would you have the courage to say not guilty? Did you have the mental fortitude to walk back into this courtroom and fail to prove?
Testicular fortitude, is that what you just said?
You have the courage to walk back in here and say you find him not guilty. You all said you could do that. You all said it. That's why you were getting. That's why you were here.
Don't hammer that in. I mean,
You know that's part of your job. You said you could do it. I'm going to hold you to that, and I hope you hold yourself to it. That's what makes this system great. Your courage, your willingness to stand up for what's right. Look, this courtroom says Mark S. Arnold, Judge. He's the judge. Judge Arnold's courtroom. But when it comes to the facts in this case, it's your court. When it comes to what's right in this case,
I don't know why I always got to play with my hair.
when it comes to what's fair in this case, it's your court. No one will take that money. This is your court right now. I'm going to tell you something. What happened here isn't pretty. Think about that. So the message is going to be sent out. That proof like this is not to convict one of us, one of our citizens. None of us have a chance. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Thank you, Ron.
We'll take a break now, folks. Please be outside. The courtroom goes at 1 o'clock. At which time you will hear from Mr. Lewis. Please remember, keep an open mind. We have not heard
1
everything.
o'clock.
Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else, and we'll see you in about 17 minutes.
They coming back on? Dum dum dum. No. Let me mute this. And I guess, well, I don't know how you felt about the closing. Me personally, I've never seen a closing really, I mean, that long. Um, I've never seen, I've never seen anybody do a closing that long. Um, yeah, but he did all right. I wouldn't have tried to confuse the jury by bringing up, civil cases and child custody disputes. I wouldn't have brought all that stuff up. Like, just stick to this case and this case only. Don't try to confuse the jury. And I would have just hammered in like reasonable doubt. Like, if you don't know, if they didn't prove that the gun was real, then that's reasonable doubt. If they didn't they didn't prove that that or if they believe Relly's story, then it's not reasonable doubt. But you know I don't know how you could believe his story, but you know I don't know. I don't believe it. So maybe I should come back at 2 or leave this going. That means I have to use other headphones so I can go smoke and talk. But yeah, it all depends on who you believe. Whose story is more believable? The prosecution's going to hammer in that the defense witnesses lied, that the defense, he had hid evidence. I don't know how they hid evidence. The ones that hid evidence was the prosecution. I hope Lewin doesn't take a long time because Lewin gets on my fucking nerves. He's a crybaby. He is definitely a crybaby. I've never seen a grown man act like that. I mean, throw fits like that. Like, let your ego go. Let your ego go. I mean, don't take this case so personally. Like, you wouldn't be on the defensive if, he wasn't taking this, if he wasn't taking this to heart, But what else? Yeah. I kind of don't want to end this, just even though, I'm not getting any views, but that's all right. It comes with time. Time and patience. Time and patience. Hopefully people will enjoy what I have to bring. Hopefully, yeah. But I hate this for Rocky. I do. I hate this for him. Let me see. Let me see if Nick is doing anything. Complete linking devices. What am I doing? Yeah, she's not live right now, so I could go to X. What is this doing? You gotta move. Twitter.com. I just want login. Well then, F ya. Enter. Thank you. Oh. Okay, you're gonna piss me off. I don't know why it's doing the screen. I said sign in. Can I turn this off? Well then, F ya. I'm not gonna sit there and try to figure this out. Anyways, please hit the like. Please hit the like. I really was trying to okay, cool. I don't care. I want Bluetooth to be turned off. Thank you. Turn your Bluetooth off so this doesn't freaking connect. Okay. I'm going to take me off here. Okay. Hello, can you hear me? Okay. So, anyways, yeah, we are on lunch until 1 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Until then, we're rocking on. Okay, better. Anyway, so yeah, I've never seen attorneys bicker back and forth like that, other than the YSL trial, and I've never seen closings take that long. Usually, they put a time limit on it, especially for something that's 2 weeks. I don't know. A 2 week trial shouldn't have taken that long. I would have just said, you believe his lies or you don't believe his lies, kind of hammered in, that it was a problem. But at the same time, you feel like if something in your body tells you that it's real and you believe it's real and you guys come to a consensus that it's real, then whether it's real or not, like self-defense all day. Self-defense all day, baby. But I don't know. I really just don't think that this case should have came forward. I really think they should have vetted other, go to the other witnesses that were there. They didn't even try that. They shouldn't have let those shell casings in because the chain of custody is broken. It's not even established.
Just a lot of stuff like seems very odd to me. And why right after the fact you're trying to get money is beyond me. Like what for? Like what's the money for? So yeah, because you hit somebody in their mouth and it caused your knuckles to fray. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just think it's kind of odd. Too bad I can't. And then they didn't, they didn't even do geofencing or geolocation on his on the shell casings. They could have first it was him on the thing, then it wasn't because his girlfriend's a ghost. I guess she wasn't even there. Um, all sorts of stuff. It was just weird. The case was weird altogether. And after Roy's testimony, I don't know how they ethically could have gone forward. Like, clearly you could tell he was lying. When you're having your own witness, uh, that's red flags to me. You say, oh, it was consistent. Well, like he didn't even give much detail. I mean, even the first action he lied about, saying that Rocky had the gun up to his chest. I didn't see that. Rocky didn't even raise it above his waist. The only time it went above his waist was when he was attached to his belt. So I don't know. I don't know how long Lewin's gonna take, but I don't think that we're gonna get to close today at all. Because I think he's gonna cry baby all the way through till then. And 4 hours for a rebuttal is crazy. Crazy work. I could see like an hour. I mean, you already did like almost a 4 hour closing argument before the state got up. I mean, defense got up. So hour and a half tops. I don't know. I think Copina, like he could have shaved his closing down a little bit. But I get he's trying to be thorough and stuff. But yeah. I mean, you look at the state witness, and you look at the defense witnesses, how they were poised. They didn't get tripped up. They wasn't worried about getting tripped up. When really was. And when you have truth on your side, you don't have to worry about stuff like that. You know. So yeah, I don't know. There's just a lot about this case that is weird and odd. That and especially with the two attorneys fighting all the time, it doesn't look good. It don't look good. Um, Lewin objecting every chance he gets, and improper argument, improper argument, improper argument. Like, okay, you may think it's improper, but you still can rebuttal, dude. You can rebuttal whatever he brings up. I don't know how many demonstratives he's gonna have. I just don't know. Um, there's just nothing about the state's case even wavers me on the side that really is right. That really was resulted. And the fact that there was more people there that why didn't they charge him with the three three of them, because the state loves to do that. They like to tell on charges. I mean, shit, he could have got freaking aggravated assaults twice because there was three people there. And this whole defamation thing, I don't think it's gonna fly because it's in the court. Like, um, it's being brought up because it is extortion. When you're asking somebody for money, it's extortion, whether it's the legal or not legal. Like, but that's the first thing that comes out of your mind is, oh well, I'm gonna freaking ask for money. Not why'd you do that? What made you do that? I thought we were cool. We were just having an argument. Like, why would you do that? Nothing like that. It was like, oh, I'm gonna get your money. Why? Because you don't want to work for a living. You don't want to bust your butt. Like really? I mean, 12 does. 12 he's got his own clothing line, all sorts of stuff. Like 12 doing his own thing. Plus, he's an artist. But you say you're an artist, but you have a page that doesn't show not one artist. It's just you trying to flex. And when was that? And when did you start doing that in 2022? Because you thought you were going to be a millionaire off of Rocky's money? You probably put your whole self in debt, thinking that you were going to come out winner. That's a civil lawyer's job, to make you feel like you're the victim and all this other stuff. Why? Because that's how they get paid. I don't know. There's just a lot about this case that brings up just. I just hate this for him. He's got two small children at home. Yeah. So what? They're in the industry. That doesn't mean like they don't have real lives that they tend to. Like, that's just their profession. You know. And it's sad because we pay all this amount of money to artists. I remember back in the day, they didn't get paid that much. Um, a lot of them were struggling to make it, and now they make more money than you could think of because they got uh, brands, they got all sorts of stuff. Back in the day, man, the only thing you got was like if you were promoting something, it's because you were it, not because they were paying you money. And just because Donna's a billionaire doesn't mean crap. That's her money. Yes, they lived together, but she had that money before they even got together and had babies. I don't even know how much Rocky's worth. I don't even think he's worth $30 million. And I don't mean that in a bad way. Like, Rihanna's a billionaire, not Rocky. Like, who knows? Who knows what his net worth is? But yeah. One day I won't be talking to myself. I'm driving on. I will look when I'm back inside. I'll look and see. I'll see if there's any updates on X and stuff, and see what goes on there. But yeah, hopefully there's not going to be too much more bickering and crybabying, and I mean, it takes away from the evidence in the case when they bicker like that and they object like that. To me, it's just saying, oh, I don't like what's coming out of their mouth. Like, even though I can rebut it, you can't take it personal, and it just seems like this has gotten too personal between the two attorneys. The one state attorney is well mannered, like he's not much of a crybaby, but this one, boy, Lewin is a crybaby. I mean, I could just see him crybabying all the time because he doesn't get his way. That is just crazy. But yeah, so let me go back in and then I'll look on X and see if there's any updates. Tell us anything. Any other drama we could hear. Okay. Give me 1 second to get out of here. Okay, I'm back. Okay, let me look and see on X. Since it's not letting me do it on here for some weird reason. Excuse me. Lewin about to get up here and cry for 2 hours. That is so freaking true. This girl got the best fucking kicks ever. Those are cute. And she loves her checks. The YSL trial should be starting soon. Part 2. I forgot to tweet during the squabble. Joe looks like he would stuff Lewin in a locker. Stop, Lewin. That's funny. Chocominos. He starts off focusing on Relly's credibility. We'd be here through Christmas if we focus on Relly's inconsistencies. 2. Relly, the state's main witness, repeatedly perjured himself. The detective said that without Relly's testimony, there's no evidence of a shooting. Relly is an angry, pathological liar. Chacopino said in his opening
that this case would rise and fall on his credibility. Really cursed and threw a water bottle out of anger during his testimony. If that's how he acted here, imagine how he'll act in the dark of night. Tagopino thanks the jury for never once being late and tells the jurors they are the conscience of the Los Angeles community, including Compton and Inglewood. 7. Tacopino plays a clip of Relly saying, I can tell people whatever I want. Tacopino says, what is in dispute? He said there is a self-defense and defense of others. He says the people who founded this country were no strangers to controversy. If there was a doubt based on reason, there had to be an acquittal. Why are there no fingerprints on the shell casings Relly found? Lewin has already objected 3 times. How many more will we get? There are 2 bullets the state can get beyond first. They can't prove the gun was real and was not a prop gun beyond a reasonable doubt. We saw witnesses being attacked by Lewin. Tacopino quotes Mark Twain, "To a man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail." There was not one inconsistency in Twelvey and Lou's testimonies. They were consistent because they were telling the truth. Both said Rocky carried a prop gun. The search of Rocky's premises was 5 months after the incident. The prosecution did nothing to impeach the testimony of Twelvey and Levin. They weren't impeached. They were yelled at. They were berated, but the truth is easy to remember. Relly had $30 million motivation. If Relly got his $30 million, the state would have no case because he would be somewhere on an island. Relly wants to use law enforcement as a money collector. Relly's actions on 11/6/21 confirmed that Rocky was using a prop gun. 20. Rocky shot 2 warning shots from the prop gun. The defense spent so much time questioning Relly's credibility because without his credible testimony, the prosecution has 0 evidence that there was a shooting or that was an operable gun. They only have Relly's shell casings, Relly's knuckle scrapes, and the 2 videos. Detective Flores said the gunshot sounds could have come from a replica firearm, not an non-operable firearm. You have to consider whether Relly was hit by a bullet or not. 7 officers searched the area for 20 minutes for signs of a shooting. They found nothing. A prop gun ejects blank cartridges. Taco laid down a challenge to the prosecution to show what a blank cartridge from a prop gun would look like. The state didn't ask any witnesses what a blank cartridge would look like. We are taking a break. Lewin is saying that his issue is the defense kept saying the prosecution suborns perjury, and they care about is winning. And 2, the defense is disparaging the prosecutors. The court said Lewin has made 9 objections. Apparently, Tacopino said the prosecution embraced perjury. Let's see. Back from break. Relly could have called his girlfriend, Miss Parker, to come to back up his claim, but she was probably busy doing what she does. Relly didn't want her anywhere near this courtroom. The state didn't show GPS Hold on one moment. I don't need to right now, but just, yeah. The state didn't show GPS location data from Relly's iPhone to show where he was when he took those images. Yet, they got location data from Ill's phone. Let's see. They didn't have to produce a single piece of evidence, but they had more substantive witnesses than the prosecution. Relly lied about most of the crucial facts in this case. Tacopina called his testimony a perjury miniseries and a glorious train wreck. Another break. Court resumes tomorrow at 9 a.m. May followed Rocky out of the court and yelled, "Did you pick up your shell casings?" There are no casings from the scene, Megan. None. Hang it up. The boys are fighting again, part 2. After the continuous discussion with the judge about the prosecution's suborning perjury, here is what happened. Tacopino raised his voice and brought up the Branford case. One more word out of him, and we are airing everything in this case and court knows about. Your time is coming, buddy. Ooh, I'm so scared. You know, everyone's worried about you. Everyone's worried about your mental health. Lewin, any idea when you'll be finished? Whenever the fuck I want, Tacopino says. Lewin says, the steroids are really affecting you. Tacopina says, you're hunched like a hunchback. The judge notes that Lewin has made 17 objections, overruled 12, sustained 5. This can't be real. It's unhinged in here. Didn't he say something about someone being jailed? I didn't get that. So much more was said. Hey, MC. Let's see. What else is there to put on here? This case is absolutely wild. How are you, MC? Let's see, what is this one? Who cares about this? Lewin was exactly the same way in the Robert Durst trial. I think he's gotten cocky since that win. I don't blame Tacopina. Enough is enough. The boys are fighting. The boys are fighting. This is hilarious. Taco, this is Rocky's one day in court. By your decision, you control his very life in your hands. Treat it carefully. Treat it fairly. Do the right thing. Remember the testimony of Terrell Efron. The case rises and falls on his word. MC. It was self-defense all day. But yeah, he shouldn't subject himself to bullshit like this. How long is he facing? 24 years if he gets convicted. But even if they think the gun was real or not, I don't care. It was self-defense all day. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty wild and crazy case. Like, and the prosecutor firing and arguing with the defense is fucking great. The boys are fighting. No shit. Right. You know what I was thinking? I was thinking, I hope that this isn't the same like prosecutor that, went after Tory Lanez. That case was wild too. I don't know how they convicted him. Because they're so who knew who had the gun. But yeah, anyways. The rappers are a target, they're public enemy number one. Public enemy number one. When you start making money, you gotta leave the streets alone. You just gotta, because this is gonna happen. You gotta leave people. I mean, I get you want to, bring your boys with you and stuff like that, but you gotta learn. You gotta leave them in the past, because this type of shit will happen to anybody. Oh, there's guns allowed in Cali, but it's it's like different laws. They're like really strict. You can't be I mean, they have self-defense laws, so obviously you have to be licensed to carry. He was licensed to carry, but shooting in public, that's not, no. But who knows? Who knows if the dude's telling the truth? Gotta learn, damn it, right? You gotta learn, Kevin. Like, God. You have to learn. You just gotta learn. You gotta leave that shit alone. Like, you're making money, people that you grew up with, if they get jealous and shit, they'll do shit like this. You gotta be smarter about who you surround yourself around. I mean, shit, Tupac said it best. Fucking the ones that will do you dirty first is your friend. People that call you their friend, your friend. Which, if they're not making a name for themselves and they're relying on you, that they're gonna try anything, especially if you're gonna cut them off. I just think it was stupid. He should have talked it out over the phone. I don't know. I mean, dude was already hounding him about money, about paying for a funeral, and saying that he didn't pay. And it's like, damn, I did pay, but what's it your business? What's it your business I do with my money? So, but one way they're gonna learn. I mean, you can't be going around, doing all this reckless shit. Especially, when nowadays you can't even have artistic expression. They come after that for you. I mean, you put something in the song, they automatically think you're promoting that you did something. And most rap is storytelling. It's not a declaration. Well, I take that back. Drill rap is a declaration, but just like hip hop is not. It's storytelling. 15 more minutes. But yeah, this case is wild. And I just think with them fighting like that, it takes away from the case. Like what are you afraid of? Are you afraid of the truth, or what's going on? Like, I don't understand it. I mean, it makes for great entertainment, of course, but this is a courtroom. It's not supposed to be entertaining, you know?
Take the number down. That's it for the call.
Oh, he's doing call-ins.
No more call-ins, y'all. No more call-ins.
I don't know why this wants to work and not work. Come on. No. Stop. I hate that. Stop. What are you doing? Ugh. Anyways, let me make sure like they're not back on. Are they back on? No, they're. Yeah.
Let's play the video.
I don't know. It's just, yeah, crazy. Man. Well, shoot, they should be back in like 15 minutes. This is crazy. The boys are fighting. The boys are fighting. The boys are fighting. Let's see if there's any more updates on X. I can read some more while we're here. The heck? I don't know. This is pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Let's see. I would love to learn the wisdom behind Lewin's decision to continually and loudly object between Tacopino's closing. Verdict Mel. She was never there. It was a lie. Yeah, there was a lot of things that were a lie. Let's make something very clear. Burden of proof is on the prosecution. That's a fact. That is a fact. The Court of Appeal on a separate case said Lewin lied to the jury. Joe is shaking the table. Nobody is afraid of you, Lewin. Lewin is a dirty imbecile, crashing out on the judge like a maniac cokehead. Oh, these updates on the Tacopino called Lewin a hunchback. A self-defense claim would have been more believable than a prop gun defense. The math just ain't adding up. Well, that's your opinion. Oh my gosh, go back. Can I just stick to like finding out what's going on? Why were there no prop gun casings at the scene? Yeah, why were there not? Rihanna came to play. She brought them babies to court today. That was yesterday. That's because they're not gonna even deliberate on Thanksgiving. Thank you. I mean on on hard on day. Fireworks. Tacopino. He thinks if he says it loudly, he's going to get it sustained. Prosecutor Lewin is fuming during the defense's closing argument. However, Lewin was able to get in front of the jury that they only found out about prop gun at the start of the trial. Judge yelled at him about speaking objections. That's funny shit. Lewin, it's clear my objection you find annoying. Stop yelling at me and lower your voice. Here we go. What else? Let's see. Lawyer, no, I'm sorry, but this case had some of the most annoying back and forth I've seen from lawyers. Can a judge in a long time and a judge in a long time? That is a fact. What else does it say? Watch the back and forth that Lewin had and Tacopino not happy. Da, da, da. I'm still getting used to the fact that nearly anything I tweet about this trial gets copied and pasted and embellished and becomes a headline on other websites. ASAP Rocky revealed feelings on trial as he brings family to court. For those confused, Joe said in his opening, the prop does not fire live rounds. He never said it didn't fire anything. Shout out to my chat because I needed to hear exactly what he said. This is the shooting range, or really it was what he was never at. Taco Pino crime. Reasonable doubt is it's actually difficult to explain. It's one of those things, you know. So Tocopino pointing out specific facts, questions in closing that reasonable doubt is a pro way of leading the jury to it. Holy moly, Louis squabbling with the judge on break. Meet into advisors. Joe Tacopino just did his big ones. Those officers were searching for projectiles from a real gun. They weren't searching nor knew to search for projectiles from a prop gun. That's why they didn't find the blank cartridges from the prop gun. Oh, we got 3 minutes. 3 more minutes. I have never seen this many objections during a closing argument. Yesterday, 16, 10 overruled, 6 sustained, 1 speaking objection, 1 temper tantrum during break. Total 31 objections, 20 overruled, 11 sustained, 6 speaking objections, 2 temper tantrums along the way. Oh, this is crazy. Anything else? How is the fact really turned in showcasing them? Let's see. That is definitely not bigger than the fact that the prop gun the defense says Rocky fired. Where did they say that? There's no reasonable way to spin this. You know, I just can't. She seems very biased. Well, it's bigger than the fact really lied about pretty much everything. And if 7 cops didn't find any shell casings, then none existed. Furthermore, even if the jury believes the gun was real, it's extremely confident that self-defense was proven. Not guilty, Meg. That's a fact. Like, I don't understand that. How can you? But I'm not them. Someone told Drake he misspelled Brian Still's name on the track list, though. We should be getting to it. It's quiet. It's quiet as a mouse. I don't even hear. I don't even hear. I don't even hear what you call it. Music. I reversed a murder conviction that Lewin obtained, and the Court of Appeals was very clear in proclaiming the conviction. Mr. Lewin told an untruth to the jury to try and well. Wow, he's a dirty, dirty bird. He don't care. Alrighty, we should be getting started any minute now. It's 1:00. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, see, look at that. Look at that. We're back in business. But there's no sound. We're back in business, but there's no sound, baby. I think I may take myself off so I can eat. Come on, get started. As soon as they get started, then I can take myself off. Well, the sign looks better today. It has been looking like crap. Cute little bear. Are you? Guess so. Boopy boop, 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 boop. Come on already. Get this show on the road so I can eat. Move. I don't like that you're over here by my pillows. Come on. Come on, baby. Shit. There we go. How much longer? What?
Are any of you folks in the audience cold? I have a jacket downstairs. If somebody wants it, I'll go get it. No, I'm serious. I have no control over the temperature of the room. Does anybody want a jacket? You do?
I'm good, we're good.
Nobody? Okay.
Bring back the horsehair wigs. That'll keep everyone warm.
You ready for the jury?
No, we're waiting for Mr. Tacopino.
Yes.
Where's Mr. Tacopino?
You got a jacket on.
We gotta take her for the jacket.
Where?
Hey,
I'll go get it.
to have the road.
I only got the one.
I don't know what he said.
Quality, man. Horsehair wigs, bring them back. That'll keep everyone nice and toasty. Not until the gavel's down. See, like I can't take pictures of like them hugging or anything. It's like only like if they did like at the end of the verdict or something like that while they're still gavelled in, maybe. But you can't shoot the game.
Start. And then I'll go.
I'm used to a lot of these where it's like really dry, like where people do not do anything but one person.
It's quiet again. Come on. Hurry up, Tacopino. Tacopina, whatever the heck. Taco Lato. Hurry the freak up. I heard it's the bomb and you got it going on. Give me your third passion, baby. You got me dripping wet from the way you make me sweat. Give me some of your third passion, baby. Come on. Never can start on time, I swear. It's 1 o'clock. They got 3 hours. Yeah, they're definitely not going to be deliberating today. So they won't be back until Tuesday. Because Monday is President's Day. That was weird. Alrighty then. Do 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 do. Come on. Come on. Come on. Ready, aim, fire. Let's go. Let's go. I need to eat. I'm hungry. Hurry up. Hurry up. You got me dripping wet from the way you make me sweat.
Record all parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Lewin, are you ready?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Over lunch, I had a nightmare that when I was going to come back up here, that Mr. Tackfield was only half done. I think, I'm not sure, but I believe I had a birthday and at least one grandchild during that closing. And I bring that up for a specific reason, and that is, do not confuse the length of that argument.
They're already they're throwing jabs in the closing.
What we kind of have gotten away from is why we're here.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
So this is
I'm
the
gonna
case of People versus RAKIMMAYERS.
give me something to eat real quick.
This is not People versus Mr. Efron. It's not People versus John Lewin. It's People versus RAKIMMAYERS. And the reason that I point that out is because if you didn't know better and you listened to the closing, you would think that either Rel was on trial,
Oh, I need a pee.
maybe I was on trial, and we're not on trial. And I think it's important when you are listening and really going through these arguments that you understand what this case is about. And for that reason, I'd love to say that I'm going to be very brief up here. And the reason I'm not going to is that, unfortunately, I've got an obligation to make sure that I address the points that defense counsel made. Whether those points are relevant, whether those points are persuasive. I can tell you this, I won't be as long as Mr. Tackfield was, and I'm confident that you will get the case today, this afternoon. But that's where we are. I want to start with, this is Randy's Donuts. This is Randy's Donuts. This is on the corner. You're looking at Randy's. This is in Inglewood. On the corner of basically Florence and, Manchester and Los Angeles. This is the exit from the 405. We're coming, we're looking north.
I think that one grandchild, one kid and one grandchild.
I was a young deputy tourist. I used to drive from home, and I would have to take this route on the 405. And I would, every day, I would get off on the 405, and I would tell myself that if God wanted me to get a donut, he would make sure that the light that you can't see right here is red. And as you can see, God wanted me to have a lot of donuts. I ended up most of the time, I stopped. But there came a time where it just wasn't good enough for me to take the chance on the light. So what I would do is, it's a really long straightaway, and you can see when you're getting off the freeway, you can see that light. So what I would do is literally, I would coast my car at 20 or 25 miles an hour, making sure that I hit the red and I could go in and hit that donut. And I bring this up because passing up that donut was extremely difficult. Very, very. And most days I wasn't able to do it. And I always thought that that's probably one of the hardest things that I would have to do. And then I became a trial lawyer. And I started trying cases. And I started trying serious cases. And I can tell you that what it takes to pass up that donut is nothing compared to what it's like when I have to sit here for a closing argument, the defense is up, and I have to listen. And I want to get up and I want to scream, I can't do it. Try to do different things, try to focus on something else, try to go to a happy place. It's really, really hard. It's especially hard when, as in this case, Mr. Tacopina makes an argument. And I want to be clear about something. I'm going to attack the arguments that Mr. Tacopina made. Because that's what lawyers do, that's what's fair. I'm going to attack the arguments that he made. I'm going to attack the case that the defense put on. I'm not going to attack Mr. Tacopina personally. I'm not going to cast aspersions on evidence that he put on. In the end, witnesses, we don't vouch for our witnesses. What that means is that we put on witnesses, and those witnesses testify what they're going to testify to. So I'm going to go through, and I'm going to very critically point out what this case is about and what it isn't about. And kind of before I get there, I want to talk a little bit about your role. So, you 16 people, we started in what? And I know many of you, probably most of you, all of you, none of you wanted to be here. And I get it. It's understandable. But you were chosen. It wasn't simply magic that you ended up as jurors. Both sides chose you. And honestly, and one of the few things Mr. Tacopina and I probably agree on is that in our country, it's an incredible honor to be able to be a juror, because in other countries, we don't have jury trials. We don't have any systems of justice. But you were selected, and it literally is an honor. But along with that honor comes a duty and a responsibility. And I'm not going to understate it. I'm not going to pretend it's anything other than it's not. I will tell you, Mr. Kozlenik and I, we have done our duty, our responsibility in putting on this case. We have given you a case where we have proven the honor we deserve that. It's going to end up going into your hands, and I'm going to explain to you what the evidence demonstrates and what the verdict in the case should be. Some of you might be saying, wait a minute, I don't understand why we had a trial. Because let's face it, no matter how much the defense wants to talk about how this is all about Relly's credibility, it isn't. It's on video. What's amazing about this case is how little in the end Relly's credibility for anything that matters in the case is really an issue. Now, it certainly could have been an issue. There could have been a defense in this case. There could have been, where the defense put on evidence, they said, hey, listen, Relly, you can't see it, but Relly, when he came, had a weapon. And he said, I'm going to kill you. And the defendant at that point in time pulled a gun to defend himself. And the situation ended, and Relly followed. And he threatened again, and he pulled out another gun. And that would have been difficult for us to counter, not because it's true, but because the evidence that you would have given would have been much more problematic, much more difficult. That's not the defense they chose. The defense they chose, and I'm going to get into this in a little more time and more detail, but I want to make sure you all understand it right off the bat. This case comes down to one issue and one issue only. They are saying it's property. If it's a prop gun, he is absolutely not guilty of the charges. Not because he didn't pull it, not because he didn't fire it, but because under the law, if it's not a real firearm, it's not a violation of Penal Code Section 245, and it's not the personal use of a firearm. Now, here's what's interesting. Again, I'm going to explain this in more detail. Mr. Tacopina got up here and he says, absolutely, hey, listen, he did not have a real gun. It's a prop gun. But it's still self-defense. That's not true. If it is a prop gun, there is no self-defense. And the only way you can get to self-defense in this case is you have to find, one, that it was a real gun, which it clearly was a real gun. There's no question there. It was a real gun. The prop gun is a figment of the defense and the witnesses who testified to it. You have to find that not only is it a real gun and that it was fired, but that the defendant was defending other individuals or himself, and that the force that he used was necessary. And ladies and gentlemen, he wasn't defending anybody else. The force was not necessary. It's a sad situation, and I'm going to confront this head on. It would be easy for you all as jurors to say, wait a minute, I don't get it. This is a guy who's got everything. He has everything. He's successful. He's got a beautiful wife. He's got 2 children who were here. And some of you might be saying, gosh, you know what? Why would he risk that? And that's a very good question. It's just not a question that is for you to consider. Because in the end, the issue is not why did he risk it? Why did he do what he did? Because what the evidence shows is that is what he did. This is also not, let me repeat, not about Relly and his civil suit. And let's talk about that for a moment. And let's talk about exactly what we are dealing with here. I want to move forward here. As I'm talking, again, some of you might be saying, hey, listen, Mr. Lewin, we've been listening to this case. Why are you even up here arguing? We get it. If I were in charge of the court system, which I'm not, I would make an adjustment. And what would happen is there would be a scoreboard right on top of between where juror number 4 and juror number 5 is. And I could look up and I could see, okay, we're up 42-0. I can take a knee, I can run the clock out, but I don't have a scoreboard. I have no idea what you 12 jurors are thinking. I have no idea. I have no idea if some of the crazy arguments by the defense, gosh, maybe somebody believes them. One of the most difficult, frustrating things that can happen is, and I try not to do this, but I will see jurors taking notes, writing things down at certain points where I'm thinking, oh my gosh, why are they writing that? That doesn't make any sense. Of course, I don't know what you're writing. I have no idea. You could be writing down a point, you could be writing down, that doesn't make any sense at all. I have no idea. But here's what I do know. I've got an obligation to make sure that I address everything that the defense has brought up. Good points, bad points, irrelevant points, nonsensical points. I have to address it all because I don't know where each one of you are at. And the reason is pretty simple.
No, you have to do it because you know you're losing.
That I can ask you 12 jurors to do your job if I haven't done mine. So that's kind of the background of where we find ourselves. All right, let's talk for a second about the defense closing argument. And I think it's important. So what they have done, and listen, I get it. Relly, in a lot of ways, was a very problematic victim. Why is he problematic? Well, one, in a lot of ways, he's not very sympathetic. And I'm not here to get you to like Relly, to get you to say, you know what, Relly deserves $30 million. Because unlike what Mr. Takapina said, you're not here to decide that. You are not here. I'm not Relly's lawyer, and you're not the jury who's going to decide what damages he's going to get. Evidence has shown he has a civil suit. You're aware of that. I'm not telling you anything that's not a part of the evidence. And if that civil suit goes to trial, as you all know, there will be a jury that will decide what, if anything, he gets. That is not U12. I don't mean to shortchange you alternates. Being alternate is a really, I'm not going to lie, it's a crummy job. You get to sit through everything, and then you don't get to vote. I think I said this on Wadi. I would have held my hand up and said, I cannot be an alternate. I can't do it. I need to be able to vote. So when I say U12, I really mean U16. You never know who's going to end up on our jury. But what is important to keep in mind is that you're not here.
When you're losing, go ahead and kiss the jury's ass.
I want to explain for a second what happened with Relly and who he is and what he's been through. And I think it's really important, and this kind of goes to what the defense is in this case. This is a picture that if you look at it, it's very blurry, okay? You can't see what's going on. Why is that? Because what the defense wants to do is they want to zoom up so close on every irrelevant fact that you forget why we're even here. And what's an example now? I'll tell you right now. Mr. Takapina spent time pointing out the fact that Relly was not honest about buying a property in Miami. Now you need to ask yourselves, what does his property in Miami have to do with what happened on November 6th?
Credibility.
Nothing. But he would say, well, but wait a minute. If Relly is not being truthful about that, you don't have to believe about anything. I'm going to get to why that is not what the instructions actually direct you to do. But I want to do something more. I want to do something better. I want to explain to you from the evidence why Relly was up there doing what he did. So let's first talk about the fact that Mr. Takapina spent a lot of time talking about, hey, the defendant, he just sat there, he was dignified, he didn't make any fuss, etc. That's all true. That doesn't mean anything. The defendant is an extremely powerful individual. His wife is even more powerful. Relly found himself in
Has nothing to do with it.
Where he was on the wrong side of that power divide. And by the way, it doesn't matter why he got there, but you know why. You heard it. There was a disagreement about ASAP Josh and about what happened to him and what was going to be paid for and what wasn't. And what's important is that Relly and the defendant had a disagreement about it. That's what happened. And because of that disagreement, and because of ego, this is what happened. Now, some of you might be
You know
saying to
all
yourself,
about
"Wait,
ego there, Lewin.
I mean, in the end, what really happened in this case? Okay, it wasn't a prop gun, obviously. The evidence demonstrates, and by the way, we don't have to prove that Relly got shot. The reasonable inference from the evidence is that he's got a wound on him that he didn't have beforehand. I'm going to address this again, but every time you hear the defense say, where was the witness to testify to that? You need to remember something. They are the ones that are arguing that this was a prop gun. They are the ones that are arguing that Relly didn't actually sustain these injuries from a gunshot. They are the ones arguing that casings would not have been found. You got how many lawyers over there? How many people? There was a point in time during jury selection where they almost had a football huddle. There were like 8 or 9 of them over there. Do you think for one moment, 1 millisecond, that if those individuals had something positive to say to help the defendant, that they would have called those individuals? If, for instance, Relly's injuries could not have been caused by a graze wound, they would have called a witness. So what you're left with is, Relly didn't have that wound when it started. He testified that he felt heat going through his hands instantly. So the idea that, well, it's a minor wound, and that's true. But we're not here to talk about the consequences. I want to really point out something that's really important. This was 10 p.m. on a busy Saturday night in the middle of Hollywood. And what happened? And you know this. I'm going to go through this evidence at length. But the short story is that the defendant, because he was angry, because of ego, because of the fact that he is who he is, he decided that he was going to have a confrontation with Relly. That's what happened. We'll go through the video. It's very clear. The defendant goes there with a gun. He's got 2 guys with him. He grabs Relly. He initiated this incident. And what I don't think is being addressed enough, and Relly talked about it, is that, remember, Relly has no idea before this is happening. He doesn't think it's this severe of an issue. They've known each other half their lives. They understand they're upset with each other. That's clear. You have a text back and forth. But at that moment, and I'm not talking about when the defendant fires the gun. I'm talking about the parking garage. When the defendant pulls out the gun, Relly's entire future flashes before his eyes. And do you know what that future is? He's done. It's over. What makes it over? Well, he understands that if the defendant is upset with him enough to pull a gun on him, that he's going to ruin him. As he told you, that means no more artists will sign with him. That means record deals will go away. He's done. And he doesn't know this is coming. He doesn't have time to contemplate it. And what's his response? It's shock and it's anger. And it's not really thinking about what is smart. The argument that Mr. Pacapina makes, well, who would go after somebody who's pulled a gun on them? Well, that's not quite a fair argument, because it's not somebody who's pulled a gun on them. It's someone that was a close friend. And Relly told you he really wasn't thinking about the consequences. He was angry. He also told you that, you know what? Rocky had pulled a gun on him and he put it back. So he realized at that point, his life as he knew it is over. By the way, he was right. So we're not here to talk about what damages Relly should get, what damages he shouldn't get. But let's remember something. That man shot him. That man took away the career that he had. I don't know what that's worth. 30 million sounds a bit excessive to me, but I'm not the lawyer in that trial and you're not the jury. So that will be hashed out, that will be debated, and that will be eventually decided upon. But there's no question that in that moment, he realized that he was losing something very, very important, very precious. And so what does he do? He follows, and we have the second incident. Now, what started the second incident? We'll never know. We know that Relly is yelling at him. Relly is saying very unkind things. And we know, there's no question, the defendant is proud. Okay? And I'm going to give you another word because I'm not going to hide from it. He's entitled. All right? Everybody runs around. He is a big, important man, and everybody serves him. This is just a small example, but it's important. The witnesses who came in are dependent upon him financially. They're dependent upon him for their careers. And what happened in the middle of a trial with 12 on the stand? 12's asked a question. Has anyone ever seen or heard a defendant yell out to a witness in front of the jury, "Don't answer that"? That's what happens when you have a lot of power. And no one has ever told you, you know what? You can't do that. So why did the defendant, why did he take out the gun and fire those shots? I don't know. But you don't have to figure that out either. Because in the end, and I covered this in jury selection, I asked each one of you, if I prove to you, Mr. Prezlemic and I, if we prove to you what happened in this case, beyond a reasonable doubt, and you don't understand why it happened, it still happened. But that's not where the story ends, because that act, and the first act's important too. When he pulls the gun out, I'm going to go through the video, but it's very clear that that incident ends because a couple of people walk by. That's very clear. There are witnesses. One of the witnesses, I think 12, I believe, even mentioned, yeah, there's people walking by, but that's not what ended. Well, you can see where they are, and you can see that right after, that's when he puts the gun back. When they get to the second scene, something happens. And one of the things that makes no sense in the defense argument, 0 sense, is that they keep talking about the timing of the shots. Okay? It's not when the first shot was fired, and you're going to see it. You can see, you can't tell what it is, but you can see Rocky make a movement behind his back and pull out a firearm. Pull out, you can't tell what it is, but he's going to pull that item out, and at that point in time, he's going to start advancing to where Relly and Gills are. That is what Relly responds to, is that firearm being pulled out. Yes, he grabs Gills before the first shot is fired because he's trying to avoid getting shot. So again, the timing of which shot it is it 1 second before or after? That's an irrelevancy. It doesn't matter. It's not even the defense theory. And the other thing that is really, really important, again, I'm going to call it out. I'm not going to hide behind it. That man decided that his ego and his vendetta and his anger at Relly was important enough that he was going to risk not only Relly's life or Ill's life, but he was going to fire 2 shots from a 9mm firearm in the middle of Hollywood. Now, I don't have to tell you, because you all know it's common sense. Bullets travel until they hit something. That's what happens. They're fired at very, very high velocity. They're coming out at an incredible speed. And they travel until they hit something. Sometimes what they hit is the ground. And they ricochet. Sometimes what they hit is a car. Sometimes what they hit is the person they're aimed at. And sometimes some tourist walking down Hollywood Boulevard with her family all of a sudden drops dead because they've been shot in the head by a bullet that somebody selfishly fired to settle a childish dispute. That's what he did. That's the conduct in this case. It's not about what injury Relly received. It's not about how much money he's going to sue for. Those are not in the jury instructions. You're not going to see a jury instruction on, quote, extortion, because that's not what you're here to decide. That's what happened in this case. That man decided, you know what? I'm angry, and I'm going to show him. The defense argument, as I listened, it was almost like Mr. Tacopina took off in a plane with no flight plan, and he flew around in circles. Circle after circle after circle. And eventually, he kind of just ran out of gas and kind of just crashed the plane. There wasn't much direction. There wasn't much focus. And there wasn't an emphasis on the actual facts you're here to decide. Now listen, he's got a tough case. In opening statement, my partner got up here and he told me this is a simple case. It is a simple case. I'm going to tell you, this case could and easily could be a 5-minute verdict. And here's why. Because once you decide that this was not a prop gun, and ladies and gentlemen, it's not a prop gun. I'm going to go through all the reasons. And once you decide that, this case is done. It's over. Because that's the defense in the case. Not, as Mr. Tacopina tried to argue, well, it's self-defense. You notice, Mr. Tacopina didn't actually reach the next step. He talked about self-defense, but he never explained to you, for it to be self-defense, you have to find that it was a real gun. That's what you find. If you have a question about that, you ask the court. You have to find, to get to self-defense, that it was a real gun. And their defense in this case was, it was a prop gun. That's the issue in this case. Was it a prop gun or was it not? If you find it's a prop gun, all I can say is, you know what? You really need to examine why you're getting there. And I'm going to bring up something that's really important. The defendant is a celebrity. His wife's an even bigger celebrity. Many of you know who they are. They brought in 2 adorable children yesterday for closing argument. Now, they haven't been here at any other time. And you have to ask yourselves, those kids have a right to be there. Why children that age would be here in a situation like this, don't know. But you have to ask yourselves, am I going to let my feelings of not wanting to convict the defendant? And Mr. Tacopina made it very clear. If you noticed in closing today, he literally brought up Rihanna, he brought up the defendant's family, and he basically was saying, hey, listen, if you convict him, it's going to be very difficult on the family. That is not something you are allowed to consider. So I'm not telling you I don't think you should consider it. You are not allowed to consider it. If you think you are allowed to consider it, ask the question to the judge. When you go back, you can send out notes. You can ask questions. You are not allowed to consider how this might affect Rihanna or his kids. And there's a very simple reason. We are all in the world responsible for what we do. And I'm going to add something else too. There was testimony from ASAP Lou. And ASAP Lou, even though it wasn't a question, ASAP Lou wanted to get in front of you, I think 2 times at a minimum, that the defendant is looking at 24 years in prison. The defendant is looking at whatever Judge Arnold decides he's going to give him. So you are not allowed, by the way, to consider, oh my gosh, if I did, he could get 24 years. You're not allowed to consider, even if that was true. But in the end, Judge Arnold will decide what the sentence in this case is. So if any of you go back there and say, well, you know what, I just don't think that this crime, I'm just not comfortable with 24 years. You can't do that. If one of the rest of you does it, guys, it's misconduct. You can't do it. You got to stop yourself. You got to stop the person next to you. You got to say, you know what? We can't do that. All right. You've got to base your decision on this case on the facts that have been proved from the evidence. Now, this is really important. The instruction does not say on the facts that have been proved from the people's evidence. That is hugely important in this case. There is no question whatsoever that our case got immeasurably stronger because the defense chose to put on a case. No question. Even if some of you were saying to yourselves, you know what? I don't think based on just what the prosecution put on that I would have convicted. And let's think about that for a second. Until the defense case, now they mentioned in opening, but remember, opening is not evidence. Until the defense case, we don't know what the defense is. It could have been self-defense. It could have been any number of things. It wasn't. They chose to put on a defense. They didn't have to. You remember voir dire, I asked you all, are you going to give any points to the defense if they choose to put on a defense in their case where they don't have to? Or are you going to look at their evidence as critically, as importantly, as you do for our evidence? You all said you would do it. They elected to put on a defense that killed their case. It destroyed it. And I'll go through it. It started with Wally. The best evidence from the victim. This is probably the second thing I agree with Mr. Tacopina. Mr. Tacopina put on Wally to impeach the defendant. I'm sorry, to impeach the victim on an issue of whether it was his voice. And obviously, it was Relly's voice. And obviously, he was uncooperative. But let's take a step back and ask ourselves, why was Relly uncooperative in this case? Relly told you, and you saw evidence of it, in April of 2022, when it came out that Relly was the individual who reported the defendant to the police, he's facing death threats. His family is facing death threats. So he is up there not wanting to answer any question about his family. He doesn't even want to give his girlfriend's name. He doesn't want to say where he lives. He doesn't want to identify anything about Miami. You got to ask yourselves, first of all, is it understandable why he didn't want to answer those questions? Of course it is. You have to ask yourselves, Mr. Tacopina repeatedly asked those questions. Listen, that's his right as a lawyer. He can certainly do that. But it was very clear that the result of that, if not the intention, was to get Relly upset, to get him agitated, and to shut him down. And that's what happened. But even more importantly, none of those questions.
Relly was defiant the whole time. Stop it.
The defense, their witness, they put on the evidence from Wally, which is some of the most crucial evidence in the case. And again, I'm going to get there. So the defense had no obligation to put on a case. They could have done nothing. But do not be mistaken. Some jurors go back and they say, you know what? Well, because if I only look at the people's case, they haven't proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why this says prove from the evidence, not prove from the people's evidence, all of the evidence in the case. So we've got a duty, and we don't hide behind it at all. We have a duty to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And by the way, it's interesting. Mr. Tacopina keeps talking about, quote, reasonable doubts. There's no such thing as reasonable doubts. They are not individual pieces. Reasonable doubt is an overall view from all of the evidence. So when he says, well, listen, if you have a reasonable doubt about Relly's credibility, then that means it's a not guilty. That's not true at all. The question is, when you look at all of the evidence, if you find
Really was the
Relly's
only one that was untruthful,
credibility
though.
is really material, if you find that there isn't other evidence that overcomes it, does the overall collection of the evidence cause you to have a reasonable doubt? There is no such thing as reasonable doubts. They are not like pieces of a cookie where you pick up one and go, here's a reasonable doubt. Here, it's not how it works. And you got the instruction that shows it. We have to prove every element of the crime is charged. No question, that's our burden. But this is really important. Not every element in every case is in dispute or reasonably in dispute. So what does
How
that
are you
mean?
going?
So for instance, we would have had to prove that
Make
it was
sure
the
you wear a
defendant
jacket.
who was at the scene. That's our burden. But the defense has already conceded that. We would have had to prove that the defendant had a gun. They've already conceded he had a gun. They say it's prop gun. We would have had to concede, we would have had to prove, that the defendant
You have to prove that it's real.
assaulted Relly with the gun. Well, they've conceded that. They just say it was a prop gun.
No,
We
they
don't have to
didn't
prove
concede that. You're lying.
whatsoever that the defendant shot Relly, although that's what the evidence demonstrates. So very little in this case is in dispute, and that is hugely important. So let's talk about the relevant evidence in this case. So the day before the shooting, November 5th, 2021, Relly's in a car with Jabari. Again, I got to talk about Bari for a second, ASAP Bari. The defense is saying, well, why didn't you bring Bari in to us? Bari is the guy, if you remember, who posted, who is calling Relly a rat or a snitch. I can't remember which it is right now. The people's position is that Bari is not credible. If the defense wanted to bring him in, if they thought that he had evidence to add to their case, they would have brought him in. They flew in a guy from France, okay? Let's just take a step back. They flew in an individual from France at tremendous expense on almost no notice. And they flew him in because they wanted to prove that that was Relly's voice on the tape. Now, one has to ask themselves, do they listen to the tapes? Because the tapes are some of the best evidence we have in this case.
No, it's not. Not
And
on
you
your
know that
side.
They only played for you a little snippet. I'm going to play the whole first part of that call, uninterrupted. I'm not going to give a snippet. So what happened in this case? Day before the shooting, there's an issue between the two of them.
Who cares?
Okay? The defendant is upset with Relly. That's not in dispute. He's upset with him. I have no
Relly's
idea
upset with
whether
him.
Relly was right
Stop.
about this dispute or the defendant was right about the dispute. But here's what I know for sure. It does not matter. It's not an issue for you to even consider. If, let's assume that Relly paid for every part of ASAP Josh's funeral. Okay?
Which he
The
did.
most expensive funeral in the history of mankind. He paid $20 million for the funeral. Let's assume that happened. It
Not that
doesn't
amount, but
change
yeah.
the fact that he can't assault him with a firearm. I don't know.
He
have no
can't put his
idea
hands on
who's
him
right.
either.
But it's very clear it doesn't matter. But what's important is there is a dispute. And by the way, if that call did not take place, do you believe for a second that they would not have brought ASAP Bari in? And what do you think would have been the response for the defense if we would have brought
We're trying to
A$AP Bari
put the burden on them.
and
It's
ASAP
not on
Bari
them.
would
It's
have
on you.
lied the same way that Twelby lied, and Wally lied, and ASAP Lou lied.
They did not lie.
So he's his close friend. If that guy was going to help him, they would
You
have
can
called
tell
him.
who was lying.
And
and
They
who
have
wasn't.
the power of the subpoena just like we do. And in fact, he's defendant's friend.
It's
They
not
know
a
where he
burden.
is.
It's not their
Everyone has
burden, though.
So the fact that he's not here Do
Huh?
not get caught up
No, it's still
in
there.
that game. But, again, the relevance of this is simply that they had a dispute the day before. And the defendant, who is clearly a proud individual, got embarrassed by the fact
Whatever.
that Relly is hearing him talking about him behind his back, which, let's face it,
That's
it's
not
very
proven.
manly.
That's not proven. You're only
It's just
going
not.
off of Relly's
And
fucking
it's clear
testimony.
that the defendant is embarrassed by this. He's embarrassed by the fact
Why would he
that,
be
that
embarrassed?
Relly knows he is talking about him behind his back.
Why would he be
And
embarrassed?
Relly doesn't like it.
That don't
Clearly.
make sense.
So this is the day before the shooting. You can see what's going on. I'm not going to repeat the language.
Relly was
Well,
fucking
by the way, at
embarrassed.
this point in time, this is a stupid little incident, okay? The man's a multi-millionaire.
But that's not proven.
Why on earth?
You're
is he
trying to
gonna
put
take it
stuff in evidence.
to the
It's not
level that
proven.
he took it?
Show me where it is. Show me
No,
the tape
but
where it
that's
is.
exactly what he did.
Show me proof.
So what happens?
You're putting
Well, the
you're
day of the
putting
shooting,
facts
we
not in
know
evidence.
That Relly is receiving a bunch of calls from the defendant, from Ills, and from 12. And if you don't think that Ills and 12 know what's going on, I got a bridge to sell you. Okay? If you think, as the defense argued, that those
What?
are
Because they were calling to
credible
talk to him and find out what he's fucking
Relly was
what the fuck
angry,
his deal is.
and he was hostile.
They were having a
They weren't
reunion.
angry or hostile. They were just liars. Start to finish.
Oh, this is fucking
So
irritating.
what happens?
What? Why would
Well,
Relly?
no,
Why would
show
Relly
me where
delete
the
his
shooting.
texts? Why did
Let's
Relly
get
delete
to it.
his texts
Stopped
if he
up
had
in my
nothing to
call.
hide?
Well,
Why?
by the way, Relly says, hey, listen, I'm not really sure what's going to happen. And when you look at it, it looks like they're going to have a disagreement. But this is really important. Relly can
Where's
kick the defendant's ass
Relly's
all day.
text?
Okay? That's clear.
You're only
If Relly
showing
does that,
the ones
he
from
loses
freaking
his
Rock
life.
from Relly's phone
He doesn't
that
have
are deleted.
any interest in doing that.
You're not
He knows
showing
it.
the ones from
The
Rocky's
defendant knows
phone.
it. Everybody knows it. Even those lying witnesses, 12 and Lou, eventually had to concede that the defendant has a lot of power in the
He
industry.
doesn't. Stop that.
Industry
Stop
where
that.
Relly works, the industry that he is dependent upon for his livelihood.
Has nothing to do with power
So
in the
he's got
industry.
not only no motivation.
He made a name for
getting
himself.
into a
Really
fight
has not.
with the defendant, he can't do it. He's got to sit back.
So sick and
take
tired of
whatever
them
he's
playing.
gonna take.
Oh well, he's got a
Because
lot.
he's
No,
power.
fuck all that dumb shit.
That's who he is. He's got power.
No,
There's
no.
Rock.
He's got a
And
career
there's
he
Relly.
made for his fucking self,
Rocky
and his
knows
friend
it
got
and
jealous
Relly
and
knows
wanted that money
That's just the facts of
without
life.
doing the work that he did. Let's
What
be
happens?
honest.
We have this incident. Now, thank God we have
See, this
video.
is why I couldn't sit in the jury because I'd be cussing up
Okay?
these
Because without video,
motherfuckers.
we all be in trouble. This video is very clear. And when Relly is walking, there's a couple things you want to consider. I'm going to get to this again. The idea that the defendant is bringing a gun to this meeting makes no sense.
Oh my
at all. He's got
God.
two guys with him.
You're
He's
so
not
dumb.
afraid of- he's
You're
not
so
afraid of
dumb.
Relly. Relly's
You're
not
so
looking to
dumb.
fight. And you're going to see that the first action is the defendant grabbing Relly.
No, he's pushing
That's
him
what
away.
you're going to see as they're walking up. And I have this is slowed down so you can see. So what you saw, the defendant grabs his arm. Now the defendant is pushing him forward.
No,
Relly
you're
is
you're
pulling him back.
you're
Now, this is really
mischaracterizing the evidence. They can sit there and watch it.
So this is really important. Some stuff in the trial is almost fine. I would ask 12, so what was the weather like of that night? Man, it was cold. And Relly, he's huge. He's got muscles all over his body. They made Relly out to be the Hulk. They made that happen because that's the narrative they wanted to create. But the problem is if you watch, Relly clearly is stronger than Rocky is. He's stronger than Ills is. Yet he's letting Rocky push him back. If he had wanted to,
He's not.
he had his hand
He's
available
grabbing him
to
forward. You're
Rocky.
oh god, you're
He
mischaracterizing
didn't
the
do it.
evidence.
Probably not because he didn't want to, because he's a grown man
Stop
who
throwing a fit,
understands that if
crybaby.
he does that, it's over. He's got no career. He's done. What he does.
He never had a career to begin with. Nobody knew who the fuck Relly was.
Rocky's going to take out a gun, and Relly is going to realize, oh my God, it's over anyway. Please play it. So you want to stop it? Stop. I don't know if you remember, but when I had 12 on cross,
Oh no.
and he is saying that he's trying to pull the Relly off of Rocky. And I think this same image, and I'm asking him, well, wait a minute, how are you trying to pull?
Because he's right here.
Relly off
He's right
of Rocky
here.
when you're in the middle? You're trying
No,
to
that's
keep
Ills.
Rocky off of Relly. No,
That's
no,
Ills.
I'm not in the middle.
That's Relly's. I mean 12's
Keep
hand.
playing it. And now watch the gun. Stop.
It's
It
in
is
his
true,
back.
we do not
It's
see the
not
gun
threatening. He's not
But we
pointing it
know
at
from
anybody.
before
He has it in his back.
that
He
the gun
he
was
grabs
not
it,
in
puts it around his
Rocky's
waist,
hand
and puts
because
it back
he
where
saw
it
him.
belongs. You're mischaracterizing the whole video.
If you remember, what was 12's version of how the gun came out? I mean, guys, I'm not making this up. He said that Relly lifts
The minute you say
Rocky off the ground, his pants fall down, and Relly reaches back to pull his pants up and happens to end up with the gun and
Rocky,
what looks
not
like
Relly.
his finger on the trigger.
It's not on the trigger.
That is more absurd.
It is not on
than,
the.
again,
Oh my
the
God,
tornado
dude.
example with Bill.
Whatever. Dude.
It's absurd. It insults your intelligence.
No, you insult
And
my
the only
intelligence.
value that it has is if you are going to try to find a way to let this man get away with what he's done.
Oh my God.
And this goes back to what your duty is. You're here to call balls and strikes. What happens to Rocky is not your responsibility.
Shut up.
Not whatsoever. Your responsibility is determining what
Shush.
happened. It's almost like what an umpire does, okay? When an umpire calls a strike or calls a ball, he doesn't own what happens in the game. The players decide the game. He's just making the calls according to the rules. Do not be fooled into the idea that, quote, Rocky's life is in your hands. Rocky's life
It
not in
is.
your hands.
Rocky's is. He's the one on
determination
trial.
of what Rocky did is. And what happens from there, that's on him, and that's up to the
Shush.
judge. So what happens? So he's got the gun out. Can you play, please? Stop.
Oh my
So
God.
if he was trying to put the gun back, why is the gun now from behind him to in front of him? So they're going to say, well, you don't see what he does with the gun. Well, if his gun fell out accidentally, why doesn't he put it back? Well, it's because it didn't fall out accidentally. He pulled it out, and now he's going to assault Relly with it. And the fact that you don't see the assault because of the cameras, ask yourself, logically, he took the gun out. He switched hands. The gun is now in front of him. What's he doing with the gun?
He's putting it back in
He's
his
doing
pants.
exactly what Relly said he was doing with it. And by the way, nobody said that the defendant tried to murder Relly, intended to murder Relly. You're not
Relly?
charged with that.
Relly implied it.
So the gun comes out. Continue to play. stop. Okay, now, if you notice, he's about to put the gun back. And you're going to see the people cross. Keep playing. So the gun went back because you see the people that are on top? They are walking from the direction where
That's just the way
Rocky
you look at it. I don't look at it like
now,
that.
why Rocky put that gun away, we're never going to know. I can't prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt why he put the gun away.
Because they were going to walk away. Relly kept ensuing. Let's be honest, dude.
There's a couple of people walking right by. It's in the middle of Hollywood, and Rock's a pretty famous person, and if he was planning on shooting the gun at that point in time, that would really seem to be an ill-advised place to do it.
If Rocky was really like out to hurt somebody and shit, more people would have come forward.
The gun, that the gun is shot.
You just want to make a fucking name for somebody.
Where
that's the whole reason with
Rocky
you and Durst too.
reasonably doesn't believe anybody's watching him. He doesn't know about the cameras. He knows there's a crowd of people here. Jimmy Blackley. So this is how the first incident ends. Okay?
You're
This
such
is
a
how it
fucking
ends.
crybaby. I can't stand you, dude.
So when we're looking at this, that's count one. That's the assault with a firearm. That's the personal use of the firearm. We don't have to prove any more than what you've just seen. Now, we do have to prove that it's a real gun. And here's what's interesting. Why are we unable to determine definitively? We certainly have strong evidence that it's a real gun based on what happens in the next scene. But who is in control of that gun? And let's think about what the argument is. They're saying that's a prop gun. Where's the prop gun? How are we supposed to prove that it's not a prop gun when they've got the gun and they got rid of it?
So
it's impossible.
It no longer serves as a purpose. Hello.
So what happens at the next scene? Part two of this. Now this is going to be important because what you're going to see here is you're going to see that the incident starts before Relly ever grabs Ills. By the way, Ills is the guy he likes. He doesn't like 12. So you want to just ask yourself for a second. He never tells anybody, hey, Ills had a gun, Ills had a knife. Here's why I assaulted Ills. He's not assaulting Ills. He's not punching. He's not doing anything Ills. He's using Ills as a shield,
No, he's not.
just like he's going to say. But let's look up to the top left corner. Okay. So here we go. Back it up again. Start this one over.
You can't see shit.
So when you're watching this, what you're going to see is not as the defense described. That
Like,
Relly
I don't know
grabbed
why you were
Ills
showing it.
And then Rocky.
Oh, the
defends
cat.
him. What you're going to see is Rocky is going to reach behind, and then he's going to advance towards Relly. That is clearly when Relly sees the firearm, and that's when he ends up grabbing Ills. So the idea that, well, the gunshot doesn't happen until after he grabs Ills, it doesn't matter. Relly's responding to the fact that Rocky's pulled a gun on him for the second time. And by the way, this is a lot scarier than the first time, because now they're by themselves, and clearly Relly is concerned he's about to get shot. Now, I'm going to get to it, I'm going to address it, but this doesn't even begin to cover the idea that their defense is not just this was a prop gun, which is absurd. It's an absurd defense. Their defense is it's a prop gun, and Relly knew it was a prop gun. And even though Relly knew it was a prop gun, Rocky pulled it on him to scare him, even though by their own admission, he knows it's fake. And you can see Relly running around, and you can see what 12 does, and you can see what Rocky does, and no one is acting like it's a prop gun because it isn't. So let's watch it. Boom, guns out. By the way, at one point in time, one of the witnesses, I think it was 12, he said that the defendant fired a warning shot. You don't fire a warning shot with a prop gun, it doesn't fire anything. Also, you can see that on that shot, the defendant has the gun out, facing forward, appearing to target Relly. And by the way, he moves into a better position in between the shots. And the only reasonable conclusion you can reach from that is that he is trying to get a line of fire onto Relly. Relly didn't suffer the minor injury because the defendant didn't try to shoot him. He suffered the minor injury because he used Ills as a shield, and for whatever reason, the defendant didn't hit him. At least didn't hit him other than in his hand. But the idea that you need to look at the gunshot and the fact that Relly is already grabbing Ills as a shield, that's just misleading. It just doesn't work. I'm going to play this now in half speed. Well, this is going to be the same. And the idea, by the way, that Ills, that 12E is running away because Relly is trying to attack him is absurd. If you knew nothing, all you saw was this video and somebody told you, hey, listen, that's a fake gun, and everybody knows it's a fake gun, you would go, well, wait a minute. If it's a fake gun, why is everybody running around? Why is Relly grabbing Ills as a shield? Why is 12E running away? By the way, how does this incident end? This incident ends not because the defendant voluntarily says it's over. 12E literally is blocking him and pushing him away. The defendant is fired up. He's angry. We don't know what was going to happen next, but it's not as if the defendant decided on his own, you know what, I'm done. 12E pushes him away. So this is a close-up. And again, this is a little bit harder. This is going to be played at half speed. It's going to be played at half speed. Again, we already know that we've got. By the way, the only thing that Mr. Tacopina did not accuse Relly of was planting the nail on the seat. And I was waiting for it. I was waiting for him to say, Relly planted the nail. He was trying to get me. So we know who we have, defendant, 12E, and we've got, which is hard to see, we've got Relly and Ills. So what happens? You watch for yourself. You're going to see Relly reach and then move. When Relly reaches and moves, when the defendant reaches and moves, that's when the gun is out. Whoops. Sorry. Okay. So here we go. Boom. You see him reach, guns out. 12E moves. Relly is running, trying to get behind Ills. He's not beating Ills. And what is Rocky doing? He's running around, trying to get a shot, and he's going to fire. And when he fires a second time, the gun is outstretched, aiming at Relly. And now look, there's 12E grabbing him and making the defendant go away. That's how this thing ends. Again, and I understand it. You guys don't want to believe that this man who has everything, is going to give it all up for this. I get it. But that's a decision he made. I didn't make it for him. You didn't make it for him. The judge didn't. Mr. Tacopina didn't. He made that decision on November 6th. And what's crazy is that apparently Relly would have been more than willing to take the money and not cooperate with anybody. And by the way, why is that? Do you think that if you are in the hip hop rap community, that going to the police and filing a case against ASAP Rocky is going to help your career? It's done. When Rocky was saying, and you heard it before, hey, I'd be on the beach, he would have been on the beach. So not only did the defendant commit this violent crime, but in the end, his attitude was, no, I'm not giving you anything. Now, that's arrogant, but it's what happened. And I want to make sure that no matter how successful he is, how famous his wife is, how cute his kids are, how much they giggle here during closing arguments, that you guys are not going to say, you know what? We're going to give him a little extra. He needs to be treated like you would treat any other person. Because in the end, that's all that he is entitled to. He doesn't get to be the big celebrity in a jury trial. He's a defendant like anyone else. Okay, so what happens after the shooting? Immediately, Relly understands what's going on. So we had, and this was very interesting, we had the officers called, and the whole idea is we know that this incident never happened, meaning it was only a fake gun because they didn't find the casings. But what became very clear, ladies and gentlemen, is the defense did not realize until we called our witness, started questioning Lou Levin. They did not realize, it turns out that the prop gun, which was apparently a 9mm prop gun using 9mm ammunition, prop ammunition, is going to have the same brass, maybe lighter, but it's going to eject the casing the same way a real 9mm does, because as Lou Levin told you, and I think as 12 told you, who knows less about guns, the point of those prop guns is they're supposed to look realistic. And if they don't eject a casing, they're not realistic. And any of you who've ever seen a firearm, any semi-automatic firearm, understands that in order for a second shot to be fired, unless you're going to manually take a round out and put it in, which you don't do in a semi-automatic, it's got a chamber and cycle around. That's what it does. They didn't realize that. So what happened is they spent a bunch of time talking about the incredible investigation that the LAPD officer did on the scene. I asked you during voir dire, are you going to be able, in this case, are you going to be able, if you don't have every question answered, to come to a verdict if the evidence demonstrates to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the case has been proven? Each one of you said, no, you know what, I don't need every question answered. Let me tell you a question we can't answer. I cannot tell you why LAPD did not find the casings that night. Don't know. They certainly looked. But here's what we know. They didn't find any casings, meaning if the defendant's position is correct, if the defense position was a prop gun is correct, there should have been casings there for the prop gun. They weren't. And what we know is Relly went back and he found them. And I'm going to go through and explain to you why that's credible evidence. So what happens? He goes back, he texts, and he says, hey, you tried to kill me. Okay? What are you talking about? Why are you telling people I shot at you? What the defendant says. By the way, the defendant's position now, their defense is that he shot at him, it was just a prop gun. So the question isn't that the defendant is lying here. He clearly is lying. He's just saying, oh, it's prop gun. So Relly says, you tried to set me up and take me from my daughter. He is saying, you tried to kill me. That night, in that text, Relly doesn't know we're going to trial. And what's the defendant's response? Not, hey, that was a prop gun. It's stop making shit up. So, this is what they say is the big evidence in this case. Yes, Relly decided that rather than cooperating with the police, he was gonna try to get a bunch of money.
Yeah, tables are turned, and now he's trying to
Is
take
that the
dinner away from
honorable
his
thing to
kids.
do?
Stop
Is that
it.
the good civic mind thing to do? Of course not.
It was a perfect setup.
Because the defendant firing his gun in the middle of Hollywood jeopardized everybody. It's not just a crime against Relly, it's a crime against us all. But Relly didn't care about that. And by the way, eventually, when there's a civil trial, I'm sure that the civil lawyers will be arguing that Relly doesn't deserve anything. Luckily, that's not my job. We don't represent Relly. We represent the people of the state of California, and we're here.
And
because
you
the
represent a
defendant
liar.
committed a violent crime.
Because this would have never been a case if Relly didn't come forward. Let's be honest.
What he deserves, I have no idea. So
it was a rapper.
what's
You
important
thought
here
you could make a
is
name off
he's
of it.
explaining in this text
Plain and simple.
that he wants to get the
Stop.
money, but he's explaining why. He shot at me.
Oh.
Relly never, ever, ever has been inconsistent in the fact that the defendant shot him, that he got hit. Never. Sure, was he not upfront about owning property in Miami? Some of the questions, how did you make money in 2021? Is this a picture of your girlfriend? Imagine if you are sitting here on a case that is being live streamed. You got the camera here. You've already been threatened. Your family's been threatened. Your daughter's been threatened. Your girlfriend's been threatened. And now someone is going to ask the defense attorney, what's your girlfriend's name?
Regular cases get fucking televised too, buddy. Stop it. It's not because he's just famous. It happens in every case. Trolls do that in every case.
Now we're going to get to the most important statement that Relly gives in this case. Let me tell you why it's so important. And again, some of you might be asking yourselves, why did the defense bring in this evidence? And let's be clear. When the defense says, well, we only brought Wally out here to testify.
They didn't need to, though.
They easily could have played the call. There's no magic form where we got to play and they don't.
Yes, they do. They have to get.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What was the round?
The entire call.
We played
by the defense.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. The defense could have played the entire call. They didn't.
That was the objection.
So we decided that we were going to play the entire call. And you can listen to this call. And let me tell you what's so important about the call.
You only played it until Wally came up, else otherwise you wouldn't have played it.
He's not talking to cops. He's not talking to a prosecutor. He's talking to someone who he thinks is his friend. Now, that person isn't actually his friend. That person is an agent of Rocky.
Whatever. He was trying to mediate, and you're trying to make it worse than what it is.
Again, this is how just lack of credibility filled Wally's testimony.
Whatever.
Wally says that basically he just happened to record him. When I'm asking, wait,
because he was blowing up his phone.
Well, he had like 10 missed calls from me. Wait a minute. So your friend, you have 10 missed calls, you decide I'm going to record his call. He recorded him because he was trying to get information to help
I don't
Rocky.
think so.
And you know that because what does he admit that he did right afterwards? He calls Rocky and tells him what he said. But here's what's incredible. When you listen, I'm going to play it. Wally's testimony was he knew nothing about this incident before this phone call. Yet, you're going to hear him say, I'm not here to pick sides. So that's a straight lie.
No, it's not. He's on the side of the truth.
Rocky's good friend. It's already been in the media. It's been blown up in hip-hop websites.
And Relly's the one that fucking first brought it.
And when you listen, what is so crucial about this statement is this is Relly live, not in a courtroom, not to a police officer, to a friend where he's got no motive to make up anything, where he's
A
explaining.
friend that he knows
And he is
that
literally
probably,
being present.
hello,
Listen to this.
that
What's
if he
going on?
says that he's going to get him for his money,
Wally
that he'll
is
get
trying
sold.
to get him to try to sell this thing for money. That's what's going on when you listen. And Relly's like, hey, I tried to settle it for money. He didn't want to do it. But in terms of the facts of what happened, he is crystal clear.
They just
and
didn't want you pawn.
consistent about everything that
You
matters.
can lay it back
So
down,
listen.
Spooky.
Yo, bro. Yo. Shit, Rose, my bad. I'm with my girl and shit in bed, so What happened, Rose? You know, I'm not trying to pick sides. I'm mad at both y'all niggas for letting that shit.
He even said that.
Oh, it ain't no picking sides. That nigga 100% crazy and wrong. Yeah. 100% wrong. And he got 12 years mixed, bro. I'm not. You gotta understand, right? He been on this high horse for a very long time. You feel me? He didn't have to do what he did. I don't have. He forced my hand. You feel me? I got over 20 missed calls between him. Why is Rocky going out his way to do anything like that? You get what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you didn't hear the story or whatever it is. But you gotta look at it like this. Why is he going out his way to call me 20 times? Got bills and 12 you with him. Text messages saying link up where you at, and all of this is because of I pressed him about Josh, him not doing right by Josh, and he spoke to Josh long and live. You get what I'm saying? So I wrote him about that. He hits a Bari.
But it's none of your business.
But I'm with Bari.
It's none of your business.
You get what I'm saying? This shit didn't fit well with me. So Rocky talks about me within that
It
conversation.
wasn't Rocky's not the reason for Josh to do that. And his deal is with his mom.
You feel me? Yeah. He's a bitch, so he goes ahead and hit Bari because Bari influenced her a whole week later doing that complex con shit. You feel what I'm saying? Just so happened I'm with Bari while Rocky hits her. Rocky says my name.
So,
you know what I'm saying? Real Money 12 year bills is at his house. I hit Real Money the next morning, tell Real Money. I heard Rocky bitch ass tell him I don't fuck with him. Whoopty whoop, whoopty whoop, whoopty whoop. You feel me? No fighting words, none of that. Just basically, nigga, I heard you. But in Rocky's head, he was like a bitch because Bari had him on speaker. Rocky don't know who else heard that conversation, but he know I heard him talk about me. I told Rocky over the years, nigga, if you have a problem with me, let me know. Stop rocking me to sleep. You feel me? Boom, boom, boom. Next thing you know, I guess that was enough for him. He felt like a bitch because he knew I heard that conversation. I wasn't supposed to hear that conversation because Rocky I never heard him say curse words or even have that type of energy towards me. You know what I'm saying? So now I know the real him. I tell Real Money, tell that nigga fuck him. You feel me? Boom, boom, boom. Shit is related to him. Next thing you know, I get over 20, 30 missed calls between him, Ills, and Rocky. Text messages. I'm staying at the Lowe's. I tell him, he calls me. I finally answer because I'm sleeping. Yeah. I answered. He's like, where you at? With a slip voice. I'm like, huh? Where you at? Nigga, I'm at the W. I'm not really at the Lowe's. You feel me? You know, Hollywood Boulevard. They all look the same.
Why you out to lie where you are, though?
Hotel. I'm like, huh? He said, show me outside. Okay? All of it look the same. I showed him outside. What he does, be there in 5 minutes. I'm like, my girl, like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, I don't know. Yeah. He calls me, Ills calls me. Yeah, I got all these text messages, bro. These niggas is dumb. You and a couple only people heard this story. Rocky out here thinking it's all sweet, but his life really. And bro, that's what I wanted to ask you, bro. Like, why boys though? You feel me? Why take it to the the guys? You feel me? Who, me? Yeah, if they know how the boys. Why wouldn't I, bro? He's a multi-millionaire. He blamed at me. I'm no longer on his level. Everybody turned on me.
No.
Everybody, bro. Rocky had everybody nobody turn on me that day. Plus,
See right there,
what the fuck am I doing? Spin on this block,
jealousy.
shoot him up. Or do I cripple him because he's a multi-level bro? I'm not having nobody shoot at me where I'm taking him on the chin. And two, I'm not about to spin on Rocky's block. I'm already a millionaire, nigga. You get what I'm saying?
So what you looking for? You think
you're a black nigga? I'm teaching niggas everything how to get money, how to do this. Do Rocky do that? Do you have a foundation for black people? Do we have a foundation for anybody? No, this nigga's greedy. You get what I'm saying? So I can't sit here and be like, oh, how do you meet somebody like that, bro? You take away what they have, dogs. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not doing it on something like this, that, and the third. Or some
He's only worth $20 million, and you're trying to sue him for more than that? Give me a break.
I feel niggas ain't trying to, like, you feel me? You not trying to end squash this shit, get some paper or something, or what, you know? Like,
bro, it's too late. He told me suck a dick, boom, boom, boom. I hit up John the same day. Bro, that's all on him. He had nothing but time, bro. When I got the best lawyer in LA and worry about my business. You feel me? He told John to stop contacting me. I sent him the pictures of the bullets, sent him the text messages of him, letting him know how serious this is. You know what he said? Nigga, fuck you. So what I'm supposed to do? I accept the nigga shooting at me 4 or 5 times where I almost died, or sue this man. Now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, trying to kill me. So that's what he gotta read. You feel me?
there ain't no way niggas just why, like, you feel me? No paper, no nothing, bro. Like, you feel me? Like,
bro, he's a grown, he's 33 years old. He got other things talking for him. He know what he did. You get what I'm saying? He had more than enough time. This shit happened 7 months later. He wasn't trying to reach out to me. He still didn't reach out to me.
legal shit before when I was bored, you know, so.
That's on him. I didn't want to go about that. I went ahead and got a lawyer. When you get a lawyer, that has nothing to do with boys. And Jabari is his friend. He might as well thank him for him not being late in the field because those are allegations. You feel me? He got enough, and you're part of the purity. He would have had enough people to block that if Jabari didn't say nothing, bro. Those are allegations. Jabari made it official.
Yeah, so what's the next one?
And Jabari's getting sued too. Jabari's getting sued for defamation of character.
Because everybody was bad, bro. You know, I'm just trying to.
He was bad. He did that, bro. I didn't call him. I didn't have a gun. He left his house. House, right? Everybody saying everybody looks bad. Everybody puts the finger because if I take, bro, I got so many people.
Niggas were up together, bro.
That's why niggas hanging. He's in a mansion. Nigga, I pick my way around him every single time. That's him. He uses niggas. He used 12 year ills, nigga. That was the whole joke about the whole shit with Barbie and the whole game. You know what I'm saying? The nigga asked his Barbie, is he coming to the complex car? Nigga, Barbie laughed at him. Like, nigga, you're not using me. Nigga, the next conversation went about how he got 12 and Phil's on his jet on some whole shit.
Because y'all niggas grew up together, man. Like, you feel me? Like,
I made that nigga fuck growing up. I made that nigga. Not no 12, not no jams. He didn't know jams. He popped up at my crib on purple swag. I made that nigga. That's why he feel like that, bro. I've been powerful. I've been there. Jabari never did, bro. I put every last one of my life.
I just want y'all niggas to kind of end this shit. You know,
He could have ended it when he shot at me. Who ends anything when a nigga shoots? He called me out my living space. Called me, told me stop ducking him. He planned it. That's called premeditated, bro. You feel what I'm saying? He didn't give me a chance. He told me I'm gonna come to a gun battle.
He really thought this through, didn't he?
To see what the fuck the status was about. He pulls out. He tries to chest bump me. He tries to chest bump me and then pull out a gun for self-defense. He's a pussy boy. Jimmy Hills is standing in between while he's trying to shoot me. He didn't give me no seconds. First shit happened like
he wasn't
like
trying
that.
to shoot
I got
you.
it all on camera. You don't want that, like, trust me. You stupid. He did it all on camera, champ. So the world looking at me because of Barry's mouth right now, but in a few seconds, if I wanted to do an HBO or do anything, this whole career is fucking. Everybody's looking at me like the man.
That's what you, I like what's your, I guess it was the end game here, bro. Like, you
The end game, I'm suing this shit out of him. That was my game, and regardless, I ain't gonna give a fuck about no police. They're going against a multi-millionaire that's trying to kill me.
So
He's got $20 million.
Besides killing somebody like that, you feel me? That he got to face the consequences of with that because he wanted to be a gangster and run out his crib like that. That has nothing to do with me. You feel me? I did my part. If you look at it on my end, what else am I supposed to do?
Yeah, I mean, like, watch that shit in the streets type shit is like, man.
It ain't no street nigga. Bro, what the fuck? You know who my family is? This ain't no street nigga. They ain't got 3 or 4 bodyguards, bro. Come on, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. This man riding around with, come on. What street shit do he do, bro? This is a street nigga. You already know what would happen. Everybody know what happened. We're talking about ASAP Rocky, bro. The face of Dior, like, come on, stop it.
Nah, I'm just like, you know, I'm just because I fuck with you heavy, bro. You know, I was always loved every time, nigga, and I fuck with you.
I'm trying to let people know, and the ones who's close by him, this ain't no, he ain't no gangster around doing, bro, this ain't no gangster. If this was a gangster, this would be handled in the streets.
So how niggas play?
Got 3 or 4 bodyguards from 24/7.
And like, what's next though, bro? Like, niggas go to court, you feel me? Like, why not just watch this shit?
He's finished.
Why not just ask for the bag or, you know?
I tried already, bro. You don't ask for the bag because that's extortion, bro. When you got somebody that's shooting at you, you have to look like, I'm smart, bro. You gotta understand, I'm not a dumb black nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer first called extortion. You feel me? You gotta do everything accordingly. Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
All right, folks, we'll take, this time take 10 minutes. Please be outside the courtroom doors at 2:45.
Dirty. I wish they'd hurry up. 2 days for fucking closings is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But what else? No. But whatever. So yeah, I'm sorry, but that call just to me, you can tell what he's after. He's after money. He wants his career done. He wants his whole life. I'm sorry, but you attacked him. You grabbed him first. He was trying to fucking push you off of him while you're steady grabbing him by the fucking neck, trying to little boy him. He wasn't no little boy, and then you started attacking his friends. That's when the gun came out. But let the state tell you that it came out before. No, it didn't. And he wasn't shooting around. He wasn't doing all that. Just absolutely dumb. I don't know. I just wish Lewin would hurry because I've never ever seen closings take 2 days. 2 days to finish. Never. If it was a regular person, they wouldn't have took that much time. So the only one that's like bringing up that he's famous and his girl's famous is the fucking state. The state did that in their opening. Rocky's not saying, oh, I got a lot of power and your career's done. He didn't say nothing like that. And he doesn't have power. He works for the freaking record companies. So who has the power is the record companies, not the artist. Come on. Give me a break. They sell themselves so that the brand that they're under can make money. Kind of like, live streaming, you sell yourself for the platform to get money. I mean, they take money for distributing. They take money for this. They take money, but it's all your hard work. But they're just because they got connections or whatever. Yeah, But I mean, that's what the world is a fucking pimp. Pimping us out. I mean, shit, pimps make money off of women, you know, women have to sell their souls for the pimp to make money. And really should know a little something about that. He's a pimp. He likes to pimp out his girlfriend because he hasn't tried to make a name for himself, but yet because Rocky has made a name for himself, all of a sudden he's supposed to carry him along. That's not how it works. I mean, you see most of the ASAP collective actually do shit for themselves. I mean, ASAP Ferg made a name for himself. ASAP Rocky made a name for himself. 12's made a name for himself with all the stuff that he does. Ills is the hype man. So, I mean, he's, you know, without Rocky, then there wouldn't be him. But I'm quite sure he could be somebody else's hype man. He doesn't have to necessarily be Rocky's. You know what I mean? It's just dumb. And it's all because he wanted to push his weight around thinking, oh, well, you need to pay, da-da-da-da. Rocky's only worth $20 million. Hey, awesomeness. Rocky's only worth $20 million, and this fool's trying to sue him for freaking $30 million. Awesomeness, guess what? Now he's coming after me because he won. I hope you have an awesome weekend too. Like I don't care that you won, dude. Like I don't respect you as an Eagle fan. I only respect Desert Eagle as an Eagle fan. and I already crowed to him, so but anywho. But that video was funny. That was made of me. That video was funny. Anywho. So I don't know. I just think it's all for money. I mean, you went asking for the bag before you even had a civil lawyer, but you're trying to say, oh, it's not extortion if you go out and get a lawyer. People extort people all the time through civil. That's just crazy to me. Just because you're doing it legally, it's not extortion. It's still extortion. But whatever. Anyways, I hope that they come back soon because, yeah. Well, they said 2:45, so. I hope they come back on time. And, like, the personal attacks are crazy because all Tacopino really said is the prosecution allowed him to perjure himself. Well, when when you're impeaching your own fucking witness, that's technically saying, hey, I'm allowing a perjurer on the stand. And why was he hiding the fact that he was at a gun range 2 weeks before? It just all seems fishy to me. He was going to get that money one way or another and try to use the death of another person to get it. Dumb. Let's see if there's any updates on X. I can't believe Lewin is blaming the defense for not calling Bari when he would help Relly. What the hell? Didn't y'all call him? Sobering moment I'm having. Whether guilty or not, it must require an incredible level of restraint to hear someone talking about you in front of you to a juror of 12 who you are standing in judgment of, and you are unable to say anything in the moment. Interact, don't say I didn't warn you. Don't we? That's what I said. Awesomeness. That's exactly what I said. I said, when you get a back to back, then come talk to me. Basically, when you get a back to back, come talk to me. Until then, I don't want to hear it. Let's see. Oof. Lewin alluding to Rihanna and Rocky's two kids coming to court for closings yesterday being a strategy. They have a right to be here, but why children at that age would be here in this situation like this, I don't know. Rocky was visibly upset by this comment. I don't blame him. Does Lewin invoke Rihanna over and over rather than focus on really lying, ethics, perjury, burden of proof? Yeah, they're on break. They're on break until, well, they should be back. Let's see. Perjury, burden of proof. In the ASAP Rocky case, let's discuss our Rihanna disagreement in the new light. Defense is arguing, why didn't the state look at Relly's GPS location? Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to see if I was trying to see if there was any more courtroom drama, but nothing. Nothing. I don't like the fact that Lewin keeps on bringing up like, oh, he's famous, she's famous. Rocky's really only worth $20 million without Rihanna. Rihanna's the bread maker, and she made those billions before she even got with Rocky. So I just think it's dumb. Oh, we back? I wish Lewin would finish up. I was hoping that they would get to deliberate today because I didn't want to wait till Tuesday till they deliberate. And I don't even think it's going to take them a day. Because if you trust anything Relly says, I don't know what to tell you. That call made him look bad, and it doesn't. That's why he denied it. That's why he denied that call. And then them saying, "Oh well, the defense could have played it." No, the defense couldn't have played it without him saying it was him. But Lewin needs to stop with the Rihanna stuff. The only one that's banking on them being famous is him. Because the defense didn't bring it up. Oh well, he's famous. Da, da, da. So what? He's famous, but he's still under the control of label. So the labels have power, not him. That's what makes it dumb. Absolutely dumb. Absolutely dumb. Come on. I thought we were back. Luan's probably crying again. Seems like every time they go on break, they're crying about. I mean, he's crying about something. Because he knows he's losing. But why ain't they showing the text that Relly deleted? Why aren't they showing those? That's what I think the defense should have did, because that shows that Relly was wanting to meet up, not also, like, it wasn't just Rocky.
In your argument, Mr. Lewin, you made reference to Rihanna being in the courtroom and the kids being in the courtroom. The manner in which you did it, I don't think was improper. However, the balance of your argument from here on out, there is to be no mention of Rihanna being in the courtroom or the kids being in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Just them not being in the courtroom, but I can mention, here's the problem, Your Honor. The defense got up, and they talked about the impact of this case on Rihanna.
I said in the courtroom.
Oh, just don't mention it in the
Do
courtroom.
not mention again Rihanna being in the courtroom or the babies being in the courtroom. There should be no mention of that.
Right, I'm just trying to understand, but I can mention the issue, just not talking about being in court.
Mr. Tacopina went into that.
Okay.
You're entitled to.
I wasn't
No
trying-
mention.
I
of
wasn't
them
trying
being
to
in the
argue
courtroom.
court, I just wanted to understand what we got.
There's no mention.
We'll do it.
Lewin, just hurry the fuck up.
Yeah. Try to be very, very careful.
What time do you look? Oh.
Yeah, I think the burden shifting should stop. Okay, we're back. Yeah, that was a low blow. Like, leave her out of it. In all honesty, she has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. And just because they're famous doesn't mean they have power.
Have to turn back to the record. All parties are present, counsel is present.
So that was the key evidence in this case regarding Relly. Could not have been.
It wasn't key evidence.
Could not have been.
His lies
more
were key
credible
evidence.
Regarding the issues that matter. And what are the issues that matter? The defendant shot him. The defendant brought a gun, a real gun, to the scene. What's interesting is that it's very clear, and you heard the testimony from Wally. Wally said he was, quote, mediating, which, please. At one point in time, what you heard him say, he changed the word, which I think he's going also, I'll think of it in a second. This is what happens when you get on the board. Mitigating, thank you. Later on, he said, no, he was trying to mitigate. Sometimes that's called a gaffe. A gaffe is something that you don't mean to say, but which turns out to be true. He was trying to mitigate for Rocky. And how do you know? Because he called Rocky immediately afterward. And then he's saying, I don't remember what Rocky said. I couldn't tell you. Why is he calling him? Why is he taping this? And why during this call, repeatedly, he is telling Relly, ask for a bag, meaning ask for money. Relly's telling him, I asked for money. He doesn't want to give it to me. Wally continually says, hey, basically, why are you taking it to the guys? Why take it to the boys? Meaning, why'd you bring the cops in? He is doing the bidding for the defendant. And what's amazing, and again, it's not right, but the defendant, according to Relly, could have eliminated this whole situation by simply taking care of it with Relly. It wouldn't have been right. It wouldn't have changed what he did, but Relly apparently would have been on an island where we couldn't have found him. He didn't want to do it. His choice, his option, his consequences. Now, the defense said that we believe, this is a quote, that that tape is, quote, death to our case. I don't know what he means by death. That is not death to our case. That tape was the key to Relly's credibility if you believe it is important. In other words, that tape backs up every material point that Relly has made. Okay, believability of witnesses. In determining the believability of a witness, this is Calpern 226, you may consider anything that has a tendency to prove or disprove the truthfulness of the witness. Again, I'm going to be very clear. Twelvey and ASAP Lou came in there, and they repeatedly lied just about almost everything. I'm not going to go through all the inconsistencies. Twelvey didn't want to concede that he's reliant on the defendant. Didn't want to admit that he's talked to the defendant. If you believe Twelvey and Lou, they've had almost no conversations about what happened in this case since the start. And if you believe Wally, even though Wally is, quote, mediating the situation, he's never talked to Rocky about it. He's never talked to Twelvey about it. How do you mediate a situation when you're only talking to one party? It's just not true. They lied. The difference between Relly and the defense witnesses is Relly was hostile. Relly was angry. Relly threw things. Listen, that wasn't appropriate conduct. You saw the judge. The judge was very frustrated with him. Everybody was frustrated with him. Listen, Mr. Proslemek, that was his witness. That's no easy task for him. But in the end, his credibility about what counts in this case was absolutely proven, and it was proven through their own witness. The evidence in this case, remember, we didn't have that tape. That tape came from Wally. We heard that tape only slightly before you did. Wally comes in and testifies, they play a snippet, and we play the rest. So when you're looking at the factors, you're looking at what witnesses are to be believed. They called 3 witnesses. All 3 of them perjured themselves. All 3 of them lied. All 3 of them came in to protect the defendant. And although they were calmer and more respectful, they perjured themselves in material areas. Relly, on the other hand, was truthful about everything that counted. So the defense focused on the fact that basically you can reject the testimony of Relly if you find that he lied about anything. However, Calpern 226 tells you do not automatically reject testimony just because of inconsistencies or conflicts. Consider whether the differences are important or not. So listen, is it true that Relly at points in time was untruthful during his testimony? Absolutely. When he's saying, I don't know my girlfriend's name, of course he knows his girlfriend's name. When he's saying he doesn't know about a place in Miami that he purchased, of course he knows. But those differences, those inconsistencies, those conflicts, they're not only not important, they are completely irrelevant. In talking about ASAP Lou for a second, I'm going to come back to that. Okay, let's talk about the injuries to Relly's hand. Now, the defense said, hey, prosecution, you did not call a witness to come in here and say that that is a wound from a gun. How is somebody going to be able to come look at an injury and tell you where it came from? Now, here's what you have to ask yourself. If there was something about that injury that was inconsistent, where it could not have come from a firearm.
Is this an exhibit? It's not evidence.
I believe this is the correct exhibit. Is this
It's the incorrect.
Oh, you know what? Hold on a minute, let me back it up. That's my fault, I have the wrong picture, excuse me. The same, let me change it, thank you. Okay, this is the correct exhibit. So, we're still talking about the injury to the hands. And you know, without question, that if was an expert who could come in here and testify, you know what? Those injuries could not have come from a graze wound. They would have called that witness. And again, how do you know? Look at the team that's standing over there. Look at the fact that they called in Wally. To the purpose of calling Wally, bring him out from France for thousands of dollars, obviously, was to simply impeach Relly with the fact that it was his voice. So if there was a medical professional who could come in here and tell you, well, that didn't come from a gunshot, you would have heard from them. And the failure to call a logical witness is something you can consider, and you should consider. And when the defense says, wait a minute, the people didn't call somebody in to testify, well, you have to ask yourselves, if we call someone in to testify, what are we going to be able to get from them? Do you think common sense, you don't have to be an expert, who can look at an injury like this and say, yeah, that came from a bullet? You can't. You can look at it and go, okay, could it be a graze wound? Sure. So if the defense had an expert that was going to say what they wanted, you would have heard from them. Okay, let's talk about Gills for a second. This was, again, the defense went all in on a couple of things. One of the things that went all in was that if there were casings at the scene, LAPD would have found them. Well, they didn't realize that the prop gun put out casings as well, and therefore the question isn't that LAPD missed the 9mm casings in this case. The issue is that without question, whether it was the 9mm or the prop gun, it would have left casings, and LAPD missed it. Why? We'll never know. Why did Relly find it? Well, he had the advantage of knowing exactly where it was. Same thing with Ills. Again, the plan was clearly from these witnesses, and particularly from 12E, we're going to build up the fact that Relly gave Ills a beatdown. This had to do with his strength, how strong he is. He's punching him in the fist. Remember the judge? I still think there's a difference between a closed fist and a regular fist. But the judge, if you remember, when I mentioned closed fist, the judge said, well, a fist is a fist. It doesn't really matter. Their testimony was, and even today, you've got the defense saying how Relly is landing haymakers on Ills. They said that he was bleeding. Okay? Relly's a big guy. He's very strong. They said he was punched in the face at least 3 times. Well, I guess they didn't realize we were going to have a video the next day, less than 24 hours later. And this is from the video. Look at his face. No injuries. No injuries. Nothing. Zero. Still photo from the video. Nothing. That is not the face of somebody that was punched in the face repeatedly, given a beating by a large, strong man less than 24 hours before. Someone who they said was bleeding from an injury to the lip when we see nothing. And by the way, where is Ills? Ills is his friend, Rocky's friend. If you think for a moment that Ills would have had something helpful to say in this case, they would have called him. And when they said, wait a minute, the people needed to call him, why on earth would it make sense for the people to call one of the three individuals who was clearly involved in ambushing Relly in the first place and who is reliant on the defendant for his career? If Ills had anything helpful, they would have called him. So I brought this up in voir dire, and this is really important, an idea that I wanted to make sure you guys understand. We mentioned that we might have to be a little bit aggressive on cross-examination. And I wanted to make sure, and I asked you all in advance, hey, listen, if we have to be aggressive in cross-examination with witnesses, are you going to hold that against us? You all said that you wouldn't. Now, whether you all found Mr. Prezlenick to be too aggressive, too loud, too mean, I can't control this man. I could try, but it's impossible. And again, I make that joke because obviously I'm an intense guy. This is a serious situation we're in. And Mr. Takapina got up here and he explained to you what it's like to be a defense attorney, what it's like to have what he said as an innocent client. Let me tell you something. I want you to imagine right now that someone you cared about was a victim. What kind of prosecutor would you want? Would you want somebody who takes what they're doing seriously, who is aggressive, who does their job, and who goes after witnesses who need going after? So I'm not asking you guys to like me. It'd be nice if you did. That's not what this case is about. It's not about me, my personality. It's not about Mr. Takapina's personality. It's about what the evidence is.
You know that they don't like
Great
you.
quote. Professor John Henry Whitmore, Northwestern Law School dean. He also wrote a series of books, legal books. He was a scholar. And what he said was, cross-examination is beyond any doubt the greatest legal engine ever invented for the discovery of truth. The defense put up 3 witnesses who lied about basically every material fact they were asked about.
Where?
Those lies were exposed through cross-examination. Was it gentle? It wasn't.
Where?
But that's what it took. And I want to apologize for it. I said before,
You didn't do
I
shit
can't
though.
expect you all
They
to do
didn't
your
budge,
job if
bud.
I don't do mine. All right, let's talk about what the elements are of assault with a semi-automatic firearm, 245. 1, you don't need to actually touch someone with it. So the fact that did the defendant touch Relly with the gun on the first incident, it doesn't matter. By the way, he pulls the gun out. If any of you are buying the idea,
He didn't point it at nobody.
as 12, he said that it fell out.
It was behind his back,
Then
and he had to move it around.
I'm up here wasting my breath. I would add that you're all intelligent people, and if anybody is even remotely considering that, I would ask you to ask yourself.
Rocky, you got
ask
this,
them,
dude. This is bullshit.
Is that what you think, or are you trying to find a way to not convict this man because of who he is? The issue of treating everybody equally. It's
Had it not have been
paramount
who it
justice.
was, you guys wouldn't have brought it forward,
So,
to be honest.
again, back to the elements, you don't need to actually touch something.
Because you wouldn't have a
The
case.
evidence is that he did. You do not need to intend to use the force, meaning you don't have to pull that gun, meaning that you're planning on shooting. You don't actually need to injure someone. You don't need to fire the gun. You don't even need to point the gun at the victim. This is in the instruction. And that also goes for the personal use of the firearm. Now,
He was
the one
also
thing
licensed
is,
to carry,
it has
mind
to be a
you.
firearm. And again, I'm going to go back to this because it's so important. The defense is it was a prop gun. That's the issue in this case. They say it's prop gun. They say all the evidence shows it's prop gun. We say it's firearm. Once you decide that it is a firearm, that means that their entire defense has fallen apart. And now what Mr. Takapina apparently wants you to do is say, well, even if the witnesses we put on live, even if it was a real gun, here's why it was self-defense. There's an old story about it's a civil case, civil lawyer, and he has a dog bite case, and he is defending his client with the dog, and they're being sued. The client is being sued because his dog has allegedly been somebody.
Dog has nothing to do with this case.
Say, listen, my client's dog, there's no way he could have done any kind of damage to the plaintiff because he was on a leash. He was in the yard, could not have gotten to where he says.
Mr. Takapina, I would have a headache.
But if you find that he was loose, the dog's old. And he couldn't have done any damage with those old teeth of his. But okay, if you find that he was off leash and he had some big teeth, well, my final defense is my client doesn't own a dog. That's what I hear. It's no different. It's a prop gun.
That don't make
Absolutely
sense.
a prop gun. Evidence doesn't show it.
That's
It's prop gun.
your analogies
It's
don't
not
work.
prop
Your
gun.
hypotheticals
Here's why
don't work.
Rocky fired a real gun in self-defense.
Your hypotheticals are way off.
It is almost insulting because it is so inconsistent. So when a defendant equips and positions himself to carry out a battery, he has the present ability required, even if some steps remain to be
Rock,
taken.
yeah, I don't know how you do it, bud.
This is basically saying
I
once
couldn't.
you've taken that gun out,
I don't know how anybody
that
could
gun
sit
comes
there
out.
and
That
listen to
one
this
time,
motherfucker berate
the
me.
assault's done. So this
Attack
is
you, but
the
not the crime that
3470,
happened.
Right to self-defense. And this is really important because remember, it only applies if it is a real gun and not a prop gun. But it's a little more than that because what it basically says is you have to show that they are acting in lawful self-defense or of defense of another. The defense position in this case is that the defendant was acting. to
Even
protect
Raleigh said it was
Relly
self-defense, bud.
But it's more than that, okay? So basically, they're saying that defendant believed that he, Ills, and Twelve were in imminent danger, okay, of suffering bodily injury. And by the way, and you all know this, if someone is in danger of being touched unlawfully,
They were
you
trying to
can't
get
shoot.
away.
Okay, you don't have to actually go through jury instructions to figure that out. Okay, If I go and I slap one of you guys, you can't shoot me. And why is that? Because he's got to believe that the immediate use of force was necessary to defend against the danger, and that it was no more force
Bodily
than was
harm.
reasonably necessary to defend against the danger. So
He
what's all
didn't
this
shoot
mean?
at him.
Well, they're basically claiming that the defendant used a prop gun, which means self-defense doesn't apply. So as soon as you find that out, you're done. But they're also arguing, hey, if you find, well, that it was a gun, even though that's not our argument. And Mr. Tacopina wouldn't come out and say it. But that's what the law is. If you don't believe me, you can ask the judge. Self-defense only applies in this case.
Stop it.
And the problem is, it also only applies if the force used was no more than reasonably necessary.
Believe
to
me,
defend
ask the
against danger.
judge.
And now let's look at what that alleged danger is.
Can we get over?
There is no beating up. of
He
the
was
bills,
not in
okay?
fear.
There's no beating up the bills. It's a lie. It's not true. You see the video. But even if somehow you wanted to argue, and you know it's a lie, because
Yeah, we
you
seen the
can
video. He
see
was fumbling
that the
fucking
gun, you can't see
hills.
what the
You want to
item
keep
is.
it up?
Let's be clear. You can see
You want
Rocky
people
pulling
to believe your
something
lies.
out. You can't tell
And
what
really
it is,
lies.
but you can then see that what he takes, he ends up putting out in front of him and aiming and shooting.
Not
That is
at
what
anybody.
caused Relly to grab Hills. They say, well, he had to use, I guess, and Mr. Tech can never argue this. He can't because it's inconsistent with his theory. But the theory would have to be that Rocky ended up firing the gun at Ills. I'm sorry, at Relly, because Ills was in imminent danger. What imminent danger? He's got no injury. It's made up. The defense is created. It didn't happen. Very important. Belief in future harm is not sufficient. So even if you somehow believe that Relly was going to cause future harm, it doesn't work. He has to have believed at the time that there was imminent danger.
It's one thing
of
I
bodily
can't
injury.
stand is somebody lying on me.
Imminent danger of bodily injury. Okay? That's what you need. It has to be reasonable, and he has to act because of that belief. You don't have it, ladies and gentlemen. That's why the defense didn't really argue it, because they are riding the boat. Their position is the dog was off the leash. Sorry, the dog was on the leash. Not that the dog had no teeth, and not that the guy didn't own the dog.
Your analogies are dumb,
In the
dude.
end, that's what their argument requires. You have to believe inconsistent defenses. It just doesn't work. Now again, the slightest touching, we're not talking about the slightest touching. They're basically saying that in the first incident, they're trying to argue that Relly is the aggressor when the facts in the video don't show it.
What?
Even if he grabbed his arm, no one says he has a weapon. You cannot pull a gun on somebody who doesn't have a weapon, who's not physically hurting you. You can't threaten him with a firearm. I mean, I don't have to explain that to you all. You understand that. You can't do it. It doesn't
Shut
work.
up.
So we have the burden of proving that beyond a reasonable doubt.
And you didn't.
However, again, it doesn't come into existence until you find it is a real gun. And once you find it's
Even
a real
if it's a real gun,
it means
you
their
don't care.
entire defense was fabricated. It wasn't true. Automatically, there's no way that it could be a real gun and the defense was not fabricated. Those are impossible. Those are mutually inconsistent possibilities. When I say possibilities, meaning alternatives. So, a person who starts a fight has a right to self-defense. Relly did not start this fight. The defendant started this fight. And he has to actually, in good faith, he's got to try to stop fighting, which he doesn't. He's the aggressor. Both incidents. And in no way is element 2 satisfied either. So you can play games debating how a self-defense claim that the defense is not even relying on doesn't apply to the case. But you know that. Their defense is, no question, it's prop gun. A person also cannot claim self-defense if they are the one that produces a fight or quarrel with the intent to create an excuse to use force. And that's what happened here. Relly didn't even use any force. Basically, the defendant assaults him with a firearm because he's mad at him. Shoots at him again because either Relly said something or he's still angry. So, in the end, the statements, Terrell gave a lot of statements in this case. And about all the issues that matter, he was consistent. Now, they want to say, well, wait a minute. He originally said it was 3 to 4 shots. And imagine for a second. Remember, he doesn't know in advance the defendant is going to shoot. So his memory, and you can all, it's not hard to imagine, you're in a situation where you believe you're fighting for your life. How do you know that Relly was fighting for his life? He's telling Wally he was fighting for his life. He's saying the defendant tried to take it from his daughter. He believes at the time the defendant has fired 3 or 4 shots. And when he talks to Wally, he says 5 shots. That doesn't matter. That's not a question of credibility, and here's why. If Relly were making this up, and remember what they're saying. They're also saying that Relly had to have planted the 9mm casings. Okay? And let's talk about that for a second. It's important. They are saying, hey, listen, Relly was out here for 2 weeks before this shooting, and we don't know that he went back home. So apparently, Relly planned this out in advance. He got 9mm casings from when he went target shooting, knowing that 2 weeks later, the defendant would be upset with him, would text him repeatedly, and would assault him with a 9mm firearm, and he would have casings ready to put at the scene. But just to make it extra difficult, he's going to tell the cops, you know what, I got shot 3 or 4, there were 3 or 4 gunshots, but he's only going to turn in 2 casings. So remember, if he's making up this whole thing, which of course he isn't, he is certainly going to produce the amount of casings at the scene that he is saying happened. That's an irrefutable concept. And that's not what occurs. And the idea that somehow Relly is Nostradamus and knows all these things are going to happen. And let's look at what had to occur. It's 10 p.m. on a Saturday night in Hollywood. Relly doesn't live here. We know from ASAP Lou, he can't go out and buy ammunition. He doesn't have a gun. So he certainly could not have, after this incident, bought a gun, fired the ammunition, and dumped it at the scene. So that means that he's carrying around 9mm casings just in case the defendant assaults him. It's absurd. Then they say, well, wait a minute. You know that it's made up because look at the magazine that's found at the defendant's house. And now we go back to ASAP Lou. Listen, ASAP Lou, Preslemic, he really covered it pretty accurately. He's the Swiss Army knife of assistants, advisors, security stuff. You need a personal assistant, lose your guy. You need someone to give you advice on security, lose your guy. You need someone to come over to stay for a search warrant, lose your guy. You need someone to help you get a prop gun, lose your guy. You need someone to get rid of that prop gun after an incident where that prop gun will prove you to be innocent, lose your guy. Lou's version of what happened is nearly impossible. What is that version? And this is really important because remember, we didn't find out about it at the time. So here's what we know. The evidence in this case that you have, and I confronted the witnesses, is that 12 testified that what he told the defense, what was in the statement we were given, was that the defendant decided to carry a prop gun because he had been the victim of home invasions and violence. Let's just look at that for a moment. Nothing about any particular incidents. And then he gets on the stand and starts testifying about all these incidents, but he says, oh, well, I told them. I told them about it. I think I told them. I guess I don't know. These alleged incidents of prior violence. And supposedly there's a security person. Just think about this for a moment. 12, he testifies that the defendant and he were stabbed at a club with a knife. That there's been a crazy stalker inside the defendant's house. That he's been the victim of other violence. And we're to believe that a security consultant said, hey, you know what you should do? You should carry a fake gun. Because individuals who are going to, and by the way, a home invasion, counsel, wait a minute, it's different when you're at your home. That's what 12 said. Those were his words, home invasions and violence. Someone comes in your home. How is a prop gun going to help you? How is a prop gun going to help you against anybody? As soon as you pull a prop gun on somebody, they are going to believe that that prop gun is real. And if they have their own weapon, out of necessity, they're going to have to fire back. It's not just bad advice, it's complete insanity and it's made up. But the situation here is even worse. Because remember, they're saying that Relly knew it was a prop gun from the start. If he knows it's a prop gun, then what is the use in Rocky pulling it out in the first place? It would have no value. Relly said, of course I didn't know it was a prop gun. It wasn't a prop gun. It shot me. But the idea, you don't even need Relly's testimony. The idea, they're the ones saying, their defense is, Relly knew it was a prop gun. He stands up and says, put that fake ass gun away. You look at him in the second incident. Is he acting like that's a fake ass gun? Is anyone acting like it's a fake ass gun? Is the defendant acting like it's a fake ass gun? Of course not, because it wasn't fake. And now let's look at Lou. Lou says, well, so here's what happened. Originally, we hear nothing about the circumstances of I went over to the house and we were going to go shooting. We don't hear any of that. All that he says, now he said, I might have told the defense, I might not have, I don't remember. I didn't get into particulars. Are you kidding me? It's the entire case. But all of a sudden, he gets on the stand and he says, for the first time, well, here's what happened. I was going to teach the defendant, we were going to go shooting at a gun range. So I brought my Glock 380, which does not use 9mm ammunition. And I brought my Smith & Wesson 9mm, which cannot use a Glock 9mm, Glock 43 magazine. It won't fit. They don't even look anywhere the same, and that is from Luke. Look completely different. He says, he gets over to the house, and that's when he realizes for the first time, oh my God, I bought the wrong magazine for my Glock. Now, does it make sense that he felt a need to go out and buy a magazine for his gun, and then did not find out for some period of time, he wouldn't say where he bought it, when he bought it, and it was not for the right gun, but he made another mistake that he clearly wasn't aware of. I confronted him with the fact, he says, well, so I realized when I was over there, I tried to put the 9mm, or the 380 ammunition in, and it wouldn't fit. Okay. But why was it found loaded completely with 9mm ammunition? As soon as it didn't fit, he would stop. And after it's, well, I'm a fidgety dude. So while I was drinking, I was fidgeting, just loading a gun, loading a magazine for a gun I don't have and the defendant doesn't have. They spent a lot of time telling you, well, wait a minute. That magazine is new, hasn't been used. I asked Lou, isn't it true, Lou, that when you buy a gun, a new gun, most of the time they come with 2 magazines? Well, I don't know, I usually only buy 1. Well, it's interesting because he clearly went out and bought a second magazine for the 380. So not quite understanding what that means. But what is very clear, ladies and gentlemen, is here's what happened. Lou doesn't own a Glock 43. He's never had one registered, so he has no reason to have a magazine for a gun he doesn't own. The defendant doesn't have a Glock 43 magazine. He has no reason to have a Glock 43 magazine for a gun he doesn't own. However, there is evidence that suggests that the gun that was used in this crime was a Glock 43. Doesn't have to be, but it is consistent with the evidence. And what is clear is that the defendant got rid of the gun after the incident. Now, he says the gun he got rid of was a prop gun. That's not what the evidence shows. He got rid of that 9mm and the magazine that went with it. But he clearly forgot that in his closet was a second magazine for that gun. A magazine that clearly was not being used in that gun and very well might have been new because he was using the magazine that was in the gun when it was fired at Relic. So Lou's version is completely impeached, but it's even worse than that. So they apparently have this information. 12E and Lou have information about this prop gun that will completely prove that the defendant did not commit this crime. And when does it get turned over to prosecutors and police for the first time? January 20th, the day before this trial started. Now they say, oh no, but actually, we told them about it in August 16th or 17th, 2024. That's still almost 3 years after the incident occurred. Remember, ASAP Lou is at the house when the search warrant is served. He didn't even have to go to the police. All he has to do is say, hey, you know what? That magazine, that 9mm magazine, that's mine. By the way, it was a prop gun that he had. Nothing. You know why he didn't say it? Because he hadn't made up the defense yet. That's why. Do you know why 12 didn't say anything? Because he hadn't made up the defense yet. That's what the evidence shows. And then what happened? Literally on February 9th, the morning that Lou was going to testify, we are given information. Oh, it turns out that Lou gave the gun to somebody in New York. And that's why they don't have the gun. Now remember, we're finding this out on what is basically the last day of the trial. We don't have the ability to get that person. But the defense, that's someone they've known about all along. Where is he to testify about this gun? They're saying we have to bring this person out here when there's no reason to believe that anything that person is going to say is true. But we're supposed to bring that person out here who we don't even know exists to prove that it's not a prop gun. I'm sorry, that it's not a prop gun when that's their witness. Do you not think for a moment that if that witness could have withstood cross-examination, they would have brought him out here? Of course they would have. And how do you know that any of this is true? Because you're instructed on it. So the defense spent a long time attacking me, primarily me, attacking Relic. Where is the instruction about evidence that I ended up fabricating? It says if the defendant tried to hide evidence or discourage someone from testifying against him, that conduct may show that he was aware of his guilt. What does that mean? That instruction is because the defendant, by his own, meaning the defense admission, through their witnesses, is that the defendant got rid of the prop gun, the piece of evidence that would demonstrate that he's innocent of these charges, that he got rid of that gun after the incident. The judge isn't going to give that instruction unless that instruction is something you can consider. Not going to do it. What does it say? If the defendant tried to hide evidence or discourage someone from testifying against him, that conduct may show that he was aware of his guilt. If you conclude that the defendant made such an attempt, it is up to you to decide its meaning and importance. However, evidence of such an attempt cannot prove guilt by itself. So in other words, just because the defendant got rid of the gun, that's not enough to prove to you by itself that the defendant is guilty of these crimes. But when you put it with everything else, it is a huge piece of evidence. If someone other than the defendant tried to create false evidence, provide false testimony, or conceal or destroy evidence, that conduct may show the defendant was aware of his guilt. But only if the defendant was present and knew about that conduct, or if not present, authorized the other person's actions. Circumstantially, the evidence suggests that ASAP Blue and Twelby and Wally are not doing this on their own. The evidence, the direct evidence from Wally is that he talked to the defendant immediately afterwards, their conversation. The idea that ASAP Blue and ASAP Twelby were not having repeated conversations about this incident strains any even idea of reality. You all know that's not true. Of course they talked about it. Obviously, it's a huge incident that occurred. So that is an instruction you were given. It doesn't say anything about Relly. There's no instruction like that for Relly in this case. Flight. If the defendant fled immediately after the crime was committed, that conduct may show that he was aware of his guilt. What does that mean? After the incident, guys, the second incident, he takes off. If it is in fact, if it was simply a prop gun, why is he running? Why is Twelby running? Why are they getting out of there? Why are they getting rid of the gun? I mean,
I wish you would wrap it
I'm
up.
trying to argue, you guys, why is this sky blue? And I hope that when you're listening to it, I hope you're all understanding this is not a complicated, complex case. In the end, the evidence in this case, almost all of it, it's not circumstantial. So the video is direct evidence. It's direct evidence of what happened. The testimony of the witnesses is direct evidence. Relly's statement on the call is direct evidence.
Wrap it up.
The testimony, as incredible and unreliable as it is, of Wally, of Twelby, and of ASAP Blue is direct evidence. This is not a circumstantial evidence case. About the only circumstantial evidence in this case that you have that matters is circumstantially, we have to prove that the defendant pointed the gun at Relly in the first incident because we don't have it on video. But we've got his gun being pulled out, we have his gun in front of him, and we have Relly in that.
It was never above his waist, pointed at anybody.
Right, and fighting with him right after. So the only reasonable interpretation of that circumstantial evidence is what you're seeing. Defendant's failure to call logical witnesses. This is really important. I've mentioned this before. Every argument that the defense made, the defense, and again, I'm not blaming Mr. Tacopina. The witnesses got up here and lied. Mr. Tacopina gets a statement from the witnesses. The witnesses say what they're going to say. He calls them. Mr. Tacopina does not vouch for his witnesses, meaning, just as we don't, we call witnesses, and those witnesses testify, and you evaluate them. However, it is certainly legitimate that all these individuals that the defense is saying, why didn't the people call them? Those are witnesses that they are saying we have to introduce to disprove their fabricated defense which we don't have the ability to do because they control that evidence and information. They've got the prop gun, we don't. They have these witnesses they don't tell us about, we don't. We have proven that this was not a prop gun in every way that we can.
No, you
It
don't.
defies common sense.
No, you don't.
It defies logic.
No, you don't.
It defies
Rappers
all
carry
the other
fucking
evidence.
prop guns. Rappers use them in videos. Rappers do a
I'm
lot
not
of
blaming the
things.
defense for what they've come up with. When life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. Okay? That's what they've tried to do. They have tried to take a case, and they got bad luck. Imagine, guys, for a second, if we didn't have those video cameras. Imagine what the defense would be. Well, you can't show anything happened. This is all made up. You got nothing. But we have the video. We have the gunshots. That's bad luck for the defendant. And again, that's the situation he made. That's his luck. Now, one of the things that's going to happen is you're going to go back there. And we talked a little bit about this before.
Wrap it the
Let's
fuck
assume
up.
that somebody, when you go back there, starts saying, what if, isn't it possible that, could this have happened? You are not allowed to speculate outside the evidence. That also goes for things like, well, gosh, what if Rocky gets prison on this case? I don't want to go to prison. If any one of you feel that yourselves, you need to let the court know, I can't serve as a juror on this case. That's okay. Some of you during voir dire at points said, I don't know about certain things. And if you remember, the judge told different jurors, hey, listen, if at any point in time you cannot live up to your oath, let the judge know. If one of the rest of you decide, I'll give you an example. Let's say someone goes back there and they say, you know what? I really dislike DDA Lou. I don't like him. I didn't like him when I saw him. He's obnoxious, etc.
You are obnoxious. At least you know it.
If that is what you are basing your verdict on, it's improper. It's misconduct. If someone says, I'm never going to convict on a case, I don't like Lily. If it's you and you can't get past it, you need to report yourself to the court. If it's someone else, they need to do it. We don't know if misconduct happens unless you let the court know.
Well, you were doing misconduct all fucking throughout the trial.
Not living up to their responsibilities, need to let everybody know. That goes the same for the
Oh yeah,
celebrity
snitch
issue.
on me.
Okay?
Snitch. Please, because I know people don't like
The
me, so
defendant
please
should
tell.
not be convicted because he's a celebrity.
Got out of here.
But he also should not
I
be
think
acquitted.
you're known that you know that you're not
because
liked. You're
he's
a
got a
fucking
lovely
piece of
family.
shit.
He should not be acquitted because he's successful and wealthy. He should not be acquitted because he can go out there and entertain people and make millions of dollars. Those are factors I'm not just recommending, you're not allowed to consider those factors.
You're the one that keeps on
All
bringing
you
up
do
that he's a
is you're gonna
fucking
weigh the evidence in this
somebody
case, and you're gonna
that,
come to your decision.
quote unquote, in your world,
Um,
is important.
reasonable
He's an
doubt
average Joe to
in this
me.
case. So.
Yes, he's
prove
got
beyond
talent.
reasonable
Salute
doubt
to him, and he
that
makes
this
lots of
issue
money.
in 5
So
years'
what?
time
That doesn't mean shit to me.
The evidence need not eliminate all possible doubt because everything in life.
What means the shit to me is somebody trying to take that away from him.
Well, it simply means that you're going back and you're going to look and you're going to say to yourself, okay, here's the case that people presented. The people that presented evidence that the defendant used a real gun. Have we proven
I wish
that
you'd
it
wrap
was
it
a
up.
real gun? Not just from our case, but from the evidence that the defense put on as well.
No,
They
you
argued
have
this
the
problem.
burden, not them.
And when anybody goes back
Quit
there and says,
burden
"Wait,
shifting,
I
bud.
don't like Relly, I don't find Relly credible." The problem is, what do you need to find Relly credible about? The the evidence is, they're admitting it's him. They're admitting it's a gun. They're admitting he fired it. They're admitting that's him at both locations. The only thing that they are really disputing is they're disputing that Rocky ever put the gun up to him in the first incident, which, by the way, once he pulls it out, and he's pointing it and you can see it, he doesn't have to point it at him, but once that gun comes out in that situation, you can read the elements.
Even if it fell?
They've met it. The second incident's easy. He actually fires the gun. So where exactly is Relly's credibility? Where is it material? It isn't. They have put Relly on trial in this case because in the end, he is a very
what he says is evidence. You
legally
don't know
it
that.
doesn't
That's
work.
testimony from
Commonsensically it doesn't work, but that's what they've argued. You can come, you should come.
testimony from him is what matters. Like,
Beyond a reasonable doubt, based on the video and based on the defense in this case. But if you need Relly's credibility, the best evidence you have comes from Wally, their witness, and that tape. That's the only thing you need to listen to. Any testimony in court, that's in court. Everyone knows why we're in court. That is the one piece of evidence coming from the defense where there's no argument that Relly knew he was being taped. There's no argument that he had any incentive to be untruthful. And you listen to him and you know what he is saying is true. He is shocked. He is basically telling Wally, dude, I tried to get money from him. He don't want to give me any money. Why did you bring the boys in? He won't give me any money. He tried to kill me. He tried to shoot me. No question. By the way, Wally never mentions it's prop gun because the defense had not been thought of yet. We started off in this case very early on. We started off with the situation with Boomer. And Boomer is a very important illustration of the difference between what's reasonable and what's possible. And as you remember, we know what happened. We know that the evidence demonstrated that Boomer was the one that got into the trash. And the evidence has demonstrated in this case, beyond any reasonable doubt whatsoever, that the defendant, RAKIMMAYERS, that on November 6th, 2021, that he committed these crimes. I'm going to end with this. We've done our job in this case. We have. We've put on more than enough evidence through our case, through the cross-examination of witnesses. We've done our job. I'm going to ask you all to do yours, whether you want to convict the defendant or not. Based on the evidence, that's what you're compelled to do. Because we can't have individuals, can't have it, deciding that because they're angry, or they're upset, or they've been disrespected, that they're going to be allowed to go out and shoot at people on the street on a busy Saturday night. We cannot have it. As you go back there, and I'm going to say this again, the first thing that I would ask you to do is to decide, was this a prop gun or not? And if you decide it is a prop gun, for those of you who do, you're going to have to get past all of the nonsensical evidence in this case. You need to ask yourselves, are you following the evidence? Are you following your head, or are you following your heart for whatever reason? Once you do that, the case is over, because that means the defense is fabricated. That means it was a real gun. That means you can't believe anything that was said by any of their witnesses. And that means that in the end, the defendant used a real firearm and committed these crimes. Again, as defense counsel stated, I want to thank you all for your time and for your attention. And I too want to thank Judge Arnold. It's not been an easy case. And I want to ask, to the best of your ability, when you go back there, you pretend that he's not ASAP Rocky. You pretend that he's just a guy.
You're the one that's making it about a famous person. He
You
didn't.
treat him the way you would treat anybody else who was accused of these crimes with this effort. And when you return a guilty verdict,
If it wasn't ASAP Rocky, you wouldn't have brought it to trial.
that
Let's be honest.
is
Wouldn't have
not
brought it up
on
forward.
you. That's on him, because that is what the evidence has demonstrated. Do not let
Multi-millionaire.
that you own his conduct. He owns it. On November 6th, he made a very foolish decision, an illegal decision, a criminal decision, a decision that could have hurt individuals far worse than what happened.
Oh, shut
And
up.
it's your job and your responsibility to hold him accountable. Because if we're not going to hold privileged people accountable, who are we?
You're the one that's making him privileged, though.
Again, thank you for your time and attention.
Uh-oh. He's upset about something.
The first remark relates to the the jury instruction on circumstantial evidence. It's jury instruction number 224. Jury instruction number 224 tells you everything you need to know about circumstantial evidence. There was some question about whether it was shown in its entirety. The entire jury instruction is in 224. Another thing I want to mention to you is I think it is very obvious that everyone at that table left it all out on the field. Everybody put out 150%. I think that's very evident. All right. I want to hopefully focus your duties by kind of summarizing something that both sides have mentioned to you. All right. The people have the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the gun was real. If the people have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Mayers used a real 9mm, then the verdict is not guilty. If you do find that the evidence, excuse me, that the gun was real, then you look at the 5 elements that are listed for assault with a semi-automatic pistol. That's jury instruction 875. You'll look, you have to decide whether those elements, all 5 elements, have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Then also you can consider the jury instructions on self-defense and the defense of others. You have that jury instruction as well. So I'm hoping that this assists you in kind of focusing how you deliberate. All right, I'm going to read the 2 final jury instructions. When I'm finished with this, I'm going to send you to where you're going to be deliberating. You won't be deliberating in the jury deliberation room here for this court. You'll be deliberating in the deliberation room that is from my court, which is Department 115 on the 11th floor. So when I release you, I'd like you to go to the 11th floor and go to Department 115. Department 115, it's right there when you get off the elevators. And Alex will meet you up there. He'll escort you into the jury deliberation room. You can take all of your materials, you can set them down, and you can leave for the day. On Tuesday, you must be here by 9 a.m. Jury deliberations start at 9 a.m. And when you show up on Tuesday, you're to gather outside the courtroom doors of Department 115 on the 11th floor. Do you want to say something?
Yes.
Same thing?
If it's not too much of a problem, can we start at 9:30? If possible, if everyone's okay with that. Like,
Is that what you all want? All right, I'm seeing nods. Yeah, all right, 9:30. 9:30. All right, here are the final 2 jury instructions. When you go to the jury room, the first thing you should do is choose a foreperson. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is your duty to talk with one another and to deliberate in the jury room. You should try to agree on a verdict if you can. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but only after you have discussed the evidence with the other jurors. Do not hesitate to change your mind if you become convinced that you are wrong, but do not change your mind just because other jurors disagree with you. Keep an open mind and openly exchange your thoughts and ideas about this case. Stating your opinions too strongly at the beginning or immediately announcing how you plan to vote may interfere with an open discussion. Please treat one another courteously. Your role is to be an impartial judge of the facts, not to act as an advocate for one side or the other. As I told you at the beginning of the trial, do not talk about the case or about any of the people or any subject involved in it with anyone, including but not limited to, your spouse or other family or friends, spiritual leaders or advisors and therapists. You must discuss the case only in the jury room and only when all jurors are present. Do not discuss your deliberations with anyone. Do not communicate using social media during your deliberations. It is very important that you not use the internet in any way in connection with this case during your deliberations. During the trial, several items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room when you begin to deliberate. I made arrangements for a screen, a projection screen, to be brought into the jury deliberation that's actually bigger than that. So if you want to review the videos, you'll be able to do that. We're going to need a clean computer, though, that they can use. You've got to connect the computer to the projector, which is connected to the screen. Mark, our audio visual guy, he can show you how to do that if necessary. If you need to communicate with me while you are deliberating, send a note through the bailiff signed by the foreperson or by one or more members of the jury. To have a complete record of this trial, it is important that you not communicate with me except by a written note. If you have questions, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You should continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions in writing or orally here in open court. Do not reveal to me or anyone else how the vote stands on the question of guilt or issues in this case unless I ask you to do so. Your verdict on each count and the special finding of the firearm allegation must be unanimous. This means that to return a verdict, all of you must agree to it. Do not reach a decision by the flip of a coin or by any other similar act. It is not my role to tell you what your verdict should be. Do not take anything I said or did during the trial as an indication of what I think about the facts, the witnesses, or what your verdict should be. You must reach your verdict without any consideration of punishment. You will be given verdict form. As soon as all jurors have agreed on a verdict, the foreperson must date and sign the appropriate verdict forms at the bailiff. If you are able to reach a unanimous decision on only one of the charges, fill in that verdict form only and notify the bailiff. Return any unsigned verdict form. To the alternate jurors, the jury will soon be deliberating, but you are still alternate jurors, and you are bound by my earlier instructions about your conduct. Do not talk about the case or about any of the people or any subject involved in it with anyone, not even your family or friends, and not even with each other. Do not have any contact with the deliberating jurors. Do not decide how you would vote if you were deliberating. Do not form or express an opinion about the issues in this case unless you are substituted in for one of the deliberating jurors. Will the clerk please swear that?
Yes, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand. Thank you. You solemnly state that you take charge of the jury. Keep them together. You will not speak to them yourself, nor allow anyone else to speak to them on matters connected to this case, except by order of the court. If they have agreed on a verdict, you will return into order. Furthermore, if you take charge of the alternate jurors, keep them apart from the jury, whether delivering them costs, until otherwise instructed by the court, so help you God.
All right, the case is now yours. Alex is going to meet you on the 11th floor in front of Department 115. He will escort the 12 of you into the jury deliberation room. You can put your materials down, and then you can leave for the day. Remember, 9 o'clock Tuesday, 9:30 Tuesday. Please be outside the courtroom doors, not here. Department 115 on the 11th floor. For the four alternates, I'd like you also to go up to the 11th floor now. And what I'm going to want you to do is to give Deputy Bennett your contact numbers. I assume you all have cell phones. Deputy Bennett, your cell phone numbers, so we can reach you in case we need you. And if we do call you, we're going to need you quickly. So while the jury is deliberating, you could be in the hallway, you could be in the jury assembly room downstairs, you could walk around, you could be in the cafeteria, but you have to be ready, willing, and able to come to the courtroom if you're summoned. All right, you folks are going to be excused now. Take all of your materials. Council needs to remain. We have a couple of council.
Your Honor, what should the alternates do with our materials?
Yeah. You can leave those. We have the chairs upstairs in Department 115. You can just find a spot and you can leave them there. Everybody take all the transcripts, notes.
Okay, I guess it's all done. So Tuesday at 9:30, they will start deliberating. I think what I'll do is, I don't know if I will, like, how this will work out. Because I don't want to miss it. So, if I stream, I may just play, like, my music or something. Because I don't know what I'll be able to talk about. I don't know how long I'll be able to talk.
I want to know is, in the information, there are two aggravating factors that are listed. In the event that Mr. Mayers is found guilty, the aggravating factors that was in play, obviously he's found not guilty, the aggravating factors have no relevance to anything. What I want to know is whether, if there is a conviction, how you want to deal with the two aggravating factors. What I mean is, you want the jury to make a finding as to whether you're true or not, or you want to let the court meet at some time in the future to make that decision. What about all right, in the event that the aggravating factors become relevant, you have a right to have this jury determine whether or not the aggravating factors are true. And they have to make that finding beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury can do it, or I can do it. Whether the jury does it or I do it, the standard of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, Mr. Tacopina has stated that I can make that decision rather than the jury having to make that decision. Do you understand that? Absolutely. Do you waive your right to have the jury make the decision and agree that I can make that decision in the near future, when it becomes necessary in the future? Join? That's it. All right, the next question is readback. If there is a readback, request for readback of testimony, what I want to know is whether both sides are willing to waive their presence and agree that the court reporter can go into the jury deliberation room and provide the readback of testimony. However, both sides will know what that readback is before it's ever provided.
I agree. We're fine with that as long as we're in agreement with what's going to be read to them.
Any communication from the jury, whether it's a request for readback or a question, will be given to both sides before any response is given to the jury. If there is a request for readback, all of you will know what the request is and will hammer out what readback will be provided.
With that, then there's no problem with that.
All right. Again, Mr. Mayers, you have a right to be present for the readback of testimony. What would happen is the readback of testimony would happen in open court. And you would be there, your lawyers would be there, the prosecutors would be there, and I would be there. The alternative, you can waive your right to be present. So what would happen is, if there is a request for readback of testimony, the testimony would be provided, but it would be the court reporter going into the jury deliberation room and providing the readback, the testimony that is requested. And you won't be in there, your attorney won't be in there, prosecutors won't be there, and neither will I. You understand? You waive your right to be present? John?
Yes.
All right, the last thing is, I thought that 1 hour call would be appropriate, meaning that if the jury summons that they have reached a verdict, that the verdict would be read an hour after they have made that notice. Do you have any response? Do you think it needs to be more than that, less than that?
I mean, no, it should be fine. I mean, obviously, no, it should be fine.
Oh, that reminds me. Mr. Mayers, well, under the circumstances, Mr. Mayers needs to be here within 1 hour also.
Yeah.
People, do you think 1 hour is sufficient?
That's fine.
If we could, an hour and a half would be easier, but if the court wants an hour.
Well, no, I can make it,
90 minutes would help us. I'm guessing.
I'm fine with that. I don't care. That's fine. Once 90, that's fine.
all right, we'll do 90 minutes, and if everybody can gather before that, okay? But it'll be 90 minutes from the time that we're notified the jury is over. What I said to the jury, that all of you left it all in the field, I mean that. You all put out 150%. So you did your clients proud. All right, anything else to take?
We do have one.
Just one thing. So during the PowerPoint presentation of the people, they played the video for 1616 East Del Mar, and I can't be certain of this, but it appears to us that the sound of the first shot was played earlier on the video they showed to the jury than the one that they presented in People's Exhibit 15. So just before we leave here today, if we can just look at the PowerPoint presentation and confirm that the video was the same video admitted as People's Exhibit 15 would be fine. If the shot was actually moved, that they modified that video in some way, we'll have to figure out some type of remedy, but I just wanted to clear that before we bring it today. That's it.
Nothing was modified. Any remote, we took the videos that
Of course, you want to lie.
I do not believe that I need to sit down with counsel.
Rocky, you've been dignified, young man. You've been very dignified. I don't know how anybody could sit there and be ridiculed like that.
Issues. The court has seen the evidence that was presented, so I'll leave it up to the court.
The jury has the exhibits. No, I'm going to deny that request.
Your Honor, there was evidence on it's not an insignificant issue as to whether or not the shot occurred before Relly went to Hills. It's a significant issue in this case. In fact, the people now are letting us look at it, particularly after they tried to present an exhibit of knuckles that weren't evidence. It's disconcerting. The court's not going to let us look at it. It is what it is.
All right. I think that showing the exhibit of Relly's knuckles, I don't think that was intentional. It was an oversight. Mr. Lewin said it was an oversight. It's a mistake. We're all human beings. We make mistakes. The jury has the exhibits. The exhibits are what matters in this case, not the PowerPoint presentation. Where's Mr. Deputy?
There he is.
Oh, there you go. Did you want to bring anything up?
No.
Does Loman anything? Mr. Lewin?
No, just a reminder on the actual.
Yeah, I forgot that. Thank you. All right, well, that's the record.
That's a wrap. Thank you.
Alrighty then. So I guess Tuesday they come in at 9:30. They will start deliberating. It will be an hour and a half before they read the verdict. I will be like on standby. The minute that I hear a verdict come through, I will be live. I will be live. So yeah, I appreciate those that came by. Let me get rid of this. Hold on. Okay. Anyways, thanks for everybody that stopped by, supported. I appreciate it. It's a slow working progress, but consistency will get me there. And so yeah. And if I may start having panels during cases, it just depends, because a lot of people try to you know do the most, but I appreciate those that stop by and watch the trial with me. um Next time, if you're watching, hop in the chat, tell me what you think. I love to hear different opinions, even if they're not the same as mine. Even if you think he's guilty of sin, like I'd love to. I'd love to hear the reasoning. Anyways, all right. If you need any trial updates and breakdowns, one of the best to do it is 1250 Podcast. So sub him up. He will be going live today, 7 Pacific Standard Time, to finish out the rest of the rebuttal. So yeah, thanks again, everybody. I hope you have a blessed day. Happy Hard On Day. And I guess I'll see you Tuesday. And hopefully the jury won't take forever. Hopefully they're done like we're done. Like we were done at rallies. We didn't need to hear from the other witnesses. I don't like that the state tried to burden shift, because it's not it's not the defense. The defense doesn't need to the defense didn't need to put on a case. What the state needed to do was cross their T's and dot their I's, and they didn't. They failed to do so. Because I still have a question: is it a real gun or a fake gun? So that's what the burden is. Like I don't know if it's real or fake. I can't trust the shell casings that really bring it. Just because the gun is gone doesn't mean he's guilty of firing a real shot. You know what I mean? Like, firing a real gun. And I think that the state was more the state. Hold on. Let me get this out of my ear. I think the state failed to meet their burden. They really did. They just failed to meet it across the board. No chain of custody for the evidence. I don't even know how it came in this case. The only thing that should have been allowed was the video evidence, and I don't think they should have been allowed to overlap it, because you don't know if it's in sync or how many minutes it's off. And even the state, even the what do you call it? The defense. Not the defense. Even this the officer said that they don't know if it's in sync. So how are you supposed to line something up if you don't know if it's in sync or not? You get what I'm saying? So anyways, there's just so many questions, and if you have questions, that means that's reasonable doubt. If the state tried to lie about that, yeah. And they tried to say that Riley's testimony isn't evidence. It is evidence. It actually is evidence. And if he can lie about stupid things like owning property or this, that, or the other, then what else? He's going to lie about the case too. That's my opinion. He wanted to do Rocky in. He wanted money. $30 million for somebody that's only worth $20 million is kind of crazy. Just saying. Just because Rihanna's a billionaire doesn't make Rocky a billionaire, because that money she had before they got in a relationship. So, anyways, All right, everybody, stay blessed. Have a safe weekend. And I'll see you Monday when the verdict comes in, if it comes in. Yeah. Hopefully it does. All right. Stay blessed, everybody, and thank you for supporting me. I really appreciate it.
Turn me up, AV.
Put your eyes on me, yeah, like the spotlight. Recognize me showing love, then got my grind right. Ain't never since day one the love been on side. And since you got my back, I got your back for life. Yeah, pretty honesty. Know just what it is, I got it on me. And you hold me down, you like my homie. Just know I got you, dog, just what it gon' be. Definition of bestie, definition of friendship, definition of rider, definition relentless. She's a strong woman, she's a sweet lady, she's a great mother. Let your pain get achy. Yeah, I made that girl on YouTube. She never dims my light or put me in her dark mood. And I thank you, you appreciate. You're my favorite girl on YouTube, and I can't fake it. Who still got faith in me? Make me feel like big. DJ Cali voice, pretty hot. Who still got faith in me? Make me feel like big. DJ Cali voice, pretty hot. Yeah. Met Lil Shawty on this show called BDP, you know what I'm talking about? Shit. We been cool ever since, my nigga, you know what I'm talking about? Put your eyes on me, yeah, like the spotlight. Recognize me showing love, then got my grind right. Ain't never since day one the love been on side. And since you got my back, I got your back for life. Yeah, pretty honesty. Know just what it is, I got it on me. And you hold me down, you like my homie. Just know I got you, dog, just what it gon' be.